Good morning and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to start on day 2 of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Kent, and play resumes with Worcestershire on 137 for 2, with Gareth Roderick unbeaten on 53 and his partner Rob Jones on 17. The two men out for Worcestershire, Jake Libby, who made 30, and Kashif Ali, who made 17. And this is all in response to Kent's first innings score of 171, in which Tawinda Miye top scored with 56. And we're going to see the attack taken up from the New Road end by Akeem Jordan. The New Road end, the end from which Joe Leach did most of the damage in the Kent first innings, with balls that were bouncing and leaving the right-handed batsman. Generally, a lot of action for the slip fielders and the wicket keepers yesterday on both sides, and it is by no means a straightforward surface on which to bat. 137 for 2 represents a pretty good effort by the Worcestershire batsman last night. Rob Jones is on strike, and the first ball of the day is full and driven very sweetly by Jones, but excellent diving stop at mid-off prevents any addition. Grant Stewart, the fielder, at mid-off, getting down well, but a solid start from Rob Jones. 4 catches for Jones himself yesterday in the slips. Big contribution. 17 not out, the right-hander, formerly of Lancashire. Jordan in bowls, and Jones is leaving this one alone outside the off stump, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Bright sunny morning here at New Road. We had a lot of rain overnight, quite a lot of wind as well, but although it's quite breezy, play starting on time, and the weather forecast for the day not too bad. Tomorrow a different matter. Jordan is in again and bowls, and Jones is solidly forward, playing this one back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. So good from Jones and Roderick last night, as I said. Because it's not easy batting on this pitch. As Jordan is in again and bowls, and Jones on the back foot this time, just steers this one out behind square on the offside. 137 for 2 it remains, no runs added yet this morning. General feeling amongst the players, I think, chatting to one or two last night, was that the heavy roller might have been useful before both innings yesterday, but as its effect wears off, it becomes more difficult for the batsman. Jordan again bowls, nice straight one, and Jones is pushing this back up the pitch. We saw quite a number of deliveries yesterday bounce quite steeply, particularly from this New Road end, and if that steep bounce was off a ball which was in the right area, off stump just outside, then that was really what accounted for at least half a dozen batsmen yesterday. Jordan in again bowls, and the first runs of the morning, as this one's over pitched on leg stump and clipped through mid-wicket by Rob Jones, and very good running brings him back for 3, and that means that he will keep the strike, because that was the last ball of the over. So Rob Jones goes to 20, and the total to 140 for 2 at the end of that first over of day 2 here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. A good crowd yesterday, bit of a festival of cricket, this 4-day game against Kent. Various exhibitions around the ground. Talk today about the history of Worcestershire, and an attempt by the club to make the experience of visiting New Road for this game a little bit more special than it might otherwise be. It's also Whopper Day, Worcestershire Old Players Association Day today, so a chance for members to meet up with one or two ex-Worcestershire players, and a chance for them to also meet up with some old colleagues and old friends, and they'll be hoping, no doubt, most of them, to see a good performance from the home side today. George Garrett will take up the attack from the Diglis end. 140 for 2. Second over of the day. The tall right arm seamer moving in now to bowl to Jones. He bowls, and Jones is forward and pushing this one up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, who's at mid-on. And there is no run. Sun's just disappeared briefly. Quite a bit of cloud around, but it's bright, and the forecast is decent for the rest of the day. A lot going on. If you're in the Worcestershire area, if you're in Worcester, get yourself down here and enjoy what's been an intriguing game of cricket so far, as Worcestershire bid to maintain their status in Division 1, as do Kent, of course. Jones drives this next one wide of Grant Stewart at mid-off, and allows him to go through for a single, which takes him on to 21. So yeah, get down here if you fancy it. Good game of cricket in progress. The weather forecast tomorrow not so good, but this game already quite well advanced. Worcestershire now just 30 runs in arrears, and Gareth Roderick to face for the first time this morning. Garrett with 2 slips, he's in to Roderick, and he's turning this one on the leg side for a single. Off his pads. Suggestion from the bowler's body language and the wicketkeeper that had he missed that, they'd have been going up for an LBW shout, but he didn't. He got a bat on it, and he goes to 53. Yesterday, both innings, I would say batting became more difficult as time went on. The first hour for both innings was fairly straightforward. Garrett bowls, Jones defends out on the offside, no run, and by that what I mean is perhaps it was a combination of the effect of the roller on the pitch and the fact that neither bowling attack bowled especially well at the top of the innings, although Grant Stewart perhaps could be excused, I should say, from that criticism. But Joe Leach, who finished with 6 for 52, was expensive very early on. Tom Taylor perhaps also can be excused. He bowled pretty tidily throughout the innings. He was unlucky only to get the 1 wicket. Garrett bowls, and first full shot of the day as Jones is looking to turn this to mid-wicket, and he gets a leading edge and it runs out on the offside. But certainly after the effect of the roller had worn off, we thought in both innings that we saw yesterday, batting became not perilous, but certainly testing, shall we say, against accurate seam bowling. Garrett in from the Diglis end, bowls to Jones, and he's beaten outside the off stump. So 2 good deliveries from George Garrett to finish that over. A tidy one, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 142 for 2. Gareth Roderick is on 54. Rob Jones is on 21. And I'm delighted to say good morning once again to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent.
Good morning, Frank.
I've just been saying, Matt, that probably yesterday in both innings batting was easiest in the first hour or so.
You were explaining about the roller as well, and the effect of that on the pitch, perhaps that that it does actually get slightly more difficult
as the effect of the roller wears off.
As time goes on. But Kent have to exploit that, and I thought Worcestershire were brilliant last night. This pair, Roderick and Jones, As Jordan bowls outside the off stump, it's left by Gareth Roderick, who's looked very confident with his leaving as well. It's not just from the score. I mean, it's easy to say, isn't it? He's the pick of the Worcestershire batters so far, but he looks so compact, not playing anything he doesn't have to, and occasionally when the ball's lifted off a length,
he's ridden it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's very, very tricky skill.
He's reacted really well, keeping his concentration. So Jordan bowls to him now, and that's a little bit wider, and he tries to flay that through the covers, and ends up with Joey Everson at cover. Kent with 3 slips or 2 slips in a gully. It's Mayeye at 1, leaning at 2, and Daniel Bell Drummond a little bit divorced from the two of them at a gully position. Backward point is Ben Compton. Everson in the covers. Grant Stewart at mid-off. Matt Parkinson mid-on. Ogborn is at mid-wicket. And so this one does rise a little bit, just off the back of a length from Gareth Roderick. Perfect illustration of what I was talking about. Just taking the bottom hand off as he plays it, but for all that concentration, he'll leave the bad ball, or leave the good ball sometimes, knowing which one to hold 'em and fold 'em, as the old song goes.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I'm going to Kenny Rogers now, but reacting really well when he's called upon to do it, and accumulating runs, 54 from 146 balls. Jordan bowls to him now. Oh, and that one, he tried to take the bat away from it. It's actually hit, I think, the toe end or maybe even the back of the bat and bounced past the stumps. This is an illustration. Jordan twice has hit that spot, hasn't he? Just on a good length or just back of a length.
Exactly what we were talking about, I think.
Yeah, it's doing something.
If you get that ball in the right place, especially from this new road end, then I think it is a huge test for the batsman.
And talking to Matt Walker, the Kent head coach, last night, and I said, quite often we have these chats you do with head coaches as Jordan bowls to Roderick, gets in position early for an off drive, but finds the man at mid-off along the ground. It's an obvious thing to say, what do you need to do tomorrow morning? We need to take quick wickets, but this really is a pitch that it's possible on, as Joe Leach and the rest of the
it is, isn't it? You can imagine, can't you, a cluster of wickets falling quite easily. It wouldn't be a surprise, let's put it that way.
These two have batted so well, though, in respect of that. Gets in position early there for the leg glance, does Roderick. It's a lovely shot. I mean, we can't tell exactly from here, but from his body position, it wasn't far off middle, that one. He's just glanced it down, got his body inside the line of the ball, and flicked that down to fine leg for 4 runs. So Roderick goes on to 58. Jones had a really tough time coming in, and you could understand coming in last night after Kashif Ali had gone, and got 1 or 2 snorters up around, hitting the glove and up around the helmet visor as well. It did well just to stick around. 146 for 2 then, Worcestershire. Not far off now then, bless you sir. 25 away from Kent's first innings score.
Yeah, and George Garrett to continue from the Diglis end, bowls now and beats Jones for the second ball on the trot, the first being the last ball of his previous over. That was a really good one, exactly in the right place, and Jones had to play at it past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Good from Garrett, tidy so far, 12.1 overs, 4 made to no wicket for 23 his figures. Akeem Jordan, just for me, looking threatening but lacking that consistency that would make him a real handful. I'll try and expand on that as I go through this over. Garrett is in again and bowls. Jones drives straight back to him. There's no run. And he's a good bowler, Jordan. Obviously, to be playing at this level, you have to be of a decent standard. He's played for Barbados. Hasn't played that much red ball cricket, but understandably not yet played enough red ball cricket, I suspect, to stack up, as the coaches say, to deliver 8 out of 10, say 15 out of 20 in exactly the right area, and as a consequence the pressure is released every now and again by a loose delivery. Pressure released slightly here by a slightly over pitched delivery from George Garrett, which Rob Jones drives beautifully through extra cover and picks up 3. That would have been 4 on most grounds, but the outfield a bit lush and quite damp here, and that one slowed up. So just 3, but super shot from Jones, easily the best he's played this morning, and he goes to 24, and it's 149 for 2 now. The deficit just 22. But yeah, as I say, that's it when you give slightly inexperienced bowlers an opportunity. You have to accept perhaps not going to have all the consistency you might expect. Gareth Roderick plays a lovely little late cut down to third man, comes back for 2, had to hurry, didn't travel that quickly off the bat. Daniel Bell Drummond pursuing it back down to the boundary, picking it up and sending the throw back in, but not quickly enough. Jack Leaning, I think, was it? Not quickly enough to trouble Roderick, who was back. Good running. They've run well, actually, these two. You've got to, I think, on a pitch like this, you've got to take every opportunity you can to boost the score. Not that many 4 balls around, so they've been busy. And back for 2 there, and the 150 is up. Garrett in again now to Roderick. Bowls, and Roderick, oh my goodness me, that one's absolute, oh dear, all sorts going on here. End result, let's say, before anybody is confused, is a dot ball. But what happened was an absolute snorter, to use the expression that Matt used earlier, from Garrett. Tall man, just sort of a length, kicked up in the air, took Roderick on the right hand, pinned his fingers to the bat, and he's had all sorts of finger injuries this season already, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. Then he dropped his bat. Jones wanted a single. Roderick, I think, was a bit disorientated by everything, and at one stage it looked as though both batsmen might end up at the same end, but Jones managed to scamper back in as the throw went into the non-striker's end. I hope I've summed things up accurately. That's what happened. The end result, as I say, is a dot ball, and it's Gareth Roderick in a lot of pain, shaking his right hand. That is not encouraging, Matt.
Yeah, that's the most important thing is his welfare. But I mean, it felt like a matter of time last night with balls, particularly from this end, rising off a length, almost impossible to play. That, as I said, one.
Well, amazingly well played, actually.
Yeah.
Really. And Daniel Bell Drummond
got his hands up to it. Yeah.
By moving himself into third slip. And Garrett, encouraged, no doubt, comes in and bowls, and Roderick, well, perhaps discomforted by what happened off the ball before. He's got away with it, trying to clip this away on the leg side, and he gets a leading edge, and it goes out to the backward point boundary. Alfie Ogborn pulls it up just inside the rope, and they get through for 3. But that was an eventful over, and you just wonder how long these two can keep focused and get away with playing deliveries like that. That one from Garrett there, it was a really testing over that, and Roderick is in a fair bit of pain, but they're still together. 154 for 2, and my initial feeling when I got here this morning, 1 or 2 people asked me what I thought about the situation, and I said I thought if Worcestershire can get a lead of 100, which is feasible but could still change, if they could get a lead of 100, that would be very, very significant, I think, on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, if this pitch degrades at all, then any sort of lead is going to be important for Worcestershire batting last, if they bat last, indeed, as Jordan bowls to Roderick. He's up on his toes and showing no signs of the chastener he's just got on his glove.
Funny thing about it, Matt, is that I haven't been out there to the pitch because it's kind of frowned upon to just stroll out. Might have a look a bit later, but it looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't look green. It looks straw coloured. It looks consistent. The same colour all over, but it's not being consistent.
Jordan too. Oh, it's a snort, and that has got him. It's an edge, and that's lifted off a length as well. And I think Roderick tried to get his bat out of the way of it. Looks like it's moved certainly away from him as Finch has taken it down in front of first slip. Our apologies, we're not looking right down the barrel as the cameras are, but Roderick felt like he was going to offer the bat to that, and then at the last moment tried to withdraw the willow, and he goes, but goodness me, he's got a couple of almost unplayable deliveries. That one looked much the same, I have to say, but we're just looking at replay. I'm not sure we actually replayed that ball, but yeah, it looked to me, Frank, as if he tried to withdraw the bat right at the last minute from that, trying to get everything out of the way,
absolutely.
But has taken the edge, and Kent have, from their point of view, at long last got him. But that's 63, and I think that session last night, Court Finch bowled Jordan for 63, 154 for 3 then at Worcestershire.
I have actually got the replay. It's just perfect. It's almost unplayable, I think. We just have a look at that. He's angled it in. It's just like his first wicket, actually. Angled in, just outside off stump. And yeah, it bounced a bit. Probably got to play it. Excellent bowling. Let's not take anything away from Hakeem Jordan. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, I think I was doing the bowler a bit of disservice there as well. It wasn't just doing nonsense off a length, was it? As you said, it was perfect angle, drawing. Roderick into the shots, left him, tried at the last moment to get everything out of the way, but edges it behind to Harry Finch. And I think Kent will probably think, well, the bowlers probably think, surely that's one of the ones we deserve from last night. But
yeah, I agree.
I'm not at all doing a disservice to Worcestershire, because you said, Frank, you thought the last session last night was really, really important in the passage of the game, and it may well be still that Jones and Roderick holding together with just 2 down towards the end of the day and accumulating runs could be the difference between these two sides in the last resort, with a lively pitch out there.
Yeah, not a good pitch. A testing one here now for Adam Hose.
Yeah.
Likes to get on with it, plays his shots, white ball specialist, obviously still struggling to establish himself as a top batter in red ball cricket. But awful situation in many ways. I mean, in which to come into bat.
Yeah, this will not be.
Do you go for it and play shots, or do you try and hang around?
Well, he defends this first one into the offside.
I mean, I'm not suggesting that he's going to go mad, but he is a player that he's happier when he's playing shots, I think, Adam Hose. Not that he can't play long innings. Of course, he played quite a long innings at Canterbury earlier this year. He got 90, I think. Yeah. But might actually prosper by playing a few shots.
Jordan then, a little burst of speed to start the run-up, bowls to Hose, who's right behind it, out of the coaching manual, into the offside. To Everson, fields at cover. We've got 2 slips, and well, at the moment Danny Baldrommer is just having a chat with Ben Compton, is he? But he'll go back to a gully position for the wider push. But once again, it's a delivery that's caught in that cordon, isn't it, between wicketkeeper and slips, and it's Jordan. Oh, it's hit him, and Hose has tried to get out of the way of that, and that's hit him, I think, in the midriff. He's tried to shoulder arms to that one, and again, this is not easy batting out there. Looked very secure, those first 2 shots, defending into the offside, and yeah, that's hit him in the midriff. It's moved off the pitch back towards him, Adam Hose. He shows almost no reaction. There was no ooh and ah from anybody on the field either, but it's missing the stumps from Jordan. Behind that once again Hose, out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. Once again an indication that this is a very tricky pitch to bat on, as Adam Hose is struck in the midriff for the 3rd ball faced. But Worcestershire 154 for 3. The good news for them, obviously, only 3 wickets down, and they are now within 17 runs of Kent's first innings. So they're making decent progress, and as Frank was saying, I think any lead on this pitch at the moment looking like it could be decisive, but certainly if they can make it to 50, maybe to 3 figures, it could be decisive. Jones still there on 24, Roderick going in that over, and Jordan has 2 for 27 from his 14 so far.
George Garrett to continue from the Diglis end. That was Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and also today we have with us Matthew Howes. as this one is outside the off stump again, beating the outside edge. Shortly, just for a few minutes, when you go off to do your next update, Matt, before Matthew comes in, I'm going to be joined by Joe Tromans, the Worcestershire head of commercials, who's going to just talk us through this festival of cricket that is planned around this game, the various exhibitions going on around the ground, and he's just going to have a little chat about that just for 5 or 10 minutes or so, around about 11:30. And I must say, despite what the weather forecast was, it looks an absolute picture today. New Road, looking out across the ground towards the cathedral in the sunshine as Garrett moves in and bowls to Jones, and he's on the back foot playing defensively out on the offside. There's no run. The other thing I think about these conditions is that as batters, and trying to explain it when Adam Hose went out there, part of you as a batter, I'm sure, wants to go out and just think, well, what the hell, I might as well play some shots here and get 20 in half an hour because there's one going to come along with my name on it. And the other part of you, and probably the coach's voice in your head and the captain's voice, says, dig in, stick in, do what they did last night, it'll get easier. And Garrett again goes past the outside edge. But then you stand at the side or sit at the side and watch what's happening, and you think, well, what's the point? You go out there and you bat for an hour and you only get 7, and then you get one anyway. It's tough. It's really tough, mentally as well as in terms of demands on your skills. You've really got to dig in. Jones has played so well for these 24, and yet he could have nicked any one of the last 3 deliveries he's faced. It's a really, really difficult
It's come back
conundrum.
in at him, that last one from Garrett.
And then you get a fuller one like that, you drive it, it's picked out the fielder at mid-on.
If there was a criticism of Kent's bowling last night, I don't think they bowled enough
In
just
the right-
back of a
yeah,
length. And
yeah.
Garrett particularly had a short leg in with Compton towards the end of the day, and you're thinking,
I'd agree with that.
I mean,
and he's looked
it's
a
cruel, but you've
real
got to-
handful this morning,
yeah,
hasn't
you've
he?
got to exploit the conditions you've got, haven't you? And one thing you would say about George Garrett is he's not express pace, but usually he's good at dropping the ball on the spot. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's found that range this morning already.
And he comes again now and bowls, and Jones is forward and pushing out into the covers. Very patient, Rob Jones, in this innings. Absolutely determined to prove his worth here at Worcestershire. Yet to get 100 in the red ball game for the pairs. Got 100 in the white ball competition at Northampton last year when he was on loan from Lancashire. But he's already proved his worth in this game with 4 slip catches, 3 of which were really smart yesterday. Garrett in bowls, and he's got 4 runs here, Jones. That's the loose one. That's just eased the pressure, and he hasn't missed out. Short and wide outside the off stump and cut beautifully by Jones down to the third man boundary. So excellent shot from him to finish the over, an over that really Garrett had begun extremely well. Garrett now 14 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 35. He's probably deserved better than that. Jones is 28. Hose yet to get off the mark. 1 man out today. Gareth Roderick caught behind by Harry Finch off the bowling of Akeem Jordan for an excellent 63. Worcestershire now trail by just 13.
13 wickets to 4. 12 of them have been caught between wicket keeper and slips. I suppose maybe Jake Libby's one at backward point. Does that count in the... Well, you can go for 11 out of 13, certainly.
I think Libby was out, in
It's
the
still
centre of the way, really.
It's still a stunning statistic in that respect, but...
No, Libby was caught by the keeper.
No, I mean Jake Libby's catch.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
he was
yes,
a backward
of Harry
point,
Finch.
getting rid of Harry Finch. So
yeah, of course. Yeah.
maybe we'll call that 11 or
Sorry.
13, but it's still a stunning statistic.
It's certainly overwhelming evidence
Yeah.
pointing to the fact that if the bowlers get the ball in the right place, there's enough sideways movement to get the edge and enough bounce to make it really difficult for the batsman.
Akeem Jordan then to bowl to Adam Hose. He's just trying to nudge that past Ogbourne at mid-wicket. Seen some success yesterday of just that gentle shot into the onside, of just square of the wicket, just closing the face of the bat, trying to get forward, but actually getting forward is difficult enough on occasions. I think slightly back of a length and rising, obviously. So he'll leave that through to the wicket keeper, leaving him outside the off stump. Talking of leaving, I really should go and do my update. So I'll, if you don't mind, I'm going to bail out mid-over with a Worcestershire 158 for 3.
And Joe Tromans can come in just for 5 minutes or so. Be good to hear from him. Outstandingly interesting cricket these last 2 days here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Jordan in, bowls, and that's down the leg side. Hose misses out on that and taken by keeper Harry Finch, standing back. So joining me now is Worcestershire's head of commercials, Joe Tromans. And Joe, you're going to talk us through what is essentially a little festival of cricket that has been organised around this game here at New Road. At the end of the over, perhaps, Hakeem Jordan outside the off stump, Adam Hose leaves alone. But I was just saying, Joe, before we actually talk about that, the weather forecast wasn't great, but you look out now across this ground, bathed in sunshine, Cathedral looking great, bit of a breeze, but a good crowd in. Really, really interesting game of cricket going on, albeit tough for the batters and sort of bowler-friendly conditions. It's not a bad place to be, is it?
No, good morning everyone, good morning Frank. It's absolutely beautiful looking across the ground towards the Cathedral this morning.
Jordan in, bowls, and Adam Hose still not yet off the mark. He's just pushing forward to this one, steers it out on the offside. There's no run. End of the over from Jordan, who's bowled pretty well. 15 overs, 5 maidens, that was one of them, 2 for 27. He's got the wicket that's fallen this morning. Gareth Roderick out for 63. So Joe, just talk us through this this sort of festival of cricket that we've got going on during this game.
We've got a huge amount going on actually. We've tried to make it so there's something for everyone. I think it's really important to us to tell the story of our club. Red ball cricket's obviously a massive part of that. Such a rich history here at Worcestershire. I think, and just to show really that we are more than just a team, that the whole club is a legacy that's been handed down through many years really, and we want to tell that story so the next generation can fall in love with the club as much as we have, and so many members and so many supporters throughout the years really, Frank.
Garrett beats the bat with the first ball of a new over. So if you were to walk around the ground today, Joe, either during play or in an interval, what sort of things have you got going on?
So we've got history exhibition, which has been really well put together by our club historian Tim Jones. That's going on in the marquee. We've got a couple of tours going on throughout the day. One tailored towards juniors, and one, I suppose, more adult tour. We've got walking cricket on the pitch at half time.
Garrett in again, bowls, and Jones taken on the pad. Think he might have got an inside edge on this one as the ball lobs out on the offside. Big appeal, turned down.
So yeah, we've got walking cricket going on the pitch and the interval. I think it's really important to me. My first memories of the club, I've been a lifelong supporter, but my first memories here actually were jumping over the fence at the start of the interval, racing on my bat and ball, my autograph book back then. I suppose it'd be a selfie these days. Graham Hicks autograph, and then played the bat and ball on the outfield with my friends and family actually for the whole interval, which is just part of, you feel part of the fabric of the club, don't you?
Absolutely.
It really made me fall in love with the place, and it's given people those opportunities, which I think are just so important.
Garrett in again from the Diglish end, bowls, and lovely shot from Jones. Unfortunately picks out the only fielder on the leg side in front of the wicket, so he doesn't pick up a single, but stays on 28.
We've also got members and supporters lunch and old players lunch as well going on inside the beer terrace, which is always a bit of an exciting point for a lot of the members, and they're getting to mingle with them, have a bit of lunch together. Some of their heroes really, which is just great.
Yeah, we had a visit in the press box from Tim Curtis earlier this morning, and I've seen Phil Neal around, be quite a few other old players. I've mentioned that already. George Garrett bowls. Jones gets, or doesn't get a single, wanted a single, ends up getting one. I'll explain that nonsense in a minute. As he pushed it out on the offside, went through for a single. Alfie Ogbourne came in from cover, picked the ball up, threw at the stumps at the striker's end as Jones attempted to recover his ground. Had he hit, then Rob Jones would have been on his way. He didn't, he missed, and an overthrow as the ball went out to deep backward square leg, and Adam Hose said, yeah, okay, Jonesy, we'll have one now, and consequently Jones gets a run, but it could well have been a run out, and it would have been annoying, because you will feel, I think, as a Worcestershire batsman, that it's difficult enough batting on this pitch without helping the other team by giving them run outs. But he got away with it, Rob Jones. Can understand also why he was so keen to keep the scoreboard ticking over, because there haven't been that many scoring opportunities. 159 for 3. Adam Hose faces Garrett for the first time, and he does get off the mark this time with a lovely clip through mid-wicket, slightly over-pitched on his legs, and picks up 3 runs as a result of that shot. So Hose is off the mark, and the total goes up to 162 for 3. The deficit now just 9. Yeah, Whopper Day, always a good day, Worcestershire Old Players Association Day, and a chance for, as you say, some of the fans to see some of the players of yesteryear, Joe. Some of them famous, some of them not so famous.
Yeah, and there's a really good mix in there. Actually, I've just had a quick chat with Norman Gifford, who's proper club legend, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
It's good to see him around the club always. It's always good for a chat and a tip on a racehorse.
This one from Garrett is tucked away by Jones down to fine leg for a single. So 5 runs coming off that over from George Garrett. His figures now 15 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 40, and it's 163 for 3. Yeah, always good for a tip, Norman, I should think, as was Paul Pridgeon, who has also dabbled a bit in ownership, I think. I'm not sure if he's an owner of a racehorse at the moment, but he certainly had a dabble or two in the past, I think. There's quite a bit of a betting fraternity amongst Worcestershire players traditionally. I don't know if there is so much these days. I think the players these days are probably more likely to bet on football than they are on horses, do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's just everything's changed a bit. I think it's more about playing FIFA and darts, I think, from what I've seen. I think there's a constant, everyone's fallen in love with paddle. Players are desperate. They're always playing paddle and golf, it seems. I think you've got
Perudo, they play Perudo, don't they, in the dressing room and on the coach. I think Liar's Dice. That came Jordan Bowles, and Jonesy's forward pushing out on the offside.
You've got to have those distractions away from cricket, haven't you?
Especially if it rains, I suppose. Yeah. So exhibition in the marquee.
Exhibition in the marquee,
which could be visited if you are coming down. If anybody's thinking about coming down, then as I say, good weather, cracking cricket game going on. If you're in Worcester and you're watching the stream or you're listening and you're not sure what to do, I would say get down here, because you're not going to see many more exciting games of cricket than this one. Jones on the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside, no run. It may not be the ideal surface, and we've talked many times about the difficulties that the ground staff here have had in getting pitches out and basically playing catch up, having been in March, April, where they should have been in October. But it has produced a pitch which has meant that it's fascinating stuff. It really is. It's Jordan Bowles down the leg side. Jones flicks at that, flicks the pad, I think, and appealed by the keeper. There was a noise, but umpire Pollard says no.
I think to me it's more of a what I would consider, and possibly you, Frank, as well, a proper cricket wicket. I think too often these days we get wickets which are absolutely flat as a pancake. Yeah. And actually, I think it needs to be a fair contest between bat and ball if you bat or bowl well.
Yeah, I mean, to be interesting that we're playing Kent, because the pitch at Canterbury earlier this year was the opposite extreme, and it was just dull, you know, the whole game really. Akeem Jordan in bowls, and Jones plays out defensively on the offside. It was Kookaburra ball, and massive amounts of runs. Jack Leading batted for about 4.5 days. Jason Holder got that 100, if you remember. I'm exaggerating, but I think you get the gist. This perhaps a little bit the other way, in that I think you talk about an even contest, maybe a little bit in favour of the ball here, in the sense that I think if you had, I'll just break off as Jordan Bowles to Jones. That's a lovely shot. Over pitched on leg stumps. Exactly what I was talking about 10 minutes ago about Akeem Jordan. Not quite yet got the consistency required to not bowl the odd ball that eases the pressure like that. Clipped away nicely by Rob Jones. He goes to 34. But if you had a Glenn McGrath here, or I don't know, Graham Dilley or someone like somebody who could consistently stack up and get the ball on that just back of a length outside off stump length that Joe Leach found yesterday in his second spell, then you could see a team being bowled out very cheaply here, I think. But obviously, given the balance of these two sides as it is, Jones forward again to this one with the injuries and the inexperience of quite a few of the bowlers. It's proving to be quite well. It's just fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I think it's all about application of skills over a long period. Yeah. Ultimately, whether you're going to keep hitting those good areas like Joe Leach did yesterday, or shape it well as a batter and get in line, which
like Gareth Roderick did.
Gareth Roderick did yesterday. And actually, I think Rob Jones has, without wanting to put the mockers on him, shaped it really nicely and hit the ball pretty crispy this morning. Yeah. So there's some good signs there.
Yeah, I'd agree 100% with that. I think it's. I was just talking just before you came on about the dilemma that someone like Adam Hose faces now, and I really sympathise, because he's come out in this situation, and if you look at the scoreboard, Worcestershire in a good position. Just break off as Garrett bowls to Hose, and he turns him on the leg side for a single, which takes him to 4, and means that the deficit now is just 3. Worcestershire 168 for 3. But he's a player who's still trying to make his way as a consistent red ball performer, and happier when playing shots, as we know, but kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, because if he goes out and plays shots and gives his wicket away, people are going to criticise him. But he could go out there and not play his natural game and try and stick around and then get one that has got his name on it. So it's a really tough one for him. Garrett bowls. Jones is solidly forward, pushing out on the onside. And I think often people don't perhaps appreciate that sort of dilemma for a middle order batsman. They think all the good work has been done and it's easy to just go out there and play, but far from it, I think, in this situation. But he's done well so far, and Worcestershire, as I say, just 3 runs behind now. I'm still of the opinion that a lead of 100 in this game on this surface would be highly significant. Garrett in again from the Digley End bowls, and Jones is forward, tucks that away on the onside, runs the first one quickly, thinking there might be a second, but there isn't. But he's played well, as you were saying, Joe, this morning. Rob Jones, I think he's been busy. He's run well, apart from that one error where he nearly ran himself out, and he's applied himself. This 35, given when he's batted last night and this morning, probably much more valuable than those numbers suggest.
Him and Gareth Roderick were absolutely colossal in the last hour last night. Really, really good. Really showed huge resilience and got through what was a really hard period, I think, there.
George Garrett from the Digley End bowls, and Adam Hoses, as he often does, is on the walk, just trying to disturb the bowler's length a little bit, just takes a step down, but leaves it alone outside the off stump. They bowled well, these two, this morning, Hakeem Jordan and George Garrett, both relatively inexperienced. Garrett formerly with Warwickshire, of course, Shrewsbury schoolboy, which he shares in common with yesterday's Worcestershire hero Joe Leach. But no wickets for him yet. Probably has deserved one, I think, in all fairness. And Hakeem Jordan has picked up 2 in this innings so far. Garrett bowls, and Hose is taken on the pad as he looks to work this one away on the onside. There's a lot of interest in this situation. By that, what I mean is the bowlers running up expecting something to happen. The slips are expectant, as they have been all through the game. Been a lot of appeals, balls hitting the pad, a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation out there, and all of it means that for the fairly healthy crowd that we've got here, this is actually a really good watch. There's Garrett to complete the over, bowls, and Hoses again moving down the pitch and playing defensively up to mid-on. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. Just 2 runs behind, and I think, I'm just talking about the difficulty that someone like Hose faces, Joe, in this situation. I'm sure the message in the dressing room is just get out there and get stuck in. Don't give anything away and battle on and hope that we can just wear down the bowlers a little bit. 56 overs gone now with this ball, and just get ahead and get a little bit further ahead and so on.
This is the fascination of red ball cricket, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That battle every ball of really, really drilling down onto your skill set, which I don't think you get in either the white ball formats. It's a real proper test mentally of your skills over time.
Yeah.
I think this is why I think part of the reason as well for all our kind of loyal supporters at the county championship red ball cricket is that tradition, and it's kind of part of our identity as a club, and this is part of the reason for the red ball festival of cricket really.
Yeah.
Continuing to provide people with the top quality experiences both on and off the pitch and just celebrate that rich history.
Yeah, absolutely agree. This is what it's all about as far as Worcestershire County Cricket Club is concerned, I think. Grant Stewart is into the attack. His first delivery is edged by Rob Jones down to third man. They pick up a single. A lot of Kent supporters will be watching this and they'll be thinking, why didn't Grant Stewart bowl first this morning? Because he bowled very well yesterday. Probably the pick of the bowlers early on. 11 overs, one made no wicket for 33 yesterday. And I think the answer to that is that from what we were told by the players yesterday, talking to one or two, Joe Leach in particular in his interview last night, it was after the first hour or so that things really started to happen for the bowlers on this pitch. It was after the roller had worn off. It is now, in other words, and bowling from the new road end after the first hour or so was when it really started to happen. And I think they deliberately started with Jordan holding Stewart back for exactly this occasion. That said, he bowls a bit of a loosener there, short and wide outside the off stump, and Adam Hose cracks it away for 4. Just one more thing I was going to say, Joe, adding to what we were talking about, is what you've got to do is get stuck in and battle and believe and play one ball at a time, but you've also got to make sure when you do get the bad one like that, you put it away.
You've got to make the most of it, but that's part of that mental strength as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's what Gareth Roderick did so well, I thought, in that excellent 62.
I think over the last 3 years, the mental strength of Gareth Roderick is up there with the very best in county cricket, I think. His resilience has been absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. Grant Stewart, a thorn in Worcestershire's side on many an occasion, is in and bowls and hoses forward to that one, pushing out on the offside. Thinks about a single.
Gareth's
become against it.
I think Gareth's become an absolute massive part of that Worcestershire dressing room, and one of the real kind of leaders of the group now. Really important part, as is kind of, I think Rob Jones has been a really important part of the dressing room as well, probably in a bit of a different way.
Yeah.
It's about people evolving into becoming different sorts of leaders, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes it's the bits that people don't see, and I don't mean that to sound superior or smug or anything. Stewart bowls and hoses edging this one down behind square on the offside. Ogbourne fields and there's no run, but sometimes a contribution can be hidden, and I think Rob Jones is an example of that. Brilliant fielder, great slip catcher as he showed yesterday, which is important because it's an area that Worcestershire have struggled in the last year or two, and it's also that the energy and the drive and the support of your teammates and everything else, which isn't always obvious, which has been vital. And it's played really well today, as we've said, for the runs he's got so far. 174 for 3. Grant Stewart in again, bowls, and Hose pushes this one out on the onside. There's no run. It's not all about Worcestershire. Kent will be also feeling, and I think, you know, they're behind now. Worcestershire 3 ahead and they're only 3 down, and you could feel that Kent had a bad day yesterday, and I know there's been quite a bit of gloom around amongst Kent supporters, but they too have had lots of injuries, and I just think, you know, you could easily, they will believe, because you could easily pick up 3 or 4 wickets very quickly in these circumstances. Stewart bowls, not a wicket this time though, because he's over pitched slightly on leg stump, and it's just eased through mid wicket by Hose for a couple, and good from him. He's moved on to 10 into double figures. It's the end of the over. 176 for 3, and Rob Jones still there on 36.
Thanks to Craig for your kind words on Twitter as well about talking about the virtues of red ball cricket and how important it is to us in the club. I think It is, as we touched on before. I think it's a huge part of our identity and a huge part of the supporters' identity. But I think actually at the same time, and this is big part of why we've done this as well, is I think attracting new supporters is crucial for the future of the club and actually the game itself. The challenge there though lies in balancing tradition with innovation. And we do need to make cricket more accessible and exciting for a younger audience, many of whom have not really grown up watching the game. There's not a huge amount of free-to-air stuff around anymore. But yeah, we try to kind of embrace new technologies like live streaming, social media, and offering more family-friendly things like this.
Garrett bowls, Jones drives, diving stop by Bell Drummond at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, we've, and I like you, Joe, got a very much a vested interest in the live stream and the commentary that we offer on the BBC Sports app and so on. And yeah, we acknowledge that we've had one or two issues, particularly with the audio on the live stream. But since we've got that sorted, I do think we're offering a pretty decent service, and it's free at the moment, and I think that's brilliant. Garrett bowls and Jones drives on the onside, and Beldrum dives again and saves any addition to the score. I say free at the moment, that's not a suggestion that it isn't going to be. I know there are talks around various counties about it, but
I think
it's great that we've got people more and more sort of involved.
It is,
and I know a lot of people who've really appreciated
to touch on that.
the
I
live
was
streams.
Asked directly at the members forum yesterday. There was a few members worried that it was going to go behind a paywall. That's absolutely not in our plans at the moment. I want as many people to be watching Worcestershire as possible in the UK, around the world, whenever really.
Yeah.
And it's something we're looking to try and improve. It's difficult times with budgets and stuff.
Garrett again, Jones forward, well played.
With budget and a really small workforce here, we kind of all have to be a bit jack of all trades, but we are, and hopefully people can see that as well. We're trying to evolve it into be a really good product, which is free. We did a little bit of new stuff last night with Frank. We did a live interview with Joe Leach after the end of play, which is something we're looking to evolve on again. But I think everything we're trying to do here is ultimately, it's about creating a welcome environment where everyone, no longer how long they've been following the club or the support, feels like they can be part of something special here at Worcestershire. And actually, for me, I think cricket's got a really, really unique ability to bring people together. And I think now, by reaching out to our established supporter base and potential new supporters, I think we need to make sure that Worcestershire County Cricket Club really does remain a vibrant part of the community for years to come.
Now the dot ball, as Jones turns that on the leg, said, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's just such a welcoming and happy club. Given the trials and tribulations that they've had this year, and we won't go into all of those, it's just been, it's a joy to see so many people here, and it's great that the club is trying so hard to involve the community. We do have this unique position here, Garrett bowls and Jones forcing off the back foot will pick up a single of where the ground is placed, and I know this has been part of the discussion about whether Worcestershire would move, etc., etc., and it's one that's been discussed in many areas, and there are all sorts of considerations, but one of the great things about this club, I always feel, is its situation in the city, right in the middle, and people walk past it on the way to work and on the way home from work, and it's famous for its position here, and that's why I think there is one body of thought, isn't there, that feels that if the club did move away, I'll just break off as Garrett bowls and Hose on the walk, pushes back up the pitch, and Garrett fields, throws the ball and knocks out the stumps at the striker's end, but Hose was home, end of the over, 177 for 3, that they feel that it would be great if there was still some sort of presence here on this historic site, and the club was still maintain that position at the heart of the community, because it's almost unique. I can't think of many other grounds that are sort of belong so much to their city as this ground. So special.
Yeah,
and that's not to say that there aren't valid reasons why the consideration of moving elsewhere needs to be taken seriously.
It's a very special place. Clearly, it's one of the most recognisable sporting venues around the world, really. There's a lot of challenges. The club are doing everything they can to look into every possible way of making new road, and actually, more importantly, the club sustainable for the long term.
Yeah.
Because it is such a rich community asset, which serves the whole of Worcestershire, not just Worcester City Centre as well. But there is a huge amount of work going into that.
Lovely shot from Rob Jones here. First ball of a new over from Grant Stewart, half volley on leg stump, and Jones just beautifully clipped it through mid-wicket, didn't try and hit it too hard, kept his shape, kept his head up, didn't fall over it, get taken on the pad, and sweetly timed as well, picks up 4, he goes to 41, a very valuable knock from Rob Jones. Worcestershire now 10 ahead, doesn't sound much, but increasingly significant, this lead, as it will build through the day. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, out there just having a chat with Grant Stewart, is a man with a bit of a worry, I would imagine, at the moment.
Just to go back to your last point, Frank, I mean, the club there's external consultants and stuff which are looking into every possible way of, flood relief and making new roads sustainable, but it is extremely difficult, but there is a lot of work going into that to see what options are available.
Absolutely, and I didn't for a minute want to suggest, I'll just break off Stewart balls again, and Jones has got another run down to long leg. Didn't for a minute want to suggest that I was coming down on one way or the other and saying I think they should stay or whatever. I completely understand, I think, as you know, Joe, the whys and wherefores and the actual existential aspect to the argument about whether Worcester should stay at New Road. I just love the fact that we have this site where it is, and it's important that, as I say, that there's some retention of that in the future. I think as this is driven by hose up to mid-on, whether it's as an HQ or whatever. I mean, there's so many aspects to it, and the floods are absolutely at the top of the list of considerations, I think, when it comes to the future of this ground. But it's just I've always felt, ever since I've lived in Worcester, and that's 40 odd years ago when I first came here, that it's almost unique, the way that the club is in the middle of the city. Hose pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. 182 for 3. You know, when you go around small Welsh towns on holiday or something, and there's a rugby club situated in a pub or something in the middle of the town. It's the base of the rugby club. They obviously don't play there, but it's their base. I often think of it that it maybe ultimately it could be like that Worcestershire Cricket Club will always be here, even if they don't actually play the bulk of their games here. Stewart bowls and Hose pushes out on the onside.
I'm actually very careful not to give my opinion one way or another here, Frank.
I'm not.
Whatever I say,
honestly,
might get me in trouble.
of course, and likewise, I will get people saying to me, "Oh, you're suggesting they should go." We all know. I think Ashley Giles he's been on air with me several times, and he's always, for me, got it exactly right. He says, "Look, we want Worcestershire to be in existence for generations to come, and if that means this has to happen or that has to happen, then we've got to do that. But it must be done with due consideration and care and thought and everything else, and I'm sure that will be exactly the case." End of the over, 182 for 3.
I spoke earlier when I first came on, this club is much more than just the 11 players, the team on the field. It's much more than actually New Road. We talk about that legacy. The club is that legacy. It's been handed down through many, many years.
Yeah.
And that is the most important thing, to keep that going for the community and make sure it's serving and inspiring as many people as possible.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for being with us, Joe. Great to have you. Joe Tromans, that's head of commercials here at Worcestershire, and just talking us through the festival of cricket, really, which is on during this game against Kent. Always a pleasure to have Joe. Going to be joined by Matthew Howes now, and then Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent will be coming in after he's done his news update, and that of course is I hope Kent listeners have been able to cope with that Worcestershire based discussion in the last few minutes, because just now and again we get a member of staff or a player into the box here. You're not missing any cricket at the moment, the umpires are just having a look at the ball, and we just have a little bit of Worcestershire focused stuff, but hopefully it's not too much, and we'll get Matt Cole on again very shortly. Daniel Bell-Drummond doing what you always do here. If in doubt, try and get the ball changed, and the umpires, I think, are going to accept that this one does need changing, because it won't fit through the gauge, so they're going to have a look at the box of balls that they've got at the side of the ground and see if they can find one of similar age and wear, and Kent will see if they can get a bit more joy with that. 182 for 3. Worcestershire this morning have added 45 runs to their overnight total for the loss of just one wicket. Gareth Roderick, the man out for 63, caught by Harry Finch off the bowling of Akeem Jordan, Worcestershire now leading by 11 runs, and Kent are very much in need of a breakthrough, and maybe a little bit more than just a breakthrough in the remaining hour or so before lunch. So Joe Tromans has left, and alongside me for the first time this morning, I'm delighted to welcome Matthew Howes. Matthew, we've just been saying, as a neutral, which I think you are, it's fair to say, it's fascinating watching, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been an excellent morning of cricket. First hour, there was the early wicket of Roderick, but things seem to have calmed down a little. The ball seems to be misbehaving a little less, and well, from a Kent point of view, I'm sure they're hoping that this change of ball, and it looks like a change of bowling as Ogborn's prowling at the top of his mark, will maybe bring a change of luck. But from a Worcestershire perspective, it's all about building that lead now.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've played, well, I think Rob Jones has played pretty well this morning.
Yeah, Jones has played excellently.
Played and missed a few times, but you're entitled to do that, I think, on this pitch. And he's managed to escape any of the really nasty ones, like that one that Gareth Roderick got, which reared from a length and hit him on the hand. Nasty delivery.
Yeah, Jones has added almost 30 to his overnight score, and 40 or so balls, so not only is he surviving, he's also moving the score along quite nicely. And if he can continue to build here, it'll be a very valuable knock indeed.
You can have this over, Matthew, if you like.
Thank you very much.
I've been rambling on for long enough.
And it is a change. It is Ogborn coming on to bowl. Left arm bowler on loan from Somerset. He comes in now, starting round the wicket, and immediately Jones plays and misses.
Good
For a
start.
full delivery. It was an excellent start. Seems to be the perfect length on this wicket, dragging the batsman forward just outside the off stump.
You really need not to ease the pressure with that one or two bad balls and over that we've seen from Jordan and from Garrett this morning.
As he bowls again, and this one similar length, but this time Jones blocks it for no run, out to cover. Yeah, I think Ogborn took the first wicket yesterday, but 8.2 overs, 1 for 40.
Yeah, a little bit expensive on this pitch, I think.
Yeah, he's been a bit guilty of releasing the pressure. He comes in again, and this one's back for length, and Jones solidly behind it to mid-wicket, but there's no run as it's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Jones wanders off the square leg, rehearses the shot, aiming more square leg where there's a vacant space. Ogborn sets off, runs in again, left arm round, blocked again by Jones. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's hard to put value on the scores, isn't it, in a game like this, but Jones is 42. I bet he's got 70s and 80s where he hasn't played as well as this.
Yeah, it's been an excellent innings. I mean, it's the third highest score in the game so far, and he looks like he's quite enjoying it, to be honest. Yeah, every time he plays and misses, this doesn't look unperturbed by it. This time, brilliant drive, and he's nailed it. And Ogborn gets I think he gets a foot on the ball, and it smacks into the stumps at the non-striker's end. But
yeah,
Adam Howes is absolutely unmoved. It didn't look like he was backing up there.
To be out. It was such a good shot, wasn't
It was an excellent shot, really out of the middle of the bat. Ogbourne runs into completely over. And that one
That's a beaut.
lifts. It's a beautiful delivery.
Just got to get it there more often. That's what Daniel Beldrum will be saying to his bowlers.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty in it for the bowlers when they hit those right areas.
Hit the right length, just back of the length outside off stump.
Yeah, just watching the replay, that was a beautiful delivery. Left arm round, angling in, nipped away. Jones wasn't even that close to it.
No, absolutely top delivery, just exactly where he wants it to be.
As Worcestershire 182 for 3 after 60 overs, a lead of 11 on first innings so far with 7 wickets remaining.
Grant Stewart, big burly seamer from the New Road end, bowling to Adam Hose. Pushes that out on the onside, and there's no run. .182 for 3, as you say, Matthew. 11 the lead. Doesn't sound much, but every one of those runs is valuable. Every one they can add to that is valuable. And Hose trying to do that. Flicks at this one. Might feel he missed out. Was over pitched down the leg side. Just fell over inside the line a bit. Didn't get a bat on it. Hose is on 10. He's faced 27 deliveries. One man out this morning. Gareth Roderick caught behind by Harry Finch off the bowling of Hakeem Jordan for 63. We think the 9th or 10th batter in this game. Caught in the area between wicketkeeper and gully. That's the extent to which batting has been a challenge on this surface. This one takes Hose on the pad, goes out on the onside, and there's no addition to the score.
Yeah, I think that was a fairly hopeful appeal for LBW there.
But it is that kind of
down.
game, isn't it? Everybody's on edge, and the keeper and the slips are all thinking something's going to happen. It's not. There's hardly been a quiet period in the game. In fact, I don't think there has, to be fair. Stewart is in and bowls, and Hose defends. You sometimes get sleepy passages of play, don't you, where everybody's kind of dozing off and waiting for something to happen. This game has not been like that. Not from the minute it started yesterday morning with Maye setting about the bowling, and it all looked so different as he smashed it to all parts, and Kent was 73 without loss, flying along. But that was when Joe Leach changed things. Stewart in, bowls, Hose working this on the onside, picks up a single out to deep mid-wicket and goes on to 11.
Yeah, going back to that Maye innings yesterday, it was almost completely out of character with everything else we've seen in this game so far. Just completely 64 balls for his 50.
Nobody else has played like that at all, hasn't there? Kashif Ali maybe 17, briefly had a dash, didn't he? 17 at a runner ball, but
yeah, I think it
nobody
shows
else.
that first spell, as Joe Leach said last night, one of the worst opening spells of his career. That maybe Worcestershire bowled a little bit too short. That allowed Maye to get away, but since then, after that, it was excellent bowling.
End of the over from Grant Stewart, 183 for 3. Hose has 11, Jones has 42. You've had enough of me in this first hour. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent will come back in to join Matt House.
Never enough, Frank, never enough.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sunny day here at Worcester. The crowd slightly fuller than day one. They're finding their spots in the sunshine. The weak sun that started maybe an hour or so ago has brightened up. There's much less cloud than yesterday. The wind's slightly weaker than yesterday as well. The trees in front of the cathedral blowing, but not too much. As Ogbourne has the ball and is about to start another over, this time to Adam Hose, who's 11 from 30. There's a appeal as it's a full delivery, and another more hopeful rather than expectant appeal there as Hose comes forward and the ball, it's probably on the thigh pad rather than challenging the stumps.
He was just flexing that right leg, wasn't he?
Yeah, I
Whether
thought
it's hit the toe of the right boot, has it, or maybe the inside, the fleshy part, unpadded part. But
yeah, I think everyone that's played some cricket understands that when it misses everything and wraps you on the thigh. Ogborn bowls again, and this one's squeezed off the inside half of the bat to deep backward square, and Hose completes the run, and Worcestershire move on to 184 for 3 now.
I was ruminating on a lap around the ground. Don't worry, I wasn't thinking too hard. I don't use it all up at once, but lack of boundaries in this game is marked, isn't it? Obviously the outfield is slow, but just generally the number of attacking shots has been completely tethered by what's happening out there when the ball bounces off the pitch.
Ogborn bowls, and it's a full delivery that Jones again did some more of a half-hearted drive straight to Jordan at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, the game started with those flurry of boundaries, 11 in the AA's 50, but since then it's been much more attritional, much more about rotating the strike and running hard. I think Worcestershire batters this morning, there's been already 3 or 4 threes. Ogborn bowls again, Jones defends again, picked up by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run.
Just 19 in this innings so far out of 184 for 3, as you said. Tuandomie had 11 in about half an hour, it seemed, didn't it? Well, maybe an hour, first hour of the game, didn't it? But so it has changed so much. And
yeah, I think, as you said, it's both the slowness of the outfield. There's been a lot of rain overnight, both nights so far of this game, but also bowling accurate, hard to get away on this wicket as Ogborn bowls, and Jones drives nicely, but Jordan swoops round and cuts it off to deny a run. It remains 184 for 3. Jones 42, Hose 12.
just the 2 slips in now. Dispense with the gully. Daniel Bell-Drummond has moved himself away.
And there's a big appeal as the ball goes past the bat. And the umpire unmoved. Jones came forward, went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's hands on knees, and the Kent players can't believe that wasn't given out, but Jones survives, and it's the end of the over.
Yeah, there was hopping, skipping, jumping, dancing in celebration of that wicket, and umpire Newell, I think it's at the other end, has not given it, and there's obviously there's a large amount of hope from Kent as well. We can't tell from here, can't hear any click that there was, but there's also a fine line with the fielding side. They need to keep a lid on it, don't they, in terms of dissent. A great deal of disappointment, to put it that way, from Kent, but you can look at that, I suppose, in 2 ways. Either they could have heard something and absolutely believe it to have been an edge, or they really, really wanted to be an edge, or a combination of them both. Stewart bowling to Hose now from the New Road end and back at the bowler. It's always tempting to look at it one-eyed and say, oh, well, the umpires denied them an absolute certain catch there, but
The reaction of the fielders certainly suggested they thought that was out.
Yeah, I don't think that was gamesmanship. I think
yeah, genuine belief that there was small little edge on that by Rob Jones, but
yeah, Harry Finch had all but started a lap of honour at that point. Hadn't quite got his shirt over his head, but Stewart bowling to Hose, defensive back at the bowler, and the bowlers are working just as hard as they did yesterday to try and get these wickets, and the lead is just 13 at this point, and at the risk of repeating myself and ourselves, they need to do what Joe Leach managed to do yesterday, is take wickets in short order and clusters to upset the batting order. It doesn't look easy to get yourself in on this. Hose has 12 from 34, Jones 42 from 94 so far. Stewart to Hose, back at the bar, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a feature of Kent's innings. They never really, after that opening stand, were managed to build any partnerships, whereas Worcester 89 for the first wicket, and then handy 41 for the third.
Yeah, and psychologically for Kent in a season that's been really hard for them, really difficult. They've lost a lot of matches and lost 4 on the trot in the championship. Stewart bowls to Hose. Again, tries to get forward on that, defends it well anyway. Is that the umpire just stretching his right arm? I didn't get it. That wasn't a no ball signal. Stretching it horizontally.
Unmoved.
There we go. 184 for 3, and again that gets in between the ears, doesn't it? In terms of psychology for Kent, they're going to find themselves again with a first innings deficit, at least. A small amount, and going to have to try and bat time and try and bat themselves into a position where they can potentially bowl Worcestershire out on the final days. But single taken, glance by Hose down to fine leg.
But wickets can fall in clusters on this pitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a lead of just 14, a couple of quick wickets here for Kent could really change the dynamic of this game.
Absolutely, but still 7 intact. It feels like these two. I'm going to load up the commentators' curses here any second. Here's Stewart to Jones, defends it, and there's no run. Feels, I don't know if I'm being selective about this, but maybe they're a little bit more comfortable, these two, certainly than the first hour.
Yeah,
They're just getting themselves into a rhythm, maybe.
The movement of the first hour was much more pronounced.
Yeah.
We saw the ball going past the bat much more. Roderick had his finger trapped by a rising delivery that then brought about a rash shot through backward point, and maybe played a small part in his dismissal, albeit it was an unplayable delivery that got that wicket.
Yeah. Garrett might be wondering what he has to do to get a wicket. It's one of those thick spells in the first innings where somehow he doesn't have one in the wicket column.
As Osborne begins a new over, finds the outside edge of Hose's bat, but it goes past second slip and runs down to the boundary for 4 runs. There's a groan of frustration there as Osborne found the edge once more, but even if it went to Jack Leaning at second slip, it bounced in front of him, wouldn't have carried.
To an extent, I would say, from a Worcestershire point of view, that the batting has earned a bit of luck. You know, they're getting...
Yeah, that period last night,
Yeah.
when we were on commentary, the last 10 overs or so, Jones and Roderick did so well to survive, and Jones especially reaping the rewards of that, I think, today. As Osborne comes in again, Hose drives this time, punchily, only as far as mid-on. There's no run, and he rehearses the shot, scratches it at the ground again. Yes, this day has played out almost slightly in reverse of what we saw yesterday. The first hour yesterday there was very little in it for the bowlers. Once that heavy roller wore off, we saw much more movement. Osborne hoses a couple of steps down the wicket, blocks it to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, once the grass maybe stood up slightly after the heavy roller, we saw much more movement. Today, we saw that movement in the first hour, and a little bit less in the 20 minutes since.
I was going to say, maybe as the ball's got older, but now 16 and a half overs now from a new ball being available. So far are they into this innings now? They had a ball change, but it's supposed to be the same sort of state, isn't it, as the previous one?
Yeah, that ball change hasn't really brought about anything as Hose drives on the up, and ball bounces in front of Bell Drummond mid-wicket. There's no run, and Osborne, after he delivered that, turned head to the sky, frustrated that he felt he almost got through as it came off the inside half of the bat, and then almost chipped a catch straight to Bell Drummond.
Feels like Beldrama's done that a number of times, either at cover or at mid-wicket today, hasn't he? Been diving full length to...
Yeah, there was an over where I think he full length twice with his left hand as Hose comes forward. The ball goes down towards the third boundary off the outside edge. Just a single though as Fielder runs around and cuts it off. 190 for 3 now, Worcestershire. Hose to 18. Jones still on 42. That lead, 19.
Well, Jones just running down the pitch there, trying to slow the bowler down to throw something away, some bit of debris on the cut strip.
Ogborn with another beautiful delivery. Jones took a step down the wicket there, this time to put the bowler off of length, but ball flies through to Finch, the keeper, who takes it almost shoulder high. And more groans from the Kent players as it was a beautiful delivery, angled in, just the tiniest bit of movement away to completely over. Ogborn this spell much better than yesterday's 8 overs, 1 for 40. Feels like he's deserved a reward so far in his 3 overs today.
He said he's beaten the bat on a number of occasions already today. As you were pointing out earlier, this is a pretty inexperienced Kent attack, and Ogborn and even Hakeem Jordan to an extent as well. Stewart bowling now as the left outside the off stump by Hose is the senior member of this attack, I suppose. George Garrett, although he's in his mid-20s, has played very few first-class games, but again, I'm not loading up the excuses for Kent. It's just out of this attack they have to produce something that will get them 7 wickets and get them fairly quickly if this game, I think, isn't get away from them. But
yeah,
only on game cricket, obviously. But Stewart bowling to Hose and just plays that deliberately through third, and that'll go for 4 runs as well. He's opened the face on that, and that will go for 4. And Stewart gives it double teapot and turns disgustedly away back towards his mark. 4 more to the total, 194 for 3, and Hose on to 22.
It feels like runs are coming slightly easier now with new balls still 15 or so overs away, and we know Hose is a stroke maker. If Worcestershire can not put their foot down on the accelerator as such, but if they can increase the scoring rate here in this next period, they can really take control of the game.
As Stewart bowls to Hose, trying to get forward again, just finds Daniel Beldrama at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Frank was talking about a 100 lead, perhaps being decisive, and I completely take his point on that. There's 77 away from that with 7 wickets in hand, Worcestershire. I wouldn't bet against it unless Kent can do something pretty radical here. That 100 lead could be massive.
Yeah, it does feel that would really make things difficult for Kent. If a lead of 100 is probably worth maybe a lot more than that on any other wicket.
So Stewart bowls to Hose. Again, it's angled towards mid-wicket. It's Parkinson that fields it this time. And certainly from Kent need to win games from this position. A victory against Worcestershire looks, well, it's getting less and less likely by the run, obviously, but strange things can happen. You were talking about the weather. Obviously, it's been beautiful here this morning, and a brisk wind blowing across, and looks like Worcester's been in a bit of an oasis and may continue to be for the weekend, considering the heavy showers and gale force winds that we've been promised around the country. And so that Hose defends that one to the offside. Forecast I saw this morning, certainly for the Garden of England, doesn't look particularly nice for a bank holiday Saturday. But this morning the forecast just seemed to be skirting past Worcester and parts of the Midlands in terms of the rain showers, so may get away with it.
Yeah, the longer term forecast heading into this week wasn't particularly optimistic, but these first 2 days here at Worcester have been glorious.
Yeah, great for the crowds to turn up today. Another bright sunny day, festival atmosphere. Into the offside, this last ball. Dot balls to end the 6 from Stewart, none for 51 for him. 16 overs and 1 maiden, and Ogbourne 1 for 46. Again, I'm trying to make equations out of these figures and try and say what it suggests about the pitch and the match, but there have been relatively few maiden overs as well, haven't there? So it's not impossible to score on this pitch, but it does feel, certainly when Kent were batting, there was a ball not long away with your name on it. As King Jordan goes to take a break, and Marcus O'Riordan, 55 on his shirt, on his Kent shirt, takes up a position at mid-off. Just 2 steps in the gully in for Kent, bit of movement on the boundary. I think George Garrett's being moved around squarer at cow corner.
Born in, and this time Jones, extravagant leave, bat held above his head, and no part of that delivery as he leaves it to go through to the keeper. Yeah, to your point about maidens, Worcestershire innings slightly more economical, but Leach 2 maidens, Taylor 4, Hartstone 6. He bowled excellently, 12 overs, 6 maidens, only 18 runs conceded. But so while the boundaries aren't flowing, what especially Jones has done well is as he fends at this one, little back of a length delivery from Ogbourne round the wicket, left arm. Jones has a little, dangles his bat towards it slightly. There's no run, no edge. That's the sort of shot that'll get into trouble on this wicket.
Yeah, he's done very well so far. 42 from 98, but yeah, just flirting outside the off stump while moving away.
Here comes, and that's a beautiful drive by Jones through the offside, past the diving hand of the man at cover. Didn't have the legs on it to go to the boundary. It's cut off, but it's another 2 to the total. 196 for 3 now, the 200 just on the horizon for Worcestershire. Jones moves on to 44 from 99 deliveries. Ogbourne back of a length this time, not wanting to be driven again. Jones on his toes defends for no run. Parkinson fields the ball, reaches under his sweater, I think looking for something to shine the ball with, a little bit of sweat. It's a few of the Kent players dispatched with their jumpers as the days progressed, but he's still there, full length jumper as Ogbourne in and bowls again. Jones turns this one through square leg for another single to bring Hose on strike. 197 for 3, Worcestershire.
Yeah, it's a great effort by Worcestershire. Talk about possible leads, what might happen in the remaining time of the game, but so far they've done a great job both with ball and bat.
Yeah, it sounds obvious, but his Hose coming forward just loops this over the head of the bowler, but short of mid-off, and ball seemed to hang in the air for an awfully long time without a fielder being able to get underneath it.
I did wonder if that was a bounce ball, but you say it looped up.
No, it didn't. In the replay, it didn't look like a bump ball. It just,
you say it's gone between Ogbourne and subfielder Marcus O'Riordan, giving neither of them a chance.
Yeah, it completes the over, and looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. Joey Everson going through his run up. Yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious, but any sort of lead here is going to be so important, because batting in the 4th innings on this wicket,
yes, it could be
very interesting indeed.
And I suppose from a Kent point of view, it's got to be in the back of the mind. It's just really try and keep yourself in the game at this point. Is that, I mean, it's true of all 4-day cricket, isn't it, and 4 innings cricket, but if this pitch gets livelier as the game goes on, it could be that scores will diminish from this point. But he said that Worcestershire with a 26 run lead, 197 for 3. From the BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app. Everson bowls to Jones, defends this for a dot ball, of course, with the pictures via Worcestershire County Cricket Club. And the BBC commentary now available on most smart speakers as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play, well, for instance, for this game, Worcestershire v Kent Day 2. I'm told it'll happen like magic, which is, I don't know, a smart speaker. I can barely operate a phone, frankly. 197 for 3. Those of you that do. Here's Everson, another way to keep in touch. This one, Jones has got forward. I think it's just toe end. It's sort of snuck under the toe and ground, into the offside, but all the way along the ground. Caused some excitement in the slips, but
Yeah, I think the ball almost rolls back onto the stumps here as he comes forward, inside edge onto his pad.
That explains the excitement. And what's that fielding helmet on? I'm going to bail out here. It is my time to go and do an update for the people of Kent and tell them they've still only taken 1 wicket this morning.
Thank you, Matt. And so, looks like the wicketkeeper Finch is about to come up to the stumps to try and make sure that Jones stays in his crease. He was batting maybe 4 or so outside the crease. So yeah, Finch up to the stumps as Everson runs in and bowls, and Jones comes forward and punches it to mid-on where there's no run, and Everson, a bouncy, lively run-up, explodes through the crease, a lot of energy. Almost the exact opposite of his teammate Akeem Jordan, who's much more measured, much slower in his run and approach to the wicket. He turns and charges in again. This one's short, and Jones puts that away excellently through backward point. Lovely, up on his toes, timed beautifully. It runs away for 4, takes him to 49, brings up the Worcestershire 200. And that lead ticks up just a little more.
30. Doesn't sound much, does it?
Doesn't sound much, but it feels like a lot at this point.
It does. Very much so.
Comes Everson, 33 on his back. Jones defends this. Caught in his follow through on the bounce. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a worry for Kent now. I think the fact that they've only taken this 1 wicket this morning. They would have been targeting 4 or 5, I would have thought, before lunch. And they've got the sweepers out now on the offside as well. It's a sign of the worry that they've got. And that's a great catch. There we go.
Sensational catch.
Jack Leaning, second slip. Rob Jones out for 49. Great catch.
Great catch indeed. That was full length.
We've
flying
seen
to
some
his
good
right.
catches in this game, but that is as good as any of them, I think, from Jack Leaning. It's absolutely brilliant.
It's a full length ball that swings away slightly, and Jones has a full drive at that.
There's almost only one way you're going to get out in this game, isn't it? And it's caught between slip and wicketkeeper. Brilliant knock from Jones. Just as I was saying, Kent are getting worried. They pick up the second wicket.
Yeah, that's an excellent innings from Jones.
Yeah,
really battled through last night.
He's going to get a lot of applause as he goes up the pavilion steps. Rob Jones bowing his head, disappointed to be out 1 short of a 50, but that's only 1 run. He's played a very good innings for the side, and the members will applaud him as he goes up the steps now, and indeed they are. Could be Rob Jones's best innings for Worcestershire in red ball cricket in some ways. That very, very good indeed.
Yeah,
just waits at the bottom of the steps as the incoming batsman comes down.
It was an excellent catch again by Jack Leaning. That was
it's a great catch, wasn't it? It really was.
Full extension going to his right. I initially thought that was going to beat him, and find its way to the boundary, but
Yeah, really good catch. Rob Jones will be gutted not to get that 50. Hit 6 fours, faced 107 balls, but he has gone 2 men out today. Gareth Roderick for 63 and Jones for 49, but Worcestershire 30 ahead and only 4 down. I've said it all along, if they can get that lead up to 100, I think in a low scoring game that could be highly significant. I really do.
and it brings D'Oliveira to the crease. And Pawn to continue from the Digless end. That came out of nothing, really. It didn't look like a great deal was happening, but it's excellent catching. The catching in this game on the whole has been brilliant. We saw Jones himself in the first innings taking 4 catches, including the final wicket to fall was an excellent diving catch, and leaning with a repeated dosage there to remove Jones as Ogborn starts and then you're over. And
That was a catch, wasn't it?
yeah, certainly
It's
was.
really-
Certainly was. not quite as vertical as the famous Stokes catch that drew the very shocked expression of Stuart Broad, but sort of, not a bad imitation, I'd say.
I think Rob Jones looked behind him and then looked around him to say, "Really? Is that absolutely?" I mean, not that I think he was doubting it was caught, but just yeah, astonishing take.
As Ogborn bowls, Hose drives, and Ogborn diving this follow through gets a hand on it, but it still goes through mid-on, and it's another run to the tally. It means D'Oliveira will take strike for the first time for this next ball.
I was suggesting on my update for BBC Radio Kent listeners, obviously that's a fairly one-eyed update, that they ought to bring in, like diving in gymnastics, degree of difficulty, and that ought to be, surely that catch should be worth 3 or 4 wickets at this point. But that's yet to come into the laws of cricket, unfortunately.
Yeah.
202 for 4.
I'd score it an 8.5.
The judge is very complimentary, I'm sure.
As Ogborn, rhythmical run up and short ball, and D'Oliveira fends this off from in front of his face and goes past second slip and runs down to the boundary where leaning turns, throws, and 2 runs to D'Oliveira, but I think he was trying to leave that ball
Yeah.
at first and it got really big on him.
It's almost running up his arm towards his jumper, it looks like, doesn't it? As you say, he's just trying to get everything out of the way, and it's hit that spot once again. Perhaps just a fraction back of a length.
Yeah, I think it started to follow him.
Yeah.
He picked the length and was trying to get his hands and bat out of the way, but Ogborn, this left arm around the wicket angle, just followed him. How does he follow it up? A full ball that D'Oliveira's solidly in behind, playing right underneath his eyes, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a sort of movement people have when they're being beset by an angry wasp at the end of the season, isn't it? They're just trying to get out of the way, everything out of the way, but actually got runs from it as well. So 204 for 4. Yeah, really testing delivery. Shows this pitcher still got it this morning. Maybe we thought that life might be just going out of the pitch slightly with the older ball, but
Yes, Ogborn bowls again, it's driven and there's no run. Yeah, we talked about not a great deal was happening, but every time there's a new batter to the crease, you see it. Things then do start to happen. It shows the importance of getting used to this wicket, and even when you do, there's sometimes a ball with your name on it. D'Oliveira stands twirling the bat in his hands as Ogborn begins another delivery. D'Oliveira on the front foot drives, on the bounce to cover. A couple of steps down the wicket in search of a run. I think he thought that was going to bring him at least one, but it's Everson who does the fielding. There's no run. That completes the over. Ogborn now 13 overs, 1 maiden, 152. Worcestershire 204 for 4, a lead of 31.
yeah. And Kemp assisting with Joey Everson. 1 for 21 for him off 6 overs so far. Roderick and Jones going. There's a little bit of clamour as the lunch has arrived here at New Road.
Yeah,
John Curtis there, the senior figure, the don of the press boxes. Immensely generous. He's running food here as well as doing his journalistic requirements. Ooh, there's a shout from Joey Everson. He's asking, I think, for an LBW. The ball has again got lively. I think it's hit Harry Finch in the chest, the wicket keeper. He wasn't able to take it cleanly, so I mean, everything there is very, very close to the stumps, is all I can say.
yeah.
Everson presumably is asking for a clip on the pad as it's just left the stumps. Finch has worn it, and ooh,
There's
okay,
now a stoppage and play
there
that
is.
maybe the smell of food has drifted across the fields. Like,
They're
there's
downing tools because they're hungry.
5 or 6 Kent players are now sat on the turf.
The physio is out. Dan George, the Kent physio, is coming on now. Maybe that's hit Harry Finch slightly harder. Well, I was going to say than we thought. It's never going to be pleasant. Yeah, he's just going over to George now. Has it crept up towards? I mean, if it's obviously it's hit the helmet. Oh, okay. So now Harry Finch is pretending that he's concussed and wobbling all over the place in a comedy fashion. So yeah, it may have just got up high enough to hit him on the wicket-keeping helmet. In which case, it's a compulsory. Yeah, this is what this looks like. Compulsory concussion check. I didn't think that it got that hard. I thought it hit him in the chest area. But if it's hit him on the helmet, Dan George will be asking a set of questions to Harry Finch. They do this before the start of every season, I think. Basically, we'll run through questions that players should be able to answer. I say that tongue-in-cheek, which is a bit ridiculous considering the seriousness of the situation, but they'll be asking Harry Finch a set of questions to make sure that he's fine. And
He didn't look,
Dan George has gone off, and Harry Finch looks absolutely fine and has got on with it. So
yeah, he didn't look particularly bothered by the impact of the ball. There was no signal. You know, sometimes you see the keepers wringing their hands if it thuds into a thumb.
It's Everson. Goodness me, and Finch doesn't know where that's gone again, and it's come off a very thin edge, I think, or is it pad? No, umpire says it's edge, so it is a single. And Everson is a lively medium pace, and that is making it difficult with the batter in front of him. Yeah, has that come off the
Yeah, an inside edge.
Yeah, again, it's
Either
no
over
wonder
the
Finch,
top of the stumps or...
It's no wonder Finch can't tell where it's going, because he's got the frame of Adam Hose in front of him. The ball's come off an unpredictable angle, and so what is it? Interesting. Everson with the keeper up, causing Hose a bit of a problem. 205 for 4, and he's causing Hose a problem. He's causing his own wicket keeper a problem. See Harry Finch.
Yeah, Everson's lively, as I mentioned before. He really he's got a very energetic run, like almost a sprint to the crease, and you see he explodes.
Bolds now, so maybe medium fast rather than right medium, as they come back for 2. Tempted to invoke the name of the wonderful Darren Stevens there. He's not a wobbly medium pace bowler. He's a bit more intent, a bit more bounce than that, and so yeah, keeping up the stumps to him must be an interesting exercise for a...
Yeah, if he say he keeps up to the stumps, it does conjure images of that Darren Stevens style of bowler, or Ian Harvey, someone that's much more about guile than... But Everson's lively. Everson's much more lively than that.
They take a single clipped just behind square with a roll of the wrists off a foolish delivery. So 1 for 25 for Everson so far. Hose back on strike here. Still just a beautiful sunshine. Taking a lap of the ground. It's a it's a healthy breeze around the ground as well. But, very pleasant when the sun's out. It's and that's again. They got big on hose. Bottom hand comes off the bat handle. Crikey, was that noise it hitting the glove? I think it was. And he's taken the glove off as Adam Hose and inspected the fingers of the right hand, because that's been jammed against the bat handle. And as you were saying, Everson is nippy for a medium pace bowler, and Hose has, he's done well basically to get anything in front of that, hasn't he? It's bounced down towards backward point in Akeem Jordan, but not pleasant batting out there. 208 for 4. It's not only the wicketkeeper that might have a few bruises after this these days' play. Everson once again to Hose, and he takes a quick single up to mid-on. Nicely run.
Yeah, excellent running there. Just get off strike, rotate things. Parkinson a little bit slow off the mark there, but Hose is quick to get on the front foot, scamper off for a single. Worcestershire at the end of that over 209 for 4. 15 minutes or so before lunch, and 69 overs gone in this innings.
Yeah. As you say, quarter of an hour to go to the interval. If these two can keep their wickets intact until then, be very pleased indeed. Take a breather, have a bite to eat, come back, and Worcestershire taken back through the second session of the day as well. Feels like they will have not these two necessarily, but as an innings, they'll have gone a long way. I think
they'll be really in the ascendancy then as Ogborn and Hose step down. Ogborn responds by dragging his length back, and Hose flicks it off his hip past the umpire at square leg, and there's a single. Yeah, just Everson has been the liveliest bowler so far. He's only bowled a couple of overs today, but almost every ball there's at least some action, whether it's the keeper getting pinned in the chest or helmet, batsman on the gloves, Ogborn. A much shorter stature of D'Oliveira is able to get that through square leg and scampers for 2. Excellent running. Hose had to get a little bit of a shift on there to make it at the bowler's end, but the throw missed the stumps anyway, and it's another 2 runs to the total. 212 for 4. D'Oliveira has looked lively. He's looking to run hard between the wickets. He's 7 from 7 balls. The lead is now 41. Ogborn bowls and back of a length, blocked by D'Oliveira to backward point. There's no run. He rehearses a pull into the leg side. I think it'd be the first time we'll have seen that in this game if he attempted anything like that.
It's not a pitch for pulling, this one, I don't think, is it? It's,
no, given the way the ball's occasionally rearing off a length, I wouldn't...
Good luck with it, is all I'd say.
I wouldn't want to be pulling anything, taking on the short ball. Off ball again, and right on cue. D'Oliveira does take it on and smashes this one for 4.
That's a very good looking shot, and that's
an excellent
dispatched
shot
to the boundary. Oh, absolutely. Well, it's nice when that works with commentary, doesn't it? Yeah. No one's pulled. Oh, there we are.
Well,
how easy is it? D'Oliveira make it look very easy.
D'Oliveira made that look very easy indeed.
Why aren't they doing it more? Well, we'll talk about that for the next 10 minutes. But yeah, it's taking it on. But as you say, the unpredictable bounce, I suppose, has kept that shot to a minimum.
Yeah, 216 for 4 now. D'Oliveira 11 off 9. Ogborn in for the 5th time this over. Left arm round and 4. D'Oliveira digs it out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, this first innings lead for Worcestershire, it's a tale of Kent's season among other statistics, as they've only been ahead in the first innings in 1 game so far this season, and that, unsurprisingly perhaps, was the game they won at Lancashire, 4th game up, but otherwise, and they've conceded a lot of runs in the first innings as well. Found it very difficult to bowl sides out, and Worcestershire proving a stubborn nut to crack.
D'Oliveira a couple of steps down for that one, pushed into the offside and continues his steps down the wicket to get down the other end for another single. As that completes the over, and I'm going to leave the commentary box and hand over to Frank.
Lovely, thank you very much. That house taking a breather just before lunch. 12 minutes to go. Around the county scoreboard, Durham have finally declared at Chestler Street against Nottinghamshire. 5-3-1 for 7 declared. Nottinghamshire just getting underway in their second innings, 6 for none. They have started Essex against Hampshire. Day 1 washed out Essex 54 for 1 at the Utilita Bowl. Surrey making their way toward a first innings lead, perhaps unsurprisingly, the reigning county champions. 158 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 204. And Somerset 36 for 3 and a bit of trouble against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 3-3-7 all out, 36 for 3 in reply. Somerset, Glamorgan bowled out for 168 yesterday. Derbyshire extending their lead in the first innings to 61 runs, 229 for 4 at Derby. Leicestershire in the first innings at Bristol, 368 for 8 against Gloucestershire. And we're seeing spin from Matt Parkinson. First spin of the game, in fact, driven into the offside, and there's no run.
Are you surprised that it's taken this long?
I think it makes sense to do a least experiment with it because there's a bit of variable bounce.
Yeah.
If they can hit the right length, Parkinson, well, it doesn't matter what you do if you're going to toss it up like that, because D'Oliveira's not allowing it to pitch. He slammed it through the covers, and that will be 4 runs. But having said that, Parkinson does give it every chance. He does like to loop the ball up, and D'Oliveira is thinking, if I get down the pitch...
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I mean, just 10 minutes to go before lunch, but I think the suggestion from Brett D'Oliveira there is, well, you know, on a seamer-friendly track, if you're going to bowl spin, we're going to try and get stuck in, I think.
He defends that one into the offside. Just to conclude in the county scoreboard, Northants bowled out for 207 at Northwood. Middlesex 31 for none in reply, and Yorkshire 74 for 2 at Scarborough in reply to Sussex's 189. Parkinson then to D'Oliveira, uses his feet well, goes back, lovely deft little cut. Hakeem Jordan is struggling to cut that off before it gets to the boundary, but he will get there, and they'll come back for 2. 2-2-3 for 4. D'Oliveira going through a repertoire of attractive shots so far.
Been out for a long time, Brett D'Oliveira. Played 1 league game last Saturday for Ombersley in the Birmingham League.
And Parkinson, again, wheeling in. Single taken into the onside by D'Oliveira. Haven't seen anything turn, I don't think, yet, but if there is a spot he can land it on to bounce, that'll make things very interesting indeed. But as you were saying, Frank, D'Oliveira deciding to take the attack to the spinner straight off. Frankly, they don't want this to be an experiment that works, do they? So you can understand it. Hose, though, long forward defensive, long stride, put in, defended into the offside. They run 2-2-4 for 4 then. The lead creeping up by that notion to 53 now for Worcestershire. And it could well be a decisive lead, maybe not already, but with 6 wickets still in hand, we will be optimistic.
87 for 2 in this session so far, Worcestershire, and I think they'll be happy with that, given what we've seen. Joey Everson has changed ends. He's going to come on at the Diglis end. But what we've seen is a continuation of what we saw yesterday. The ball, when it's in the right area, difficult for the batters to handle. Just short of a length, just outside off stump. Occasional quite sharp, steep bounce. 2 more catches behind the wicket. Everson bowls, beautifully driven by D'Oliveira. He's in the mood, is Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain this morning. Over-pitched and as good a shot, probably, as we've seen in the game. A proper, genuine, straight drive down the ground. And he's a man in a hurry, is the Worcestershire keeper. 23 off 17, and the lead edging up towards 60, which doesn't sound a lot, but it is highly significant in a game which looks like, I mean, anything can happen. We don't make too many bold predictions, but it looks like it'll be a fairly low-scoring affair generally, and in that sense,
Once
a
again,
lead like this is quite significant.
I go back to that, to the stats that suggest this about Kent's attack this summer. They found it very, very difficult to finish sides off in the first innings, and have conceded a lead in all but one of their games so far. And you're right, this could well be decisive.
Everson again in to D'Oliveira. Better from Everson, better length. D'Oliveira pushing up to mid-on. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think Daniel Bell-Drummond he's juggled his seamers around. They just haven't found those killer deliveries with quite the frequency that particularly Joe Leach managed from the New Road end yesterday. I'd add one other factor, I think. I'll just break off as Everson hits D'Oliveira on the pad with this one. Ball runs to slip. And that is that amongst Worcestershire's bowlers yesterday, we also had two bowlers. Tom Taylor, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. And James Hartshorn, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 18. So that's 27 overs that they bowled between them for just over 50 runs. And Kent haven't had anybody who's done that. They haven't had anybody who's really tied the batsman down. This one's short from Everson and smashed away by D'Oliveira on the leg side. One bounce, 4 over, deep mid-wicket. Putting pressure on the bowler, Brett D'Oliveira. He's gone to 27 off just 20 balls. And that lead is over 60 now, 232 for 4. And what that has meant, just been that inexperienced Ogborn and Jordan in particular, the odd 4 ball that has released the pressure. And when Hartshorn and Taylor were bowling yesterday at the other end from Leach, that wasn't happening. And I think that could well be the nub of Daniel Bell-Drummond's problem so far in this innings. D'Oliveira on the walk. He really is attempting to intimidate the bowlers here, D'Oliveira, and he just ends up pushing it out on the offside. But he looks as though he's gone out there thinking, well, I'm not going to mess about here. I'm going to play some shots. And he's forced the keeper to come up to the stumps by using his feet, which is not really part of the plan. And in this last few minutes before lunch, just trying to take a grip of it, the Worcestershire skipper. And it's good cricket from him.
Yeah, he's asking questions the fielding captain has to ask now, rather than the other way around.
Everson in again, bowls, and he's working this one away on the onside to his opposite number, Bell-Drummond. There's no run, but another profitable over from a Worcestershire point of view. 2 boundaries coming from it. D'Oliveira has 27, Hose has 26. The 2 men out this morning, Roderick for 63 and Jones for 49, both key men in this Worcestershire response. And Kent trailing now by 61 runs, 232 for 4.
Yeah, the stats with Kent is 8 games they've conceded 400 or more in the first innings. Again, tells a story, and it may not be 400 in this match, but given the nature of the pitch here, 232 for 4 for Worcestershire is a great total. Parkinson bowling to Hose. Gentle drive into the offside. Fielded by Tawanda Mayeye. He's been moved out from... In fact, there is no slips. Oh, there is. Sorry, just lurking behind. Well, he's not lurking. He's standing behind Harry Finch. Driven to the offside. It's a misfield by Mayeye. He won't be particularly pleased with that. But yeah, Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond is at slip there. So he was lurking because he's actually in direct line as I look behind Harry Finch, but completely orthodox slip position. Single taken, 2-3-3 for 4. 2 and a bit minutes till 1 o'clock. This one's pushed back towards Matt Parkinson. The over rate is not good, won't be for either side because they've been bowling all seam, and Kent are at -4 at the moment as Parkinson bowls to D'Oliveira. Again, tries to work it past Mayeye, can't do it. It's on the ground to cover. And of course, this ball is 72 and a bit overs old as well, so Maybe keeping the powder dry and the seamers rested a little bit, Ken, for another push this afternoon. Drive again for fielding practice for Moyeye. He has to drive to his right this time. It's a spirited drive by D'Oliveira, who's come to attack. 27 from 24. In the context of the match, this is blistering stuff, a bit like Tawanda Moyeye when he was the first hour yesterday. Seems a long time ago. Flatter delivery from Parkinson and quicker. It's cut away by D'Oliveira to the offside boundary. End of the 73rd over. I'll get one more in before lunch, Ken. They will indeed. 2-3-4 for 4. The lead now at 63 for Worcestershire. Hose has 27. D'Oliveira has already overtaken him with some very good looking strokes so far.
Yeah, it's all gone reasonably to plan, I think, for Worcestershire this morning. I think they will try and push on in this next few overs before the new ball is taken. The other thing about the new ball, and I think it will be taken, is that it does go off the bat a little bit quicker than the old one as well, so that will be another interesting passage of play after lunch. Everson starts a new over bowling to D'Oliveira. Shout for LBW, but he was looking, from what I could see, to turn that away on the leg side, and umpire is unimpressed. I'll just have a look at the replay and see if I can have a better idea. Yeah, I think probably just going down. Only fraction. It was a good shout, but I just one of those, just probably sneaking down the leg side. You might say different if you're a Kent supporter and you're watching, or if you're,
I think that's about right.
Joey Everson's dad or something like that, but I think it was just going down. He's in again, he bowls, and D'Oliveira's on the back foot, nicely bowled from Everson, just outside off stump. On the back foot, D'Oliveira defends up to mid-off. Joey Everson's bowled pretty well, I think, 8.1 overs, 8.2 overs now, 1 for 34. But if you look down that Kent seam bowling lineup and the figures, Stewart's gone for 3 and over, Ogborn for over 4, Jordan fewer than 2 and over, probably the best of the bowlers, Garrett 2.5, Everson's gone for 4 outside the off stump, left alone this one. That's it, that's exactly the issue that I was suggesting has been the problem. They've not kept the screws tightly enough on the Worcestershire batsman. The odd ball has just released the pressure, and that's the difference really between making the batsman look for something that he shouldn't be scoring off and getting out, as opposed to waiting around knowing that the odd bad one is going to come along. Everson in, bowls, D'Oliveira running this one down to third man. Nicely played. Just picks up a couple and takes him on to 30, and the lead to 65, 65, which is pretty significant. Everson in again, bowls. D'Oliveira working this one off his pads down to deep backward square for a single. So we've got one ball left before the lunch interval. It's been Worcestershire's morning, 237 for 4. They've added exactly 100 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, and given the nature of the surface, I think they'll be more than satisfied with their morning's work. It's a good effort. Everson, last ball before lunch, bowls, hoses forward, defends back up the pitch, and that is the end of the over. That is lunch here at Visit Worcestershire New Road on day 2 of this game between Worcestershire and Kent. And Worcestershire 237 for 4. They lead by 66 runs. Adam Hose is 27 not out. Very responsible innings from him. And Brett D'Oliveira, a pugnacious 31 not out. And we have had 74 overs, and it's been fascinating stuff. Worcestershire on top then at the break. 2 men out this morning, Roderick 63 and Jones for 49. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thanks for being with us, and we will be back shortly before 1:40. Do join us then. end up with the same people on with each other. Good afternoon, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play's about to get underway. Session 2, Day 2, Worcestershire against Kent, County Championship. Thriller, shall we say, at the bottom of the table. Both teams desperately trying to get the points they need to stay up. And so far in this game, it's been Worcestershire who have been on top, dismissing Kent for 171 in the first innings and replaying so far with 237 for 4. So good stuff from Worcestershire so far.
Yeah, that first session of the day, 100 for 2, it came out.
Yeah, which is
maths,
on this pitch.
Yeah.
Is too good from a Kent point of view, I think. Matt Parkinson is going to carry on with his leg breaks from the New Road end. First over after lunch. Bowled a couple before the break, and his first ball is slapped away by D'Oliveira out to fielder on the offside boundary, and a single is taken. I think it's George Garrett out there, I think. Is it?
Looks like Garrett,
Yeah.
certainly, yeah. From the
So 238 for 4, the lead is 67, D'Oliveira goes to 32. It's a runner ball, quite pugnacious from the Worcestershire captain. Parkinson bowls to Hose, who has been more watchful. He's 27 off 61 now as he pushes that one out on the offside. Beautiful afternoon here at New Road. I keep doing my updates on BBC How from Worcester and hearing the weather forecast, and it's all gloom and doom. Parkinson bowls again. Hose drives into the covers, but straight to the fielder at extra cover.
Yeah, we might get a little bit tomorrow.
I think we will,
right?
but
Or,
I keep
yeah.
getting told that it's going to be desperate, terribly windy and really blustery afternoon, etc. It's glorious. It really is here at New
It's
Road.
an oasis, this ground.
Parkinson bowls and Hose forward again, pushing out on the offside. But it has been, we've started on time both days. We did have a fair bit of rain overnight, and it was quite windy. I don't live far away from the ground, but it really is a beautiful afternoon, and we've got a good crowd in. It's Old Players' Day here at Worcester. Parkinson bowls, Hose pushes out defensively on the offside, so there's a good smattering of old players, young and old, in the Beard Terrace, away to our right, above us, and also a good crowd in the sunshine. Exhibition on in the marquee, some historical paraphernalia out there. Hose drives into the covers, dot ball, end of the over, just the one run from it, 238 for 4. The groundsman gave a talk out in the middle at lunchtime to the members and the crowd about pitch preparation and the difficulties he had with the floods, and it's a festival of cricket over this 4 days here at Worcester. They're making a real effort to involve the community, and good cricket going on out there in the middle as well. So excellent stuff from the authorities here at Worcestershire, and excellent stuff so far, at least in this game, from the players.
A visit from Tim Curtis earlier on as well.
Visit
Came
from
into,
Kent-born.
I was going to say,
yeah.
Kent fans will
Chislehurst.
know him as Chislehurst.
I think so.
Tim
off
Curtis.
the top of my
No,
head.
you're absolutely right. I checked it on a
That's
popular
quite
encyclopedia.
Good
site.
knowledge, isn't it?
There
Yeah.
we go, yeah.
20th of January 1960,
Pull that
I
out the hat.
think.
Pull that out the hat.
Well,
There we
Tim and me and his wife all have our birthdays in the same week.
go. There we go. Everson to continue after the interval to D'Oliveira. Hits the bat hard, defends it into
Although I have to admit to being a
Mid-wicket in a
little
row.
bit older.
You don't have to admit that.
I do. Only a little.
Yeah, Leaning just going through some back exercises at second slip. No suggestion he's going to come on and bowl any time soon. 2 slips in, the keeper up to the stumps. Harry Finch to Joey Everson. Got a clonk on the wicket-keeping helmet before lunch, but none the worse for wear. This one's deflected to Compton at backward point. That's Ogborn at cover. It's Hakeem Jordan at mid-off. Mid-on is Matt Parkinson, just having a chat with his captain, Danny Bell-Drummond, who's at mid-wicket. And as Frank was saying, George Garrett is, I think, the one. Oh, I'm missing Grant Stewart, so there should be 2. Oh, there he is. Lurking behind a pillar is Grant Stewart. And forward a square is Garrett. Attempted drive by D'Oliveira ends up actually in the gloves of Finch. Good work. Millet and Leaning's thrown catches to each other. Jack Leaning gets a testing one up towards his left shoulder, but he took an absolute corker. Highlight of the day for Kent, certainly. Getting horizontal, almost hovering in the air to dismiss Rob Jones, who could barely believe he'd been caught at second slip. Understandably so. As this one's run down through third by D'Oliveira, and he'll take himself 2 for that. As Ben Compton fields and the sunglasses come off the top of the big white floppy hat as he runs, and he retrieves them, showing us the orange soles of his white cricket boots. 240 for 4. As Frank's saying, an absolute picture here. The forecast suggests we might get some murk in the first session tomorrow, but you never know. Could miss us entirely. We've had the best of the weather so far almost across the country, I think.
Yeah, I think yesterday the forecast wasn't so good.
No.
Today it wasn't so good, but it does change, doesn't it? I don't know what the stats are on. I think the further away the forecast, the less accurate, as they say, don't they? But it does change, doesn't it?
I mean, the forecast for tomorrow has changed in the hours we've been on air, so hoping it gets more and more generous to this ground. Worcestershire building their lead after lunch as Everson to D'Oliveira, a lovely crisp shot through the offside, cover drive, a whip of the hands, clicking through the ball from D'Oliveira, 4 runs.
The last ball again just releases the pressure.
Yeah, I think Everson's had problems with that, and he's going for 4 and over now, 1 for 43. Parkinson none for 10. I'm not sure if Matt Parkinson might just be on
to see the new ball.
A couple of overs.
You mentioned Tim Curtis, and he told us a lovely story, didn't he, about playing. I think it was his debut game. It was certainly his first championship game was against Kent at Canterbury when he was just down. Might even still have been at Durham University and just back for the summer. And he played. He went out to bat. I think he batted number 6, and I've got a feeling he made 50.
He didn't mention that. He was very
very modest. Yeah. He went out to bat. I'd have to check the actual details, and I could do that if I had time. Parkinson starts a new over, and Hose plays defensively out on the offside. But he said there was a patch on a length that Underwood, Derek Underwood, was exploiting, as he so expertly did, and just what a great bowler he was, and how sad that we've lost him in recent years. As I'm sure many Kent viewers and listeners will agree. Parkinson bowls again. Hose drives, no run, straight to the fielder at extra cover. And Alan Knott behind the stumps, my first or second real cricketing hero. Absolutely adored Knott as a young wicketkeeper. I've still got the letter he wrote to me on handwritten St Lawrence ground headed notepaper when I was 13 years old. Hose plays off the back foot, picks up a single. And Tim was telling us this morning that he faced Derek Underwood and I think he got 50, but he was too modest to say. But he then got a ball that pitched in this rough outside the off stump and just took off. And Parkinson bowls again. D'Oliveira on the back foot, cuts, and that might well be another 4. He's really in the mood. Beautifully executed by D'Oliveira, giving himself room. Cut away for 4 behind square. Runs coming at a bit of a pace now. 249 for 4. And this ball took off, missed his bat by about a foot, as the story goes, he's told me. Missed his bat by a mile. I mean, it wasn't even close. And flicked the little bit of the Perspex visor that they used to wear in those days. People remember the old helmets with the Perspex visors. D'Oliveira kicks this one away. And it flicked it and made a noise. The great Alan Knott caught it, threw it up, as he always did in that characteristic style. There was no appeal. It was just an acceptance that yet another wicket had been taken. Parkinson bowls. D'Oliveira smashes this one away. Down to backward point again. Another cracking shot from D'Oliveira. Goes to 46. 250 is up for Worcestershire. They're racing on now. Lead getting near 100. End of the over from Parkinson. And general celebrations amongst the Kent field as well. Bowled deadly. Another one for you. Well done. And Tim just basically made his way back to the pavilion. I don't think there was an appeal. There might have been. I don't know. But it was just accepted that there you go. The youngster's on his way. Welcome to the tough world of first-class cricket. And off he went.
Of life at that time at Canterbury, wasn't it?
Great story.
You've got to be caught or stumped, not bowled underwood, and that was just the way it worked.
Yeah, that's what it was. Helmets, no helmets, bats, who cares? Brilliant from D'Oliveira, 46 off 41, and Worcestershire now racing ahead.
He's come out, as Everson bowls to Hose. Hose levering this into the offside, fielded by Ogborn for a single. We're talking about, certainly no one has played at this pace since Mieye in the opening session, or the opening hour of the game yesterday, but D'Oliveira's looking more assured than that, albeit the bowling attack tiring a bit, and it's an old ball now, 77 overs in, but what he's done is exploited it perfectly, and he's played some shots, as we were saying, just before he played the first put of the match for 4, that other batters haven't risked, haven't been able to play perhaps. 2-5-4 for 4, this lead building. They'll take a single, a leisurely one, to backward point. Mieye from a gully position runs to get that. It's never going to stop the one. But yeah, D'Oliveira 46 from 41. Sorry, 47 from 42, I should say now. As carrying all before him. And maybe breaking the back of this attack, breaking the spirit perhaps of it as well for Kent. 2-5-5 for 4. Everson to Hose, forward defensive. Runs gently up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So just one slip, and Tuanda Mieye has actually gone to that position where he fielded the ball a couple of deliveries ago. He's at backward point now, with Jack Leaning the only slip alongside Harry Finch, who's fielding back from the stumps now. Adam Hose taking guard, lifts his bat, stays still, drives through the ball low. Lovely extra cover drive from him. 4 more runs, and pressure well and truly released here. Worcestershire on top after lunch, looking to press the advantage and going on towards what surely will be now a 3-figure or more lead in the first innings. 2-5-9 for 4. They're only 12 away from that being fact.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that game. I can't find it at the moment. It wasn't 1981.
Everson to Hose. It's forward. Well, she's on the back foot, but trying to get forward. Rehearses the shot again. Back foot defensive. No run.
Maybe it was 1980.
Everson comes off a long run for a man of a lively medium pace. So probably medium fast rather than true medium. Not quite fast medium. Here he comes. Rolls to Hose. Settling on off stump. Defended again. There's no run. He has 33 so far. His partnership is at 58 between these two now.
Yeah. Of which Hose has got 11, I think. I mean, it's been extraordinary from D'Oliveira, but he's done exactly the right thing. Last over that Parkinson needs to bowl before the new ball is taken. Can't see any reason why you wouldn't take it. But Daniel Bell-Drummond's got real problems here, real headache, because this lead, if it gets to 200, which it shows every sign it could, to be fair, the way things are going, and then things change with the new ball.
Yeah.
If it gets to 200, then it becomes a game that you just hang in on, really, for the rest of the game, I think. Parkinson in. D'Oliveira is forward, little outside edge, ball runs away, spinning like a top, down to short third man, and they go through for a single. 99 now the lead. Hose has played well, I think. This is not necessarily his natural instinct, but he's played a very, very good innings here. 33 not out off 73 deliveries. Pushes this one out on the offside, and certainly that drive that he played off Joey Everson in the last over, the most authoritative shot that he's played, I think. Parkinson again in the sunshine, number 28 on his back, leg spinner, right arm over, in, balls, Hose on the back foot, drives out on the offside, and man out on the boundary. George Garrett does the fielding. Another single taken. 100 lead now for Worcestershire.
Interesting to see who opens the bowling for Kent.
Mm.
And the new ball is available.
Parkinson again. Bowls. D'Oliveira defence. I'd go with Stewart and Jordan myself.
Yeah.
I think they've probably been the most threatening. And you've got to get wickets,
Yeah.
Daniel Bell-Drummond. The only way that you can restrict this Worcestershire lead is to pick up wickets. And hopefully 3 or 4 of them in quick succession. Parkinson in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is watchfully forward, pushes out on the offside. Almost thought about stealing a cheeky single, but decided against it. Everson. I beg your pardon, Parkinson. Last ball of the over, 79th of the innings. Bowls, and D'Oliveira pulling a short one out on the leg side. Be a couple here as Alfie Ogborn runs round to field, and that is Brett D'Oliveira's 50, and it's come off 46 deliveries with 7 fours, and in the context of the game, an absolutely super return to action for the Worcestershire captain. And he gets a handshake and a mini hug from his partner Adam Hose. 263 for 4, the lead 102.
Yeah. And yeah, Kent really do need, when they take this new ball, to strike quickly. This is getting a bit ugly for them here. With Hose 34, Oliveira 50, and Everson will continue. Probably be his last over for a while. Can he chip away a wicket before he goes? Rolls to Hose here. Ooh, and that's certainly hit him. It's up near the thigh pad. Hose, as he tries to come forward. There's a more or less a lone shout. Maybe bowler and wicketkeeper joined in. Let's see when that's hit Adam Hose. Yeah, it's going down leg, I think, but it's him not far from the knee roll, so decent shout again, but maybe just angling down the leg side. Jack Leading gives a shout of encouragement to Joey Everson, and into the onside. Had an email actually from a Kent supporter talking about Joey Everson's dad, because he was saying about an appeal earlier, perhaps only his dad might have, but reminding us that Gareth, his dad, watches a lot of Kent cricket, watches and listens to a lot of the streams as well, so if you're watching or listening, your lad's taken one today. It's been tough for Kent generally, I think. Here's Joey Everson now to Hose. Defends that back towards the bowler. There's no run. That's email from Richard. Thank you for that, Richard. He said you could probably ask his dad. He's normally at games. There we go. Not seen him today.
Well, he's a Stamford schoolboy, Joey Everson, where he was coached and nurtured by Dean Headley, formerly of Worcestershire, and now down at Blundell School in Devon.
It's Everson to Hose. Once again, defended. There is no run. Some light fluffy clouds flying across the ground, but despite the apocalyptic warnings for wind elsewhere, it's just a healthy breeze here. It's a nice warm day, so much enjoyed by the crowd out there at the moment, which is better on the second day certainly than it was on the first, and people coming in for former players' day. This one again is a defensive drop by Hose. Ball to come of the 80th over. We'll leave very shortly to do an update for BBC Radio Kent, and we'd imagine, as Matt Howes will come in to replace me, that Kent will be taking the new ball very shortly afterwards. But there we are. Cricket's a funny old game, and captains sometimes have something else up their sleeve. The cathedral bell goes for 2 o'clock, and that is driven up towards Hakeem Jordan. Top ball, end of the over. 263 for 4, Worcestershire, and the lead ever growing. It's at 92.
Yep, excellent. Over that from Joey Everson, to be fair. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. And we are going to see Hakeem Jordan, and I'm pretty certain that we're going to see the new ball. We are indeed going to see the new ball. New ball being taken straight away. Hakeem Jordan will take it from the new road end, as I thought he would. And he'll be hoping that he can add to the 2 wickets that he's taken so far in this innings, both courtesy of catches behind the wicket, one by the wicket-keeper Harry Finch, the other at slip by Tawinder Mayei. He removed Kashif Ali yesterday and Gareth Roderick this morning. But Kent bowlers have not exploited this pitch perhaps as much as they would have hoped, and not as much as the Worcestershire seamers did yesterday, and that probably explains, as much as anything, the gap between the 2 teams at the moment. Worcestershire very much on top, leading by 92 and 4 down in their second innings as Jordan bowls, and D'Oliveira, having completed that 50 on his return to the side, pushes this one out on the offside, and there's no run. 50 off 46 deliveries, D'Oliveira, with 7 fours, batted with more authority than anybody else in this Worcestershire innings. But he was given licence to do that by the excellence of some of the innings higher up the order. And he's got 4 more here as Jordan. It's a bit of a gimme, that one, wide, and not quite a half volley, but he's just looked to cut it away down to third man, and all he needed to do was get a bat on it. Vacant area, goes to 54. Adam Hose has just signalled to the dressing room for something, and I was trying very hard to get the sort of dressing room semaphore. He wants some tape, but for his box, he seemed to suggest. He signalled a box shape like that. That's not good radio, I know. I'm demonstrating a box shape with my fingers. And then did the kind of winding for tape, so I'm not sure exactly what that's all about. 4 more for D'Oliveira here, who is absolutely enjoying himself. This one banged in short by Hakeem Jordan, and D'Oliveira, using his white ball skills, he's very good at that uppercut, just giving himself a little room. Smallish chap that he is, Brett D'Oliveira, ideal to get under that, and he just steered it deliberately over the slips for 4, and he's raced on to 48. The lead is now exactly 100, and Daniel Bell Drummond is having a chat with his inexperienced quick bowler about strategy, and the next idea is to actually send Ben Compton down to third man. If he's wide where he is now, he wouldn't have stopped either of those 2 because they went more or less behind the slips. But inaccuracy from the bowler with the new ball.
Yeah, I don't think this is what
not ideal.
Bell Drummond would have wanted when taking the new ball.
Jordan again is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward to a much better delivery, pushed out on the offside. I can't help thinking that the best strategy for the seamers in this game is to aim for the top of off stump, and it's not rocket science, is it? That's what you try and do. Maybe just a little bit back of a length from that, but don't try and get too full. Don't try and get wide. Don't bang it in short. You don't need to do that. Just get it in the right sort of area. That's what's produced the wickets. This one pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. I just can't help feeling that with Joey Everson, I would excuse from that. I think he's just done his usual thing and come in and tried to just bowl just back of a length, and he's no great pace, just tries to nip it around. But I almost get the impression that the other seamers have tried too hard. And this one from Hakeem Jordan is forcing D'Oliveira onto the back foot, pushed defensively up the pitch, and there's no run. Hose 34, D'Oliveira at 58. Worcestershire lead by 100, 271 for 4. And I'm not being critical, I hope. I think I'm trying to understand what's gone through the minds of these seamers, that they've tried very hard to exploit the bounce in this pitch, and particularly that steep bounce outside off stump which has been offered, and they've just not managed to do so, and just perhaps just tried a little bit too hard to get that bounce, whereas all they needed to do was just to let it happen, just run up and let it happen. George Garrett is going to share the new ball. not Grant Stewart. He's coming on at the Diglis end.
Yeah, it's certainly a pitch where just holding your nerve as a bowler, just continually hitting that line seems to have given the rewards. And well, Jordan was probably the most impressive bowler this morning, of a spell of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11.
I thought Stewart bowled well last night, but hasn't backed it up, has he?
Garrett begins this spell, and he's drifted into the pads, and Hose has flicked this away. 4 through mid-wicket. Runs are flowing with this new ball for Worcestershire. Hose moves on to 38. Lead ticks up to 104. And since lunch, runs have been coming thick and fast. It's not a great ball from Garrett. So he comes in again. This one draws Hose forward. I think it's an inside edge as the ball runs down to fine leg. The two Kent slip fielders have their hands on their heads. They feel like that one almost snuck through the defence of Adam Hose, who's leaning on his bat now at the far end. That was much better. 2-7-6 for 4. Bell Drummond has a word with his bowler and jogs back to his fielding position at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira stepped down. That is short and wide, and he rocks back and puts this through cover point for 4 runs. I don't think that was what Bell Drummond and Garrett were trying to conjure up. Another poor ball, width on offer, and well, the mood D'Oliveira's in today gladly accepts that. He moves on to 62 from 53 balls. Excellent shot. Garrett, D'Oliveira step down. This one goes 4 more down through fine leg. Umpire signals this leg buys, but they're all welcome runs at this point as the lead just continues to swell.
Well, it's 21 runs since the new ball was taken.
Almost 50 runs
10
in the session
deliveries,
already.
isn't it? Yeah. Game drifting away from Kent, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's excellent batting by D'Oliveira. He's really taken this game, forcing the pace. Garrett right arm over, and D'Oliveira runs this down to third, where Everson hurries him off the boundary and restricts it to a single. D'Oliveira running with intent there, scampering down to the far end looking for 2.
Equal top scorer in the game now, D'Oliveira. Doesn't seem long since he came in, does it?
No, he came in shortly before the lunch break, and in a period where I expected that they were just going to try and get through to lunch, and D'Oliveira had other ideas. He was a runner ball 31 at lunch. He's now 63 from 55. Garrett with the final ball of the over. Hose forward in defence. There's no run. The Kent skipper charges round to the ball, try and gee his side up. It's been a really strong period post-lunch for Worcestershire. 285 for 4. Garrett figures of 18 overs, 4 maidens, none for 53. Certainly bowled better yesterday and probably deserves a wicket, but as yet unrewarded.
Marcus O'Riordan on as a 12th man. Joey Everson just nipping off for a little break. And Akeem Jordan to bowl from the New Road end. So runs being hemorrhaged really by Kent since the new ball was taken. In 2 overs, 21 runs added. And Daniel Bell Drummond is a man with a headache at the moment, metaphorically speaking. Jordan comes in to bowl to the rampant D'Oliveira, who steers this one down to third man and is almost he's disappointed that he's only got a single. 64 now to him of 56 deliveries. Hose on 39. This partnership already worth 85 runs, which is extraordinary. But exactly what Worcestershire would have planned, I guess, at 11 o'clock this morning. Solidify, build, get through the first hour, press the accelerator a little bit. Jordan in, bowls to Hose, short, swung away on the leg side, he's got a top edge and he's going to be caught, Adam Hose, and he is caught, down at long leg. I think Garrett is the fielder taking the catcher, it might be Grant Stewart. That's a good wicket, it is George Garrett, a good wicket for Hakim Jordan, his third of the innings, so well done for him on debut for Kent. And Adam Hose undone by the new ball, banged in short, went for the hook shot, didn't quite control it, top edge, went a long way up in the air, and George Garrett coming in at long leg, got underneath it and took it reverse cut, fingers pointing skywards, and Adam Hose gone for a very good 39. The manner of his departure may not have been pretty, but it was an outstandingly valuable innings from Adam Hose. And despite the fact that it's over, Worcestershire are still very nicely placed at 286 for 5. But 3 wickets for Hakim Jordan, well done to him. And Brett D'Oliveira will now be joined by Ethan Brooks.
Contributions all down the Worcestershire card so far, and Hose adds to that with his 39. By contrast, the Kent innings yesterday, only 2 players made more than 20, so
yeah, absolutely. You can see, you just look down the scorecard and it's that consistency of contribution. 30, 17, 63, 49, 39 of the men out, compared to, if you take away Mayehi, you go down that Kent card, 0, 6, 7, 5, 20, 13. It's not pretty. But a good breakthrough by Jordan brings Ethan Brooks to the crease, and Kent will be hoping that one will bring 2, maybe even 3, as can easily happen. Brooks, an inexperienced red ball cricketer, played only 1 game for Worcestershire so far. It was in the win up at Durham, but had an outstanding summer in the white ball competitions, both T20 and One Day Cup, where his particular clever skills with both bat and ball are suited. But this is a different test of his technique. 3 slips in place, one of them is almost a gully. Jordan is in and bowls. Is it me or you? Can't remember, it's me, isn't it? He's pushed it out on the offside. Brooks.
It is you.
Ethan Brooks, formerly of Warwickshire, Solihull born, brother of Henry, who has moved also this winter from Warwickshire down to Lords to play for Middlesex. And as I say, 23 years old, fledgling career really, particularly in red ball cricket. Waits now as Jordan is in and bowls to him, and he pushes this out on the onside. And there's no run as Alfie Ogborn comes in to field from mid-wicket.
It's been a much better over from Jordan.
Yeah, much straighter, much as anything.
Yeah, targeting the top of those stumps.
But he's learning too, to be fair, the Barbadian. He's played a bit more cricket than some debutants, but not a great deal of experience in the red ball game.
Yeah, just 19 first-class matches coming into this.
Short, this one, and Brooks is off the mark with a good hook shot. Doesn't quite time it, but rolls his wrists on the top of it and picks up a couple. So to mid-wicket, so he'll feel better. Off the mark, Ethan Brooks. 288 for 5. The lead is 117. And I think once it gets up to 140, 150, we're talking about a rearguard action then from Kent, unless Mayehi can come out and play like D'Oliveira has in this innings. do occasionally get that sort of change round in a game like this, as that's a lovely straight drive from Ethan
Excellent
Brooks.
shot.
Beautifully executed. The initial call of wait, 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 as he waited to see if it went past Parkinson at mid-on. It did. He picks up 2 more. He goes to 4. End of the over, 290 for 5. And, yeah, we have seen games turn around. I think back to a game at Merchant Taylor School, Northwood, where Worcestershire played Middlesex a couple of years ago, and in the 4th innings, a low-scoring game on a helpful surface that everybody had struggled on, Ed Pollock came out and played as he can and made a mockery of a chase of about 240, 250 and got 100 off about 80 balls, and the whole game was turned on its head. But it doesn't often happen, and on a surface like this I'd say it's very unlikely.
No, if Kent are going to try and play for the draw on this surface,
They'll struggle.
it feels like there'd be a ball with their name on it as Garrett comes in from the Douglas end, and D'Oliveira shimmy down the wicket, flicks off his pads out to deep backward square for another run.
Yeah, you do. I mean, the weather might help, I think, particularly tomorrow, if Kent are trying to just bat out the rest of the game. But it seems a long way off to Sunday night, doesn't it?
Yes.
Just after lunch on Friday,
Still
and
plenty of
you're
time in
already
this
100,
game.
110 behind, 120 behind.
120 now, yeah. Brooks settles over his bat as the bowler begins his run.
That's the one.
And that's that length that we've spoken about, just outside the off stump, and extra bounce through to the wicket keeper, chest high. There's no run. Brooks unable to lay bat on it, but there's just not been enough of that since lunch for Kent. Garrett again. This one, Brooks gets in behind it, blocks out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. More regulation, more orthodox feel for Brooks with this new ball than D'Oliveira. There's a wide fine leg, just the 2 slips, backward point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Someone slightly in front of square on the leg side. Garrett delivers and back of a length, and Brooks defends again. There's no run again. By contrast, when D'Oliveira's on strike, the field's spread. We've spoken earlier today about how it feels like something could happen at any moment, but looking at the body language of the Kent fielders right now, that doesn't...
It doesn't suggest they share your belief.
No, that belief sucked away as Garrett is driven again by Brooks, but I think it comes off the toe of his bat as he shakes his hand, vibrations up his forearm.
I would
There's no
imagine that George Garrett and Ethan Brooks know each other quite well, because Garrett was with Warwickshire at the same time as Brooks, although Brooks is a bit younger. Then probably have played a bit of twos cricket together, I would imagine. A few nets over the years up at Edgbaston.
Garrett bowls onto Brooks's pads and turns it around the corner as just a single to complete the 84th over. Worcestershire 292 for 5, Brooks 5, D'Oliveira 65, Garrett 19 overs, 4 maidens, none for 55. Jordan with 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 44. An impressive debut bowling display for the West Indian.
Who will continue now. He's picked up 2 wickets today, those of Gareth Roderick for 63 and Adam Hose for 39. The other man out today, Rob Jones, magnificently caught by Jack Leaning at second slip off the bowling of Joey Everson for 49. But it's been Worcestershire's day, it's been Worcestershire's game really, apart from the first hour yesterday. As in comes Jordan and bowls again, and Brooks clips up to mid-on but can't beat the tumbling Parkinson, and there's no run. Bit breezy, other than that it's perfect as we look out from our position at Long On here at New Road. A healthy crowd in, lots of activity going on around the ground. There's an exhibition in the marquee, we had a talk from the groundsman at lunchtime. It's Worcestershire Old Players Day, and the ground looks beautiful as Jordan moves in and bowls to Brooks, and he leaves that alone. Good delivery, that's the one, that's where he wants to get it, and it was well left by Brooks because that's the one that climbs quite steeply outside the off stump and taken by Harry Finch. But it's this is, I keep eulogising about county cricket, and those of us here and those watching the stream are obviously doing so because they like red ball county cricket, and that goes without saying, but you can see exactly why it's so interesting and attractive on a day like today as Brooks clips this one down to fine leg 4. Lovely shot, beautifully timed. It was a bad delivery, over pitched outside leg stump. Brooks with a minimum of fuss just flicks it away to fine leg for a boundary. Beautifully played, 296 for 5. But what is not to like, I would say, if you're a cricket fan? It's been a game hard fought in fairly difficult conditions between two quite committed sides, both of whom have had all sorts of struggles with injury this season, and it's ebbed and flowed. I talked about it being Worcestershire's day. Well, it wasn't for the first hour yesterday. It was pretty awful actually, as Jordan bowls and beats Brooks outside the off stump, and there was much head shaking and gnashing of teeth and whatever around the ground and on social media in the first hour yesterday. Leach isn't fit and D'Oliveira isn't fit, and why are these people playing, and why aren't we competing, and we've won the toss and put them in, and they've 73 for no wicket, and all of it was perfectly understandable. And yet here we are a day and a bit later. Jordan bowls and Brooks turns this off leg stump for another single. Yeah, all a bit premature. A day and a half later, Worcestershire appear to be in total control of this game. So you just never know, and it could easily swing again. Who knows? 297 for 5. Worcestershire, though, at the moment, dominant. 126 runs ahead. And D'Oliveira has lost the strike, actually, in the last 10 minutes or so. On strike again now. Jordan bowls to him, and he's walking down the pitch and just beautifully driving through the covers. What a magnificent shot. He's walked into that and made it into a half volley, and it was just though Jordan saw him coming, couldn't do anything about it, and what would have been a length ball, D'Oliveira's turned it into a half volley. He's stroked it through the covers, and he's now the top scorer in the game. He is 69 off 58. The 300 is up for Worcestershire. Their 5th bonus point is on the board, and at the moment it's an excellent return to first team action for the Worcestershire skipper.
He treated that one like it was a throwdown before the game.
It was
minimal effort and fuss, just a little trot down the wicket and beautifully placed with his hands, minimal movement or flow of the bat. As George Garrett continues from the Diglis end, and Brooks is now driving, and it's excellently stopped by Parkinson, but they managed to score a single. It's another
lovely shot for one, wasn't it?
Flowing on drive from the textbook by Brooks, but Parkinson did well to dive and collapse on the ball and stop that beating him, potentially running away for 4 runs. And you talk about how it's been Worcestershire's days plural at this point since that first hour yesterday, but it's the potential, as Garrett delivers a short ball that D'Oliveira defends from their run, but it's the potential for twists and turns is what so many people enjoy about red ball cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what keeps us Interesting. We've all seen massive turnarounds. Not all that often, but we've seen plenty on this ground, and I'm sure Kent supporters have too. At the same time as recognising that, you've also got to recognise that momentum is also important. And you mentioned the body language of the Kent side out there, and I can't help feeling that it is quite indicative of their mood at the moment.
Yeah, D'Oliveira, the forward defensive to that ball that was timed wonderfully. Garrett got a hand down in his follow through to stop it, but D'Oliveira is timing the ball so well, probably better than anyone that we've seen over the course of this match.
Daniel Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning just getting their heads together, two senior men. No change in the field, but possibly a bowling change suggested. I don't know, but Bell Drummond's got to try everything he can to just keep this in check.
As D'Oliveira steps down, guides this through third. They come back for two, and Brooks is charging excellent running as he comes back for three. The throw was over the top of the stumps, but Brooks was quick enough to make his ground. It's excellent running again.
Yeah, superb running. Superb running.
We were talking about that yesterday. It's those fundamental things, the working on your fielding, being proactive, and with your running between the wickets, and that can make such a difference, especially in what we anticipate to be a lower scoring game. It's Worcestershire 305 for 5 now. There's an appeal for LBW, and that looked very high as Brooks hobbles away to square leg.
It might be one of those where you get that you click the inside of your knee with your bat. It's horrible. It doesn't last long, the pain, but it's numbing. Almost sends a sort of jarring numbness through your knee, and I think that's what happened.
Just looking at the replay, I think it hits him actually on the hip.
Yeah.
Sort of on the hip bone.
But I think the bat hit the inside of his knee. That's what I'm not sure, but just the way he limped away. Anyway, he survived it.
Yeah, no runs
I don't
scored.
think it was very close.
No, a very hopeful appeal, as this next delivery is well left by Brooks, and that completes the over. And Worcestershire continue to march on to setting a very imposing first innings lead.
Interesting that one that D'Oliveira steered down to third man in that over, because we were talking about how well he was timing it and driving. He started to walk down the pitch, and it was almost as though Garrett saw him coming, and he then made that late adjustment, having seen where the ball was, to run it down to third man. And it's just exactly that ability to put pressure on the bowler, to make the bowler, instead of running up thinking I'm on a good pitch here, all I've got to do is get it in the right area, to make the bowler worry about where he's going to bowl. And D'Oliveira has done that superbly. He's used his feet well, and he's dominated. 72 off 61. What extraordinary.
He's really dictated to the bowlers where he wants them to bowl to him.
Exactly.
He's used getting deep in his crease and taking a few steps down.
Yeah.
And we did see Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning try that yesterday, but
maybe too early,
potentially too early in their innings, and Bell Drummond caught in a successful double wicket over for Leach, and Leaning followed fairly shortly after.
Jordan again, one run taken by D'Oliveira off the first ball of the over, bowls, and Brooks is beaten outside the off stump. There's another shout. There's shouting almost every time the ball goes past the outside edge. The Kent slips and keeper are going up. There was that appeal for LBW in the last over. I think it indicates that there's still a bit going on out there. There's still the potential for a catch behind, and I think it also indicates that they just want a wicket so much.
Something to happen. Just try and
put a bit of pressure on the umpire, put a bit of pressure on the batsman, just trying to make something happen.
It was a wonderful delivery, angled in and just nibbling away.
Jordan in again, and he lets the pressure off, and that's exactly what the problem has been for Kent throughout, because he's just another good delivery there, building pressure on Brooks, but that one short and wide, and I must say beautifully dispatched square of the wicket on the offside by Ethan Brooks. He goes to 14, 310 for 5, but there you go, in a couple of deliveries. The Kent conundrum in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Inability to build pressure through
Frustrated-
consistency.
Frustrated coach coming out in you there, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely.
In
Absolutely.
your voice, I can hear.
And this next delivery edged, and it's another good one. It bounced just short, wasn't a chance. And Bell Drummond diving at slip is unable to hold on to it, and it's just a dot ball. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's you. They're trying. I know they're trying. Kent supporters will know they're trying, and the coaches will know that they're trying. And he's bowled 2 deliveries out of 3. One's gone past the edge. One's found the edge, but the other one was a short one and went to the boundary. And it's just that lack of consistency that is so frustrating. And it's demonstrated again, because again he's gone to the boundary. Again it's a lovely shot, square on the offside, but he's short of a length. So 4 deliveries, 2 fours, and 2 moral victories for the bowler. And there you go. It in a nutshell, as I say, the problem that Daniel Bell Drummond and the Kent coaching staff have got with this inexperienced attack. And Brooks has moved rapidly onto 18, and that consistent scorecard that you talked about, Matt, a few minutes ago, is again going to be contributed to by Brooks. And there's another glorious shot from young Ethan Brooks, straight down the ground. It won't go all the way this time. It'll be flicked back just inside the rope, but super running again from Brooks means he keeps the strike. He's raced on to 21 off 22. It's the end of an expensive over from Jordan, who's now bowled 20 overs 5 mains. He's got 3 wickets, but he's gone for 64 runs. And Worcestershire are absolutely motoring now towards a lead of 150, probably 200,
And beyond,
maybe
I'd
even
say.
more and beyond. And if they get there by tea, then basically Kent are going to have a heck of a job on to save this game, unless the weather plays a very big part, which it might well do tomorrow. But super stuff from Worcestershire, 317 for 5, and we've had 87 overs, and they are flying.
Yeah, Brooks looks an excellent touch. His balance looks really good in this innings so far. His driving, both on and off driving's been wonderful. As Garrett begins another over and hits Brooks on the thigh pad. There's no run. Yeah, we've had coming up to an hour's play, and we've had 80 runs in the session for Worcestershire already.
Yes,
Yeah,
extraordinary. Isn't
This
it?
morning, their tally was 100 for the loss of 2 wickets. So far, they've put on 80 in just for the loss of Adam Hose. Garrett short, and Brooks tries to angle this and run it down to third, but gets too much bat on it and is fielded by Ogborn at cover. As Frank leaves me and will be joined by Matt Cole. Worcestershire 317 for 5, Brooks 21, D'Oliveira 73. The lead for Worcestershire does continue to swell. 146 it is now. As the ball loops in the air off an outside edge, and the fielder running in from backward point can't quite get to it. That just came out of nothing. Brooks propping forward and extra bounce, and the ball, yeah, a bit of extra bounce. The ball hits the shoulder of the bat and loops in the air, but not to a fielder. And exasperated thud on his thigh by George Garrett, the bowler.
Yeah, body language from Brooks is there. He'd given that one up more or less, hadn't he? And you can understand why, but
Yeah, he's
dropping short and frustration again for the Kent fielders.
threw his head back as thought he'd given his wicket away there, and this time a shuffle down the pitch and blocked. D'Oliveira took a quick few steps down in search for a run, but Brooks wasn't interested. The score remains unmoved. What have you made so far of this lunchtime session, particularly the Kent bowling display?
I think they look a bit of a dispirited unit at this point. If I was going to project on them, they're obviously tired coming into their second, third spells of the day, and the pitch maybe not adding as much life as they'd hoped.
Brooks down the wicket again, just a single step this time, rides the bounce down to fine leg, collects another run.
Yeah, about right on top of ball at this point, isn't it? Brooks moving on to 22 from 27, and D'Oliveira has just changed the nature of the game, coming in at number 5, and I was going to say swinging for the boundaries, but that really underestimates what he's done. He's played some fantastic shots and really has been safe as houses doing it as well.
Yeah, he's
done a great innings.
Touch wood, from a Worcestershire perspective, it's been a chanceless innings, but he's as he takes a step down and shovels the ball towards the umpire at square leg and completes the over with another single. Yeah, D'Oliveira has come out, and it's not just been the boundaries. He's put away the bad ball and created some bad balls, that's for sure, but it's also the willingness to run with his partners and put more pressure on the Kent fielders.
Yeah, almost feels like a counter-attacking knock, but it's more than that, isn't it? It's sort of explosive mid-innings when Kent were trying to wrestle control, and D'Oliveira has taken it away from them beyond as well. He's abetted by Adam Hose, and now Ethan Brooks grants Stewart to replace King Jordan at this New Road end. Daniel Bell Drummond, again from a captain's point of view, very proud to be named club captain at the beginning of the season, but it's been some hard defeats for him to take. How did his end up with his batting so far this season? Doesn't seem to have affected that over much, but psychologically these are tough days for a captain, trying to encourage his team, trying to make the changes that'll make something happen, but at the moment it's all Worcestershire. 319 for 5. Stewart yet to take a wicket in this innings. None for 51 so far. Ball is just 8 overs old though. What can he do with it? Bowls to D'Oliveira. Slightly down the leg side. I think that one thumping into the gloves of Harry Finch. 2 slips in. And the Kelly, who is Daniel Bell Drummond, so Mayeye at 1. Jack leaning at second slip. An excellent catch earlier today to dismiss Rob Jones. Then anti-clockwise through the offside, it's Alfie Ogborn, I think, at cover. There's now a deep point, that's Ben Compton. Stewart bowls, D'Oliveira goes a little bit full, and D'Oliveira gratefully clips that along the ground out towards the leg side boundary. Beg your pardon, it's Joey Everson at cover as Ogborn's Morris mirroring him at mid-wicket. Then mid-off is Jordan, mid-on is Matt Parkinson. Ogborn is now to a boundary ride on the leg side. A little hop and a skip, maybe he's thinking he might be into the attack before long. I'll tell you what, he's getting through a lot of exercise before another ball was bowled. He's being brought right in now. Slightly squarer as a mid-wicket, or orthodox mid-wicket, as a deep fine leg as well, as Stewart bends his back and bowls, and that's driven past Jordan. No chance of him cutting that one off, and driven by Ethan Brooks for 4.
Again, Ethan Brooks getting on that front foot, flowing drive, beautifully timed. Jordan got a hand to it. It looked like a decent hand to it as well, but the ball still rocketed along into the boundary rope, and I think just reading the field there to D'Oliveira with a man back at deep mid wicket tells you everything you need to know about where this, bearing in mind the new ball is 9 overs old.
Yeah, thumps into the gloves the next delivery. But yeah, they brought Ogborn in now, haven't they? At a more conventional mid wicket. They do have a man
Yes,
deep
Brooks,
backward
yeah.
square, but yeah. Sorry, yes to
Yeah,
Brooks, but yeah.
that man set back on the backward point all the way on the boundary,
Yeah.
sort of almost set up for the poor short delivery.
This one is fuller. It's Brooks takes his bottom hand off as he drives that into the offside. Doesn't quite get all of it, but enough to deflect it past the infield, as it were. Everson goes out towards cover, deeper cover to pick it up, and there is a single. 3-2-5 for 5. Yes, it is indeed. Oliver has 75. Brooks has 27, and this partnership going from strength to strength. The biggest of the match, 124 between these. Sorry, no, beg your pardon. What am I talking about? I've missed a wicket out. That doesn't
Between
work.
Hose and
Yeah.
D'Oliveira's.
It was between Hose and D'Oliveira
Yeah.
as the biggest of the match. Beg your pardon. This one's full, but doesn't beat D'Oliveira. He deflected out to the onside, and there's a single. I can't believe I'm wishing the wickets away. Kent fans won't commend me for that, that's for sure.
So,
But yeah, these coming together at 286 for 5, wasn't it? So
yeah, they've quickly
they've got 40
marched
so
along
far.
towards
Yeah.
50. A 50 partnership as a pretty tired Stewart at the end of that over. He was stretching all the way through it, almost between every delivery, and now he fairly stiff-bodied marched down back to his fielding position at fine leg as he lunges into another stretch. You talk about the bowlers all getting into their third spells.
Yeah.
Stewart's bowled 17, Ogborne 14, Jordan's bowled 20, Garrett 20, Everson 12. As the ball runs down to third for 4 runs, as D'Oliveira continues on his merry way. Garrett again bowling from the Diglis ends, continuing his spell, and D'Oliveira continuing to let that time the ball beautifully to the boundary. He's on 80 off just 67 balls. It's been a wonderful inning so far. As that forces a change in the field.
Yeah, need to go defence against D'Oliveira here, but not sure quite what Daniel Bell Drummond can do.
There's a lot of arm waving and confused looking fielders as Muyeye is moving out of the slips and to a backward point, and there's now a fielder in front of us at third.
Gone 6-3 here offside.
There's a man back at
Yeah.
deep backward square. There's a fine leg. Bell Drummond himself is now moving to mid wicket. It's a mid on, mid off and cover. Just that single slip. Jack leaning. As Garrett runs in. D'Oliveira with a step down. The bowler probably seeing him coming, drags his length back, and D'Oliveira tries to guide it down to the man in front of us, but can only find Muyeye at backward point, and there's no run. 330 for 5 Worcestershire. This morning Frank was talking about a lead of 100 would be probably worth 200. Well, that lead is...
What's 200 worth?
Yeah, that lead is moving towards 200 now, and D'Oliveira, the architect of that, is this time he takes a step back into the crease and, belts the ball back past the bowler for 4.
It was a sway by the umpire at the far end, wasn't there? I think Mike Newell did very well, just gently put his weight on his right foot to allow that ball to...
Much more in a shot you'd expect in a white ball game. It's pitched up, and D'Oliveira just says thank you very much over the top of the umpire, straight down the ground.
The bat speed is tremendous, isn't it? He's taking his hands through it really, really quickly, hit with such force.
Yeah, he looks in fine touch as Garrett, and this time hits him high on the pads, and there's a strangled appeal by the wicketkeeper. It's had very little going for it. That pleading for a wicket, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much more in hope than expectation, I think, from the Kent fielders. at 3-3-4 for 5. And that stat I gave you earlier, Kent have conceded 400 in innings in 8 of their 9 games so far. It could easily be 9 out of 10 before we're done here.
Garrett and D'Oliveira step down. It's wayward down the leg side, and unable to get bat on it. Finch collects, and there's no run. Imagine D'Oliveira, the way he's seeing the ball at the minute, is disappointed that he wasn't able to dissect those 2 fielders on the leg side and pick up some more runs. It's been an exceptional innings by D'Oliveira. For the last ball of this over, Garrett starts his run. D'Oliveira again takes a step deeper into his crease, but this ball thuds into the body and drops at his feet, and there's no run. That completes the over, and Worcestershire are 334 for 5. Garrett completed his 22nd over, no reward. 69 runs conceded in just the 4 maidens. So Worcestershire's lead is 163.
Yeah, this could feel like a long session for Kent as well, couldn't it? With remaining in the day 52, so 20 overs to go until tea as well. With the attack already looking a little bit ragged.
Yeah, 97 runs scored in the hour, or just over an hour's play since lunch. And
Stewart strained on the leg side. Brooks a little annoyed with himself. He didn't take advantage of that, but yeah, obviously, ideally, Kent's bowlers want to be in the dressing room as soon as possible. And you're right, Grant Stewart is not moving fluently, is he, or fluidly.
yeah,
He's another one who's had problems with injuries over the summer, and he's just stretching out the hamstring, is it?
it's the right,
You know,
the
the
right
thigh.
leg, the
Yeah.
top of that hamstring.
Yeah,
Continues to pound in.
yeah. 84 for D'Oliveira. Brooks is on 27 as he leaves that one. Looks like it's come back a little bit from outside the off stump, and Brooks giving the international symbol for its moved off the pitch to his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. Or as Frank was saying, it's almost a reflex action, isn't it? You just... I think he's got one back from Brett D'Oliveira there saying, yes, it's moving. Yeah, I think they're both aware of that by now. 3, 3, 4 for 5.
It's always nice when you get confirmation there as
That's
a
right,
batter. It's like, yeah, that did go away.
That's true, I suppose, rather than just that was a poor shot. It was, no, it's moving around, but Kent need more than just the rumour of movement from the 2 batters. Here's Stewart to Brooks, drives it into the offside. It's stopped by Joey Everson. There's no run.
Yeah, not to play amateur doctor, but Stewart, the last 2 deliveries, that right leg as he delivers the ball is coming up in a slightly more unusual way than how he was bowling, particularly with the new ball yesterday. It's a bit more of a flick. It's a bit more ginger, and it's.
He's had calf problems this year. I don't know if it's that or maybe some knock on from that, maybe, or maybe it's a new excuse me, a new pull, maybe straight back at the ball. It's no run. It's a good length delivery.
It's very stiffly leaning down to pick that ball up in his follow through there.
See who is moving well. It's Marcus O'Riordan has been doing laps of the pitch here, the 12th, with drinks for George Garrett.
Yeah.
He'll be called to Ben Compton to the far side under. This one's just Brooks closes the face, just trying to deflect that past the man at square leg. Dot ball. I'm tempted to say that Ben Compton's under a. Is that a willow? It just looked like it's. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know much about trees.
I was just about to say, I'm going to bow out of any conversation about horticulture. That is not my area of expertise.
I just realised as well that there is a fine array of different trees here, so it's probably way out of my arc in terms of trees. I think there's an oak on the ground somewhere, which may be to our right, but even then I'm not prepared to commit. End of the over. Dot ball 3-3-4 for 5 with the lead at well, growing basically 100. Where are we? 163. Yes.
Yeah, that was a maiden over.
You could hear the cogs going. But yes, there used to be. I remember visiting this Coventry Rock years ago. There used to be basically a map. So as you looked out, this is where all the trees were. But I think they'd lost two on the right-hand side in a storm. Frank was saying last time I was here, which was very sad because it's beautiful to look at, isn't it? Very green around the outside of the advertising hoardings behind the shallow stands here, the cathedral in the distance. Also, we are blessed. And I saw a headline about problems at Leeds Airport and Storm Linian coming in, and here we are, Oasis New Road. It's beautiful.
It's a picture of summer right now. Like,
so our commiserations if you're in the middle of a storm right now, but perhaps you should join us for longer. We can tell you about what a wonderful place this is.
there's a change of bowling at the Diglis end. It's Ogborn, left arm around the wicket into the body and it's turned away by D'Oliveira. Off his thigh pad though, so a leg by added to the score. Ogborn for his second spell of the day, both from that Diglis end. I wonder whether, much like we saw the Worcestershire bowlers changing ends more regularly, whether that's something that Bell Drummonds might have considered. We've seen bowlers operating pretty much from both the same end every spell that they've bowled, as Brooks this time turns it into the leg side for a single. Off the bat though this time, he moves on to 28 as some applause rings out over the ground. I assume that's the 50 partnership.
It is indeed, yeah. I'd give them 150 by now, but yeah, 50 indeed it is.
50 partnership. Young Ogborn comes in again. Ooh, bowl short and bounced a little bit on D'Oliveira.
Yeah, that's the most
shake of the head and high up on the bat. He inspects the stickers. There's no run.
That's the most uncomfortable he's looked probably in his entire innings, I would say, that one. Just as you say, a little bit short of a length from Ogborn. Good accuracy as well, but...
Yeah, Ogborn, the first delivery he bowled to D'Oliveira was that angle that he's bowling to him now, left arm round. It really climbed and he fended at it. But as he comes in again, D'Oliveira scampering through for a quick single deep in his crease, driven to mid-off, and fielder unable to hit the stumps.
Yeah, was it Matt Parkinson running across there trying to get a throw on target? Well, Alfie Ogborn will learn a lot about his bowling in his early first-class career here. Just the second game. Played one for Somerset and he's on loan from Kent for a couple. And I'd say somewhat grimly, he may get through a lot of bowling in that time.
As he bowls this one, finds the outside edge, but this time it doesn't carry to the gully. Fielder, which is Bell Drummond. Brooks has drawn forward and Ogborn angling in, moving it away, finds the outside edge, but unable to carry to the fielder. Another nearly moment. There's been 2 or 3 of those for Kent today, but given the position of the game, they need those nearlies to become definitelys. Ogborn, Brooks this time, step down the wicket, hits him on the pad, and there's the strangled appeal. There's barely a response from the umpire. It just gathers Ogborn's sleeveless jumper and passes it back to him. End of the over. 3-3-7 for 5. Worcestershire. Brooks 28 from 39, and D'Oliveira 85 from 75. Ogborn 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 62.
And if Brooks was so far on the pitch, then you'd need DRS and a good deal of luck, wouldn't you, to have any chance of getting that one out, I think. And just a lone appeal for it. But, Kent wanted to try and make something happen here, and they Really haven't managed that. Adam Ho's the one man to go in this session. Top edging down to long leg off the bowling of Akeem Jordan for 39. 50 partnerships come up since then. Grant Stewart starts his run, aborts it. Presumably he's toiling on for 2 or 3 overs after it first looked like he was being troubled by that hamstring, but he's keeping going. King Jordan is just stretching his hamstrings as Stewart bowls now. Clipped all the pads, run his front pad by Brett D'Oliveira, but assured down to long leg, single taken. He moves on to 86, the score on to 33845. Started today at 137 for 2, so 201 runs ago, but with the loss for Worcestershire of just 3 wickets. Roderick caught Finch, bowled Jordan 63, Jones caught Leaney, bowled Everson 49, and Adam Hose, as I just said, one to go in this session. Looks reaching forward, doesn't really get all of that inside part of the bat up to Matt Parkinson at mid-on, and lively figure Matt Parkinson. Even he might be finding it difficult to make his teammates, particularly the bowlers, smile at this point, but
Yeah, quite a jovial character. I'm impressed by the fact he's jumper, long sleeves.
yeah, good point actually, yeah. It's freezing out there. Here's Stewart bowling. Ooh, that one gets big on Brooks. Takes the bottom hand off quickly. Yeah, is he going to take the glove off the right hand? Oh, I thought he was just going to inspect his fingers, but no, he's just giving it a bit of air. But yeah, that's one that's shot off just back of a length. 3-3 at 8 for 5. I was talking to Kent supporters about the last time Kent was here, which I think was pretty sure was 2017, but we all remember it was a heat wave. It was searing heat here at New Road, driven back towards the bowler. Grant Stewart can't stop it on his follow through and gets up somewhat heavily. Parkinson fields, and I remember that particularly. Although it was a great win for Worcestershire, run chase at the end. Darryl Mitchell and Joe Clark, I think it was. But remember in probably 35 degrees certainly in the shade. We were sweltering even the confines of the press box here. Darren Stevens came out in his sleeveless jumper. Of course he did. There we are. Everybody else was trying to find the nearest tree or anywhere they could find some cool, but here's Stewart, that's angled away. Lovely shot by Brooks. It's full from over pitch from Stewart and dealt with by Brooks. Lovely deflection away. He goes on to 32 and the score is 3-4-2. So I eventually got to speak to Darren Stevens. I said, "What on earth, is it not hot enough for you?" He said, "Oh, I don't know, I just feel comfortable. That's why I always bat in the sleeveless jumper." So he's not going to let searing temperatures alter him. There we are. As we always used to say, I think is one of his captains said, it's Darren Stevens' world and the rest of us are just living in it. Basically, he's a law unto himself. Great man. 3-4-2 for 5. Could do with him here. Is Stewart, or certainly peak Darren Stevens, driven through the offside off the back foot by Ethan Brooks. So that'll be 4 runs. 3, 4, 6 for 5.
It's an excellent shot by Brooks. Stood really tall and
I think Stewart,
punch, flow off the bat.
Stewart really struggling for length right at the end of that over, but taking full advantage. Yeah, lovely looking shot off the back foot. 3, 4, 6 for 5.
Once again, it's that release of pressure by 2 deliveries that are just too short. We've seen throughout this game that it's that fine balance to strike of hitting that just back of a length to cause issues for the batters, but you err that fraction too short, and pretty much every ball that has erred there has been put away.
I think I'm off to do my update for BBC Radio Kent listeners, and Frank Watson will replace me very shortly.
As Ogbourne begins an over, and D'Oliveira a couple of steps down the pitch and deflects it to backward point, and there's no run. 346 for 5, Worcestershire. D'Oliveira 86. Brooks has moved on to a fluent 36 from 44. Frank, you were talking about a lead of 100. How do you feel now? How many more do you want?
Well, I think now
That's Osborne.
it's genuinely a case of making sure you only bet once. I think if you're Worcestershire, isn't it? So you're not gonna pull out early. You're gonna try and get, I don't know, 250, 300 ahead maybe, and then only bet once. That will be the plan, I would imagine. Give yourself 2 days to bowl Kent out a second time. See what the pitch is like. Obviously weather might play a part tomorrow, but they're in a dominant position now, aren't they?
Osborne delivers. D'Oliveira defends for the second consecutive ball there. There's no run.
But yeah, D'Oliveira has changed this game, I think it's fair to say.
It's been
He's had support all down the card, but he has changed the game. Been an outstanding innings from the Worcestershire skipper.
deep in his crease and guided down to Mieye at third man right in front of us, who throws the ball into Finch, the keeper, after a slight fumble. I think he kicked that ball as he went down to pick it up. There's another run to the total. The lead is now 176.
Yep.
176. Ogbourne. Brooks this time down the wicket, defending, and there's no run.
The other thing that's impressive about these two is when you look at the numbers. I mean, 36 off 45 for Brooks, 87 off 80 for D'Oliveira. They've not hung around, and that's why Worcestershire, they've still got, there's 48 overs left in the day after this, 16 of those before tea, and they've still got another 16 after this to get bonus points. So they'll be hoping for 400.
They look well set to get that as Brooks rides this short of a length delivery to fine leg for a single to complete the over, and as he gets down that far end, rehearses something slightly more aggressive.
Just popped up to the have a look at the Old Players Association gathering and had a chat with a few of those players. Quite nice to see some fairly recent ex-Worcestershire players and some from era a little bit longer ago, but excellent to see so many of them here enjoying a good day for Worcestershire. Phil Newport up there, Steve Rhodes, Tim Curtis, Phil Neal, Paul Pregin, Darryl Mitchell, Alan Ormrod, Norman Gifford from a different era, so excellent to see them. And I think they're all here in the sunshine, having a drink and enjoying a lunch and watching the next generation of Worcestershire players putting on a pretty good show here as Grant Stewart comes in from the new road end and bowls to Ethan Brooks. Ooh, that one hits him on that hip again, and ooh, he's in a bit of pain. Just showing you again that ball can still be slightly unpredictable in bounds.
Yeah, there's still something in it for the bowlers when they can
hit the seam,
hit the right area, but Stewart in this spell has been as guilty as anyone of building that pressure and then releasing it with a few poor deliveries. We saw Brooks hit him away for 4 twice in the last over off short balls.
And he drives this one into the covers, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Good from Ethan Brooks. Got a lot to play for, the young man. A place in the red ball thinking. Matthew Waite out injured at the moment, the all-rounder who's occupied this kind of slot really. Hard-hitting batsman, right-arm seamer. Nearing fitness, we hope, for the last 2 or 3 games, but Ethan Brooks with a lot to play for, and he's done well.
I saw Waite bowling on the on the outfield during lunch.
Single to Brooks.
Didn't look like he was at
No.
full
No, he's had
full
a
stretch.
No,
but
he's had a side strain, so it's very tentative. I think he's been doing that for a couple of weeks, but excellent performer for Worcestershire in white ball cricket and in red this season. Actually, he's bowled really well in some of the early red ball games. Matthew Waite, so he's got to come back in, and potential of other all-rounders perhaps joining the club in the next winter, perhaps for the end of this season. Stolliver pushes at this one out on the onside, and that means that those spots around 6, 7, 8 in the side will be sought after, and Brooks will feel that he's been given this opportunity, bowled tidily, if only a few overs in the Kent innings, and now he's come in and done a really good job at number 7.
he's been very impressive. I saw him in one of the white ball games against Yorkshire. With sweeps and reverse sweeps unorthodox, and
Stewart in, D'Oliveira down the pitch, taking on the pad, just fending this one away.
but in this innings he's played very orthodoxly.
Yeah, different demands, and this is the question I think that Ethan Brooks would admit is the one that people are asking, which is, have you got a technique that will stand up in the red ball game? You're a very skillful white ball player, one of the best sweepers I've ever seen, both the reverse and conventional sweep, and the paddle and the ramp, all of those modern skills. Very skillful bowler, lots of different variations of pace. D'Oliveira again taken on the pad, big LBW shout, but he's down the pitch and outside off, I think. End of the over from Stewart, better from him. 20 overs, 2 maiden and no wicket for 68. But the question about Ethan Brooks is whether he's got a technique that will stand up to examination in the red ball game and in Division 1, of course. And it's a question that he is very keen to answer, and so far he's done a pretty good job of showing that he might have that potential. I think Matt Cole's going to come back in and give you a spell. Matthew Howes, thank you very much again for your company. Matthew Howes, excellent contributions from him during this game. You can always get in touch with us on Twitter, as I've said on many occasions. I'm at Frank Watson 58. Matt is at Matt Howes now, Matt Howes 9, MATTHOWES 9. And coming in alongside me is Matt Cole, and you can get in touch with him on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. And
Yeah, they won't let me have one of my own, and quite rightly so, I'd say.
you can have one of your own without them approving it.
This one's a delivery from Ogbourne, just outside the off stump, and a play and a miss by Brooks. 38 for him, D'Oliveira. I'll get this name out in a second. You may have heard of him, Brett D'Oliveira. He's 87, he's the Worcestershire captain.
Kieran on Twitter says, talking of tea, are we doing free after tea for this? Tempted to finish work early? Well, yeah, Kieran, they are doing free after tea.
Oh, there we go.
Always free after tea here at New Road, I think, in the Championship. Don't blame me if you get here and that's not the case, but it is, I'm pretty sure it is.
It's Ogbourne around the wicket. Oh! Is that a drop catch?
Well, it looks like it.
Well, there was a big shout. And Harry Finch, well, he's looking back towards Brooks.
Well, maybe you never know.
It's certainly been spilled. The take, whatever. Going down the leg side. I mean, Ogbourne's looking back towards the umpire. Maybe that's just in frustration. He doesn't want to stare with gritted teeth at Harry Finch. But was that an inside edge? Or a glance into the gloves, attempted strangle? Ogbourne to Brooks, if so, is the last thing Kent need, that's for sure. This one's a little square drive from Brooks. He goes on to 40. The 350 is up. Another batting bonus point. Almost forgotten about batting bonus points, he said, with his tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Kent this season. It's for Worcestershire, though. This is their 3rd batting bonus point. Kent just have the one bowling bonus point so far. They found it so hard, and Captain Danny Baldrum will be finding it really hard out there as well to try and motivate the troops once again. It's Ogbourne round the wicket. It's a push and run. As a yes from Brooks. As a no, as you could probably hear on the effects microphone from his captain. Unmoved at the non-striker's end. Brooks goes on the 40. It's 3-5-1-4-5.
So yeah, they've got another 15 overs to get another 50 to get another bonus point, and they'll be all over that, I think.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Could be crucial at the end of the day, the end of the season, the end of the reckoning.
They'll be hoping very much, as you were saying before, Frank, they can just bat once in this game, build a big enough totals that Brooks drives. Oh, it's gone through Everson. That was a poor piece of fielding. Dare I say it, a tired bit of fielding. They come back for a quick run too as Akeem Jordan throws in. There's a reach down from Everson, but didn't get a foot or anything else behind it. No barrier. But they come through for 2, 3, 5, 3 for 5. And this partnership goes on 67 so far between Brooks and D'Oliveira. It's Brett D'Oliveira who's been the man of the day, changing the momentum. Still going at more than a run a ball, 87 from 83. Brooks faces now, though, Ogbourne to him, driven straight back down the ground, and that's gone through. Is that Matt Parkinson was fielding there? And that'll go for 4. And looks like he's dived a little bit over the top of the ball there, Matt Parkinson. It was going at a rate anyway, but he hasn't got anything on that. And it's basically checked back past the bowler and on the ground, and that'll be 4 more. And I don't want to project too much, Frank, but this is looking like a dispirited Kent team at the moment. 3-5-7-5. Just the errors in that. The fielding errors in that last over, 3 of them.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, body language is a great indicator of a team's mood, and Kent, with Matt Parkinson coming into the attack, do look, well, not broken, but a little bit cowed this afternoon. And well, they might be, because I don't think any of us really expected this. Even you could turn the clock back to the first hour and say, you know, Worcestershire fans had very high hopes and they were dismayed by that first hour yesterday. But even this morning at 137 for 2, I think we thought that if Kent bowled well this morning, they might pick up 3 or 4 wickets before lunch and put Worcestershire under a bit of pressure. And I was saying that I thought a lead of 100 would be excellent, but would not be taken for granted. Well, to think that they're now getting towards 200 ahead and there's still only 5 down is quite remarkable, and from a Kent point of view, very, very worrying indeed. The fact is, Kent are going to have to bat to save the game, and it's going to be hard work. Parkinson starts a new over, his 6th, 5 overs to 23 so far, and we've got Jack Leaning loosening up at long off as well, suggesting that he might have a little twirl with his off spin, but that wouldn't have been in the Bell-Drummond plan at all this morning, and that full toss from Parkinson wouldn't have been in the Bell-Drummond plan either. Brett D'Oliveira accepts the gift gratefully and hammers that away through. Extra cover for 4 to move on to 91. The Worcestershire captain, a fantastic return to action for him.
Dare I say at this point, Kent are... This is load management on the fast bowlers, isn't it? I think they are a tired unit, and overrate too.
D'Oliveira slaps this one away for 4 more. Slog sweep in front of square on the offside, and runs coming thick and fast. D'Oliveira now races on to 95, and it's been a tremendous return for the Worcestershire captain. There are all sorts of people saying all sorts of things about whether he's worth his place, etc., etc., and how well Jake Libby'd skippered the white ball side in his absence and all that kind of thing. Parkinson in bowls and D'Oliveira drives out on the offside single. This not taken this time, and what better way for them to be answered than for Brett D'Oliveira to come back and play as he has today. Absolutely transformed the game. Drives again on the offside, and there's no run, but a really outstanding effort from the Worcestershire captain, 32 years old now, and sweeping this one beautifully fine of the wicket down to fine leg for another couple. Takes him on to 97. And the end of the over from Parkinson. No problems whatsoever posed in that over. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 31. The lead is now 196. And Worcestershire are rampant. Brooks on 46, D'Oliveira now on 97.
Yeah, came in at, 201 for 4, and
Yeah.
still at that stage it was looking tricky to score runs, and he immediately got on the front foot, didn't he? Almost literally.
Yeah, he did.
97 from 89.
I think that little pre-lunch
Yeah.
session, which was only, do you know what, it was only 7 overs and he was 31 not out by lunch, and that tells you everything, I think, about how he changed the mood.
I think for Worcestershire supporters, if, this is a game-changing innings. It could be contributing. Obviously, Joe Leach bowled very well yesterday as well to a Worcestershire victory, perhaps. And if it does, that's what you want your key players to do, isn't it? Your gun players to contribute to victories and, in a big way, change the nature of the game. This one's defended off the back foot by Brooks. Kent have really struggled to find someone that can do that with either bat or ball. But D'Oliveira, this could be, well, I'm casting too far in the future, but it could be a very important innings, especially in trying to save Worcestershire from the drop in County Championship Division 1. I hope to make it 2 wins from 2. Ogborn releases that through to wicket-keeper Finch. Brooks hasn't bothered playing it.
We had a very funny moment during the winter, Matt, which I can share with listeners about Worcestershire's promotions and relegations. We opened the Joe Leach testimonial year with an evening of former captains here at New Road with a dinner, and we had Phil Neal there, we had Darryl Mitchell there, we had Tim Curtis there, we had Joe Leach there, former captain.
Ogborn to Brooks, takes a step down the pitch, leaves it through to wicket-keeper Finch, no run.
We didn't have Norman Gifford because he wasn't well. I'm pleased he's here today at the All Players Day. But we had 5 former captains, and we had Brett as the current captain. And we were talking about various ups and downs, because Worcestershire have been a bit of a yo-yo team over the years, let's face it. So we said Darryl Mitchell, three promotions as a captain and 3 relegations. And we had various, and we went through all the stats, and then I said, and now joining me is Brett D'Oliveira, who's captained Worcestershire to promotion. I said, so 1 promotion, and Brett said, and no relegation. And then
Is Ogborn to Brooks.
Oh, beautiful shot that brings up his 50.
Yeah, suddenly 4 runs, his 50 coming off 59 balls for Ethan Brooks. I'll get the tail of the tape on that one, but yeah, guiding it through the offside.
We've just got the timing wrong on this story because we've got to
8 fours.
talk about Ethan Brooks' first 50. But Brett D'Oliveira said, and no relegations, and then, literally, in the same breath, we both said, yet. Which was just to say we're not counting any chickens.
Yeah.
That was in March, I think, or April. So there you go. Staying up is so important.
Well, you look at the...
As you know, as an Ipswich fan.
Yeah. Talking of relegations, well, promotions recently, there we go. Brooks plays it into the offside. We're a divided commentary box in that respect from different parts of
North
East
and
Anglia.
South of East Anglia. Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
We got along pretty well for all that, I think.
Worcestershire fans need no reminding that I'm a Norwich City supporter.
Right.
It seems to come up quite frequently. I'm keeping it a bit quiet at the moment. It's a period of rebuilding.
Well, that's the thing. I hope I'm not more vocal about being an Ipswich fan than I was in the previous 22 years, he said bitterly, as Ogborn to Brooks defends it. But yes, there we are. Triumph and disaster. I think that's it's all Rudyard Kipling stuff, isn't it? That and,
well, the ups and downs. I mean, I talked about yo-yo clubs, and not many more yo-yo clubs than Norwich City over the last few years, but not many more yo-yo clubs in the Championship than Worcestershire and Kent as well, I suppose. But Worcestershire they really have been a yo-yo club, and
I got to draw a clumsy analogy with these two sides, and perhaps with those two teams from East Anglia, as they don't have the resources of the big teams, and perhaps their role is always to be aspiring to promotions and taking a tilt at the windmills, as it were, of the big clubs. And well,
we were talking about it earlier, weren't we? If Worcestershire had held on to a half of the players
Yes,
that they've lost in the last few years, they'd be in a better place, and the same is true of Kent. But yeah, it is what it is, and we've just got to get on with it. Parkinson will start a new over, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira is on 97, and he is out. He's given it away, bit of a wide one, and he's chipped it up in the air to backward point. Played absolutely beautifully. Nice to see that. I think it's Jack Leaning went up to Brett D'Oliveira and congratulated him. Super innings from D'Oliveira, but sadly chasing a wide one that Parkinson has thrown up there, and he's chipped to catch up to backward point. And well, if anybody ever deserved 100, it was Brett D'Oliveira. But that's why they're so valuable, first class hundreds. They are not easy to get. And Alfie Ogborn picks up the catch off Matt Parkinson, and Brett D'Oliveira goes for 97. Warmly applauded, desperately disappointed. It's only 3 runs, but it means so much. And a really brilliant innings from the Worcestershire skipper, getting fantastic applause now from the members as he leaves the field. But he has perished, and the score is 371 for 6. The lead is exactly 200.
Dare I say, the irony of that being that Brett D'Oliveira coped brilliantly with all the best that Kent had in terms of bowling, and it was one of their worst deliveries that got him out. A wide one he went reaching for, and it loops up to Alfie Ogborn, as you say, but richly deserved 100. But you so often don't get what you deserve in this game, do you? But 97, again, could well be a game-changing innings already. 371 for 6 is significant anyway, isn't it? For an exactly 200 lead now for Worcestershire. Kent, there was actually a palpable, wasn't there, from the Worcestershire supporters in front of us and around us.
Yeah.
Of disappointment. What a shame, basically.
I'll whisper it quietly, Matt, because I don't want Brett to find out. But it's my fault, because I just looked up to see how many he'd got and what number it was, and it would have been his 13th. And
the powers you have, Frank.
If I hadn't looked it up, you just tell yourself that, don't you? Yeah. If I hadn't looked it up, it wouldn't have happened. But there we go. Tempting fate. Parkinson to bowl to Tom Taylor, who is the new batsman, and Taylor is forward, pushing this back up the pitch to the bowler. Dangerous ball striker Tom Taylor, if he gets going, could extend this lead rapidly, fairly quickly, and I just wonder if that's changed the plan a bit now. Parkinson bowls again, and Taylor is on the back foot, whipping this one away through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot, and he picks up 2 runs as George Garrett does the fielding. 373 for 6. Taylor is off the mark. I just wonder if the plan might now be to crack on a bit and have an hour bowling tonight.
Well, that's what I was wondering, whether, I mean, there's
get this
little time elapsed,
point.
But get the best out of your bowlers perhaps by giving them 20 overs tonight.
Parkinson bowls, and Taylor on the back foot pushes up to mid-off. Although I think it might be more a case of just let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, keep going, be positive, and just see. And if that happens, and we end up getting
situational, do they call it?
Is that what they call it?
Maybe.
Parkinson bowls, and there you go. Said he's a dangerous striker of the ball. That is a magnificent shot from Tom Taylor over extra cover. He's got the freedom to play now. That's the thing. The stage has been set by the earlier batsman, and to hit your 4th ball with that kind of sweet timing over extra cover for 4 is impressive stuff. Taylor goes to 6. 377 for 6. And Parkinson again over the wicket bowls, and Taylor drives along the ground this time for a single up to long off where Grant Stewart fields. 378 for 6. Taylor keeps the strike.
Sorry, I still haven't seen a 6 yet in this game, have we?
No.
But I'd have to say, up until when Brett D'Oliveira started batting, we hadn't seen many 4s in the game either. But things have leapt on since then.
Well, I'll wager.
Yeah.
I'll wager that if Taylor bats for 10 overs, we will see a 6. I could be wrong, but he is quite capable of clearing the ropes, and he's a very, very forceful striker of the ball. He's also inexperienced in the red ball game for Worcestershire. He's only played 1 game actually owing to an injury that he sustained pre-season, which kept him out of all but that one game. Collided with another fast bowler, Ben Gibbon, underneath the high ball in a pre-season friendly. They were both seriously hurt.
Here's Ogborn round the wicket to Taylor now. Takes a step down the pitch. It rises off a length and through to wicket keeper Finch. It's a muted appeal. Oh, it was a good delivery. It's beaten the batter, but nothing more than that. 3-7-8 for 6. So 11 overs to go when this one started for them to get to whatever the target. Well, 400, that was obviously very doable for a 4th batting bonus point. 450 looks unlikely unless they really do smash the ball around this ground at New Road. Onto the back foot, back into his crease goes Taylor. Can't beat Marcus O'Riordan, who's at mid-wicket. Let's see if I can see who he's on for at the moment. Maybe George Garrett is off the field. I'd imagine it'd be one of the bowlers just taking time to get a bit of rest, maybe a little bit of physio or massage up in the dressing room. But turns Ogborn now at the Diglis end. Round the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Taylor. Has to flick that down leg side and has done, helped it on its way really. Ogborn, head in hands, almost down on his knees there. Do you think that was close to the leg stump, perhaps? Just trying to fire it from round the wicket, the left armour, into the pads of the right. Well, it was helped on its way, put it that way. I think he'd be very, very lucky indeed to get himself a catch there. 3-8-2 for 6. And, Brooks on 50, Taylor on 11. It's Taylor who faces now when he comes to pace down the pitch again, just opens the face and that will go for 4, will it? No. Good effort there by George Garrett, who's certainly back on the field if he was off it. And they come back for a comfortable 2. Again, that slow outfield preventing it from getting to the boundary. 384 for 6. Brooks on 50, Taylor 13. Ogborn 1 for 82 into his into his 19th over. Bowls again to Taylor, goes back in his crease, just gently pushes that back at the bowler, or defends it, and there is no run. Listen to Matt Cole and Frank Watson with Matt Howes today as well on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Kenton. With the pictures on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club stream, of course. Always the BBC commentary available via the BBC Sport website and app, and now from most smart speakers as well. Here's Ogborn round the wickets to Taylor, outside part of the bat, just off the toe end. He looks at it as well to Garrett at backward point, end of the over. So yeah, smart speakers, or most smart speakers anyway. You can receive us. And the grammar to say that into your smart speaker, I am told, is ask BBC Sounds to play, for instance, Worcestershire v Kent Day 2. So you just have to know which day of the County Championship match it is and which teams are playing. And I gather your smart speaker will oblige, which is fantastic.
Good, isn't it?
It's like magic. I feel so old when I'm saying that because I don't have one of them. So I'm just leading you through the process and hoping that works. 3, 4, 6.
I haven't got. I think I've got one that's built into something else, but I don't ever use it. But there you go.
You can, of course, on a Bluetooth speaker. You could just put us on your phone and then connect it to your Bluetooth speaker. That's what I do at home. So,
funnily enough, let's break off as Parkinson bowls this from Brooks blocks. One of the old players up on the balcony just now. I went up for a little chat. John Elliott, former Worcestershire player and once chairman as well, and he said, "Can I get your commentary in my car?" He said, "I love listening to it. I want to listen to it in the car." As Brooks sweeps and Parkinson appeals. Umpire Pollard, I thought he was going to give him out. He was just moving one pebble from one hand to another. No, he's gone.
Oh, he has gone.
Not sure. Did he give him?
Has a bail come off there?
I'm completely perplexed. by this. I am completely perplexed.
Oh, the ball in his attempt to get the ball off the stumps, it's actually spun back on, and I think the leg bail has come off.
Right,
I think
there
it
you
has.
go.
I think he's been bowled. Yeah, he has,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's a sort of despairing. He's gone for a sweep on the ground as Brooks. He's lost his footing. He ends up on his knees, and the ball spins cruelly back onto the leg stump, and the leg bail has apologetically just dropped to the ground.
There you go. A sad end to an excellent Ethan Brooks innings of 50, which is his first 50 for Worcestershire in red ball cricket, and he played exceptionally well. And it's interesting that Matt Howes was pointing to the nature of the scorecard as being the difference between the sides, and I can't remember many scorecards where you look down and you see such consistent numbers: 30, 17, 63, 49, 39, 97, 50. That is where the Worcestershire advantage has come from. Joe Leach coming to the crease. He's not going to hang around. These two, I think when we just said a few minutes ago, let's just let it happen, I think with these two, that's exactly what the plan will be. They will not score slowly, these two, and we shall see what happens in the next half an hour or so as to whether Worcestershire intend to declare or get bowled out.
You brought him up. Matt Howes is going to be brought in now. I think
There he
it's time
It's time.
for me to make way.
Right. Thanks, Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent. Managing to stay cheerful, Matt, even when things aren't going well. Just watching that replay. Oh, yes. Well, it was horrible. It just dribbled off his pad and rolled back onto the stumps. Parkinson got his reward, though. That's his second wicket, and he bowls now to Leach, who pushes out on the offside. And as I was saying to John earlier, he said, "Can I get your commentary on the car?" And I said, "Yeah, you can do it by using your BBC Sports app." Parkinson to Leach, blocked again, and then get it to play through your car speaker. And he said, "What I really need is a grandchild." And I think that's exactly right. And grandchildren know exactly how to do all these sorts of things with technology these days. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls to Leach, bit shorter, and Leach is off the mark, just flicks this away off his pads behind square for a single on the leg side. Yesterday's hero, Joe Leach, and I don't mean that to be as derogatory as it might sound. He was the hero of yesterday, is what I really mean, with his 6 for 52, 385 for 7, 15 more needed for that next batting point. Parkinson bowls, and this one is cut by Taylor out onto the offside. I'm just throwing this out there now. These two, end of the over from Parkinson, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42, I think. These two could easily, with 9 overs left, if they really got going, possibly even get Worcestershire up to 450 in the 110 overs in which bonus points are available. That's massively optimistic, but it's not impossible. They both are capable of punishing batting, but whether that's the plan or not, I don't know. Worcestershire with 6 bonus points so far to the 2 Kent have taken in this game.
Certainly be entertaining cricket if they can get to 450 as Ogbourne.
Oh, no, well, he won't. That's an interesting one because Joe Leach has gone LBW to Ogbourne for 1. I say it's an interesting one because I was talking yesterday about the line that a left-armer bowls around the wicket to a right-hander, and if it hits the batsman in line, having been delivered from very wide on the crease, then you have to wonder about whether it's going on to hit the stumps. But Joe Leach given out. I'm just going to have a look if there's a replay. It's 385 for 8 now, and the game is moving on a pace, and I dare say now that we will see Worcestershire bowling tonight. I think if they're bowled out now, tea will be taken, probably, and we'll have another slightly longer session than expected. Not sure we're going to see a replay of that on the live stream. Just watching it now, hoping that we do. Joe Leach walking off, so a bit of a collapse, mini collapse, since Brett de Oliveira was out for 97. Joe Leach is out for 1. Ethan Brooks was out for 50. Bit unfortunate, Ethan Brooks sweeping the ball. It hit his pad and just dribbled back onto the stumps with enough pace to knock off the leg bail. Adam Finch is the new batsman coming to the crease. Worcestershire will be, well, they won't be too perturbed by this. They are, after all, 214 runs ahead, which I think if you'd have offered them that this morning, they would have accepted it. Here comes that replay. Just going to have a look at the line of it. Ogborn round the wicket. Well, it was hitting the stumps, that's for certain. And if it hit him in line, it was in line with off, and therefore I've got no problem with the line of the delivery. Having said that, might just have been outside the line. What did you think, Matthew?
I think as a bowler,
You'd want that, wouldn't you?
you definitely want that one.
Yeah. I'm not moaning about
Leach neither forward nor back, sort of just French cricket style in front of the stumps, and umpire fairly quickly with his finger up as Finch blocks out that first ball he faces from Ogborn, still around the wicket with the left arm angle.
Yeah, as I say, if you think about it, and a lot of people don't think about this, but I think your left arm round the wicket, if you hit someone on the front foot and it's got to be in line, then it's probably going to miss. But he wasn't on the front foot, as you say, hadn't gone anywhere at all.
Indeterminate footwork as Finch unloads onto a short and wide, poor delivery by Ogborn. It was back of a length and just begged to be hit to the boundary, and Finch, maybe number 10, but he obliged, hands through the ball.
Yeah, he's not the worst number 10 in the world, that's for sure. Adam Finch, he's capable of shots and he's capable of crease occupation, but I don't think that'll be the plan today. I think they want to get that 400, get that bonus point, and then job done, I think.
As Ogborn, his time is back of a length and nudged into the leg side for 1 as Compton comes in from where he's been grazing most of the afternoon in front of the scoreboard on that boundary. And it's now 390 for 8 Worcestershire. Finch 5, Taylor 13. Osborne spins at his mark and pushes in. Taylor forward in defence, back to the bowler. No run. It's been a flurry of wickets, as you said, Frank. 3 for 14 falling. D'Oliveira after a wonderful 97. It's really taken the game away from Kent here. Brooks for 50 as an able partner. As Taylor defends again. Ogborn with his hands on his head, but that looks fairly out of the middle of Taylor's bat. Completes the over. He now has 2 for 87 from his 20 overs, just the one maiden. Parkinson has been bowling from New Road End, 8 overs, 2 for 41.
Yeah, really good. A word for Ethan Brooks, 50. First 50 in red ball cricket for Worcestershire. 63 balls, 8 fours, lovely innings. Really good support for Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira, the innings of the match, 97, 90 balls and 15 fours. Changed the mood, just changed the mood completely. Super innings. Parkinson bowls and Finch is forward, pushing out to short extra cover. 10 runs needed then for that next batting point for Worcestershire. And that will be the first priority, I think. Parkinson bowls, and that's clipped around the onside by Finch. 8 overs remaining before tea, unless the 9th wicket goes down, in which case it could be more, or the 10th wicket goes down, in which case I think tea will be taken. This one is down the leg side from Parkinson, or just flicked on its way by Finch, and they go through for a single. 391 for 8. I don't think Worcestershire really would have dreamt of going 400 when they began their response to that Kent 171 first innings score. I don't even think they thought that this morning. But
especially those 10 overs last night.
Yeah, Parkinson bowls again, and on the back foot, Taylor works it to mid-on. But the game changed in 7 overs before lunch. And Brett D'Oliveira made 31 in that time, and the whole mood changed, I think. Parkinson in again, bowls. Taylor is forward, pushing out on the onside. And although only 36 runs were added in those 7 overs, he got 31 of them. And it just flipped the mood from one of defence to domination, really. And it carried on after lunch. Parkinson again bowls, and Taylor drives through the covers for a single. 392 for 8 at the end of that over from Matt Parkinson. And it just, as I say, the mood changed, and thereafter that partnership... oh, excellent. A piece of lovely cake has arrived. Not good for us, but we won't say no. Thank you very much. And that partnership between Hose and Oliveira added 85 for that 5th wicket in the space of 16 overs. And I think that just is the only time, apart from at the very beginning of the Kent innings, that we've seen the ball utterly dominate. The batter utterly dominate the ball. It just changed everything.
Yeah, it was that upping of the ante as Akeem Jordan starts a new spell from the digless end with short, wide, and Taylor puts it away. It's a ball of a tight bowler beginning his 3rd spell of the day, Akeem Jordan. He is the pick of the bowlers in terms of the wickets, 3 for 68 so far. But yeah, it was D'Oliveira really upping the ante, both just before lunch and then in that period after it, before the new ball. Really, as Jordan's driven to cover for no run, but really put Kent up against it, and then Brooks joins with a wonderful fluent 50.
Somebody said to me this morning, is it a 250 pitch? And I said, yeah, I think that's just about right. So to get 400 on it is overachievement, I would say, as this one's defended.
Yeah, I have to admit, after lunch yesterday, when we saw those 7 Kent wickets fall, a bit of a clump, a cluster, I didn't expect to be here. Worcestershire 396 as Taylor wafts at a short ball that's head high and goes through to the wicketkeeper Finch. I didn't expect Worcester to be 396 for 8 and the lead to be 225. But the Worcester batters have been proactive and really put the Kent bowlers off that line of length that we saw Joe Leach, as Taylor takes 2 steps down and tries something very agricultural towards, but all he can do is find the inside edge down to fine leg for another single. 3 away from 400 now. And while today's been mostly about the stroke making of D'Oliveira and Brooks and Hose, Rob Jones and Gareth Roderick did a lot of the hard work, both eating up those deliveries, putting miles in the bowler's legs, as Jordan is left alone by Finch to complete the over.
Interesting what Worcestershire's tactics will be now. Do they crack on and try and well, they'll get the next bonus point. One assumes they only need 3 runs for that. Do they then crack on and try and get another one? I mean, anything could happen. Or do they pull out, denying Kent another bowling point? But does that really matter? There's quite a lot of points between the two of them in the table. I don't think they'll be too worried about that, as Parkinson gets ready to start a new over and bowls now short outside the off stump, and that's cut nicely away by Taylor, but only to the fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. Will he look to go over the top all the way, Taylor? Parkinson bowls, and he doesn't. Looks to turn it off his pads and misses it, taken by Harry Finch down the leg side. 397 for 8.
Long on and long off the back if he did want to try something down the ground, but I don't think that discourages him at all.
Well, he's gone for a big hit there, and he's just got an inside edge, and it's squirted away on the leg side for a single. So Worcestershire now 2 runs away from the 400 and that extra batting point. Field comes in for Adam Finch. Also capable of clearing the ropes, Adam Finch.
Yeah, those men have come in, but they're still hanging slightly further back than you'd consider regulation.
Yeah. Blocks it, Finch, out on the offside. 398 for 8, the men out. Today, Roderick 63 and Jones 49, and since lunch, Hose 39, D'Oliveira 97, Brooks 50, and the one low score in the whole innings, Joe Leach, who made 1. This one mistimed by Finch, just jams it down into the ground and it runs out on the onside, and there's no run. Parkinson to complete the over from the New Road end, balls, and Finch is very watchfully forward, plays it back up the pitch, and that's the end of the over. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 44, 2 for 44, Matt Parkinson, and the lead is 100 and 227, which is massive in the context of this game.
Certainly is. We've still seen that wickets can fall in clumps. Even Worcester today, in the last half hour or so, losing 3 quick wickets. And it's not quick. There's not a sharp spin by Parkinson, but Jordan beats a waft again outside the off stump by Taylor, looking to hit that through point. Yeah, there's just a fraction of turn from Parkinson. Not a great deal, but
slow pitch, isn't it? It's a slow pitch for everybody.
Certainly a slow pitch. We didn't see any spin in the Worcester bowling effort as Jordan begins another delivery and Taylor defends for no run. It certainly doesn't look like they're targeting that 450.
Well, 400 first, I think.
400 first, they're just 2 away from that.
Too late now for that, I think. I think if Leach and Taylor had really got stuck in, it might have happened, but unlikely.
Jordan.
That's out. Yeah, I thought that looked out.
Another wicket for him as wraps Taylor on the pad and the fingers up from the umpire. Jordan, Akeem Jordan on debut now, 4 wickets for 69. Worcestershire 398 for 9 as Taylor's out LBW.
Yeah, now the next massive priority for Worcestershire is just to get these 2 runs now, to get up to that extra batting point, which is, it might seem not that important, but it's hugely important. Every point in a bid to stay up is hugely important. So these next 2 runs are vital, and that really has become all that matters, I think, as James Hartshorn comes to the crease for his debut as a Worcestershire batsman. Bowled very tidily yesterday. It's his first innings in first-class cricket in this country, and he goes out to join Adam Finch. And really, I think it's all about 2 runs, isn't it? Just about getting a couple of runs here to get that batting point. Kent 171 all out, Worcestershire 398 for 9, and a little bit of a mini slide, shall we say. Not really collapse, can't really call it a collapse when they're so far ahead, but in quick succession. D'Oliveira 97, Brooks 50, Leach 1 and Taylor 20, all out in the space of 7 overs. Seeing Worcestershire slump, if you like, from 371 for 5 to 398 for 9. We said it could happen, but now they need 2 runs for another batting bonus point.
Well, Akeem Jordan will have number 11 in his sights, searching for a 5-wicket haul as the slip cordon gets an extra member leaning, and now Bell Drummond too as he comes in and bowls, and Hartshorn defends. There's no run.
I did look at Hartshorn's record as a first-class batsman. It's not hugely impressive. His brief career with Wellington. I think we saw his quality as a bowler yesterday.
Yeah, bowled very tidily, very good control of his lengths. It's Jordan in again, and Hartshorn drives on the bounce to the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. Still those 2 runs away from 400. Jordan receives the ball, shines it on his trousers just before he begins this final delivery of the over. High step, and off he goes, and it's a big drive attempted, flash and thin air through to the keeper for no run. That completes another successful over. Akeem Jordan now 22 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 69. Any progress on Hartshorn's batting record?
Yeah, I can tell you 11 first-class matches before this one, and he averages 11.3. So nothing to write home about. Suggests that he's not a total rabbit, but I think all that matters is they get these 2 runs now. 106 overs gone, 398 for 9. Parkinson to bowl to Finch. 2 slips now, or a slip and oh no, just the 1 slip. But a man going in behind square on the leg side to stop that one just running away for a single. Parkinson to bowl, and Finch driving up to mid-off. Not sure what he's thinking here, Adam Finch. Could be thinking, well, 1 lusty blow over mid-wicket and it's all done. Or he could be thinking, let's just be very careful. Parkinson in, bowls, and he pushes this back up the pitch. What he's hoping for, of course, is that Parkinson drags one down.
Or bowls a big full toss.
Yeah, or bowls a big full toss, which he has done a couple of times. There's no desperate hurry. 2 runs required. Parkinson bowls. Finch drives again, straight to Akeem Jordan at extra cover. Nice little battle within a game. Battle within a battle here between these 2. 3 overs left after this before tea. Parkinson bowls. Finch pushes forward. Certainly our feeling that the game has moved on a pace has been further enhanced, and there's going to be another session in which Worcestershire have a bowl at Kent, I'm sure, tonight. If they can make early inroads, the game will move even further on. And there is the bad ball that Finch was looking for. Short, wide, outside the off stump, and he cuts it away. Down to third man for 4. The 400 is up for Worcestershire. The extra batting point is secured. They've got 7 points so far to Kent's 3. And really everything else now is academic. I think 402 for 9. The lead is 231. as Parkinson bowls and Finch is back into forward prod mode as that one runs out on the offside. So 3 overs left to tea, 231 the lead, and Worcestershire more than happy with the current situation. Nice evening, don't think there'll be any interruptions, think we'll have a full day's play. Tomorrow is a different matter, but forecasts change all the time. There's a lot of rain forecast at some points, but not sure. I'm just looking at what the very latest is and whether it's changed.
It's been strong winds as well, so
Thundery shower. It doesn't look good at all tomorrow. It does not look good. There could be no play tomorrow, looking at this, if it's accurate, but we shall see.
Keem Jordan has sort of tentatively prods this off his pads to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That really does not look good. The weather forecast for Worcester tomorrow, I'm just going to have a look on a slightly more detailed platform. Change
weather app that you're looking at, see if
Well,
that gives you a better.
We all use them all. The groundsmen have the best ones.
As Jordan is defended into the offside for no run again.
The groundsmen, the coaches tend to know exactly what the weather is going to do. Yeah, well, I'm not getting much joy from this one either. It might brighten up in the afternoon, I think, but it's going to be pretty awful in the morning by the look of it. It's a good job you're not coming tomorrow, Matthew. You would have had a wasted journey, I think.
Yeah, well, as Jordan runs into bowl, and Hartshorn takes this short ball on over mid-wicket. It 3, 4, 5 bounces into the rope for 4 more runs to the total. He inspects the toe of his bat. Wasn't great contact by any means, but good enough.
Yeah, good enough. I think, again, I'm just musing about potential outcomes, and so we got 2 overs left after this before tea. I'm wondering whether Worcestershire might pull out at tea and just think, well, if we get a lead of 250 would be nice, wouldn't it? It's getting up towards that. A lead of 250, pull out at tea and have a go at them tonight. Get them 3 or 4 down tonight.
Jordan fires one into the pads and going down the leg side. And
then see what happens. The weather, as I say, the weather forecast certainly suggests to me that there won't be much play early on tomorrow. There might be play later on, and then of course you've got Sunday. So if they could get 3 or 4 out tonight, I think they'll feel they've got a fantastic chance. They've been frustrated a couple of times by the weather.
Hartshorn nudges this into the leg side and some indecision as Finch stopped and had to go quickly, but Compton's throw missed the stumps, and there's another run added to the total.
We all know how hard wins are to come by in Division 1. Well, Worcestershire have got one, but they could well have gone on to win at Trent Bridge against Notts earlier this year, and they could well have won at Edgbaston in the very first game of the season. On both occasions, they were frustrated by the weather. They'll be hoping that doesn't happen this time.
Jordan is driven to mid-on by Parkinson. Moving to his right, then wears it on his chest, I think. Completes the over, and Finch
has broken his bat.
Signals to the dressing room to bring out another bat. 407 for 9. The lead is 236.
I've never been convinced by Adam Finch's bats. He's not sponsored by one of the big names, shall we say? And
that bit,
he's
waving there looks pretty broken.
Yeah, it's already got a fair bit of tape on the bottom, and I think that one he just got it low down, and it's gone. It's properly gone. I doubt he's a player who's got a bag full of bats, so they might be searching around in the dressing room for one. He's not a complete bunny though. I think, as I've said, he's a batsman who shared one very, very long partnership for the last wicket with Ben Gibbon I think it was last year. Can't remember. Been to so many games. And Worcestershire were asked to follow on, and they came out. The two that had occupied the crease for about an hour and a half as the last pair came back out straight away to open the innings in the follow-on because they had their eye in and they'd batted for a long time. Clever bit of thinking, and they did pretty well again.
Yeah, I think he's acquitted himself quite nicely. I know you called it a short ball that brought up the 400, but it was actually quite a nice forward press that I think lured Parkinson into dragging it slightly shorter.
Parkinson starts a new over. Finch has got a new bat. He's bowling, however, to Hartshorn, who pushes this back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I noticed that Finch has got a new bat, and it isn't the same manufacturer as the one he had before. Parkinson bowls. Hartshorn drives nicely up to mid-off. They get a single. So I think he's got a borrowed bat here, Finch. 407 for 9. Hartshorn goes to 6, 408 for 9. And Finch with borrowed bat on strike against Parkinson. And, whoa, there you go. That's a beautiful shot. Perfectly executed. Reverse paddle. Wasn't even a sweep. Didn't get down. Just a very clever reverse paddle. I tell you what, even the tail-enders can play these shots now, and that was beautifully executed by Adam Finch. He likes that new bat. He goes to 14.
Long gone are the days of the New Zealand bowler Chris Martin and his impressive average of
0.5.
Yeah, I think it was something very small.
Parkinson bowls, and Finch whacks it down the ground for a one-bounce 4, straight down the ground. He's enjoying himself now, Adam Finch. The lead is going towards 250. It could be exactly the sort of scenario that I was suggesting a few minutes ago. And Finch moves to 18, 416 for 9. The lead is 245. As Parkinson is in again and bowls, and Finch goes for another big one. Misses it this time. Harry Finch takes, and the score stays at 416 for 9.
Very exaggerated take there by Finch. I wonder if that, trying to suggest that spun. Oh, it did spin. It did spin.
Bowls. Adam Finch drives. No run this time. Yeah, slow spin though, isn't it? I think that's the. It's not a spitting, turning surface. It's a slowish one. And do you know what? On reflection, and we've talked long and hard, 1 over to go before tea, by the way, about this pitch and how the bounce has been difficult to handle, and there's been so many people caught at slip, and we've seen quite a few people hit on the hand and so on. We've also seen players like Gareth Roderick able to ride the bounce and play well. I think it's that. The fact is that if it was a little bit quicker, it would have been lethal really. But it's just because it's just not had that pace in it. The batsmen have been able to manage it, but it's not a pitch on which you really would expect to get 400.
No. Testament to Worcestershire's batsmen as Jordan errs onto Hartshorn's pads, and it's quite a nice looking shot as he flicks that out to deep mid wicket for another single.
But it's not. I don't think it's a bad surface. I mean, well, stats tell you got 400 on it. Can't be too bad. But I think they've not used it that particularly well. The Kent bowlers, and 1 or 2 people have played exceptionally well for Worcestershire.
No, I don't think Kent have been as Finch lays into a short ball and
we've got a 6, first of the game. Massive.
Hits that a long way.
He goes back into the dressing room at tea and says, "Can I borrow this bat? Can I have this bat on a permanent basis, please?"
Yeah, it's a short ball from Jordan, and Finch, baseball style, left leg out of the way and disappears into the spectators over there. And Ben Compton's had to climb over the advertising hoardings and rummage around in the hedge looking for the ball. Throws it back to the umpire, has a quick look and tosses it back to the bowler. Jordan looks to respond and is flat batted by Finch to mid-on. There's no run. 423 for 9. Finch a runner ball 24. Hartshorn 7. Mieye is now being moved from the slips and goes to backward point. So Fielder moves to third man in front of us. So Jordan bowls and Finch this time frees his arms to the offside. It goes through cover for 4 more. Finch is enjoying himself, I think. New bat in hand, and
yeah,
that takes the lead up to 256.
it's kind of demoralising, isn't it, as well, I think, for the Kent fielders out there.
Yeah.
To see Adam Finch playing with such ease and such freedom, it's kind of disdainful, really. It's a massive lead, and one wonders what their mood will be like if they do lose a couple of early wickets second time around.
Jordan still springing his step with a Yorker. It's dug out by Finch, but with mid-on back on the boundary and mid-off slightly wider, Finch is able to scamper through for another run. The ball bounced over the head of the bowler. He's on to 29. Jordan's still searching for that 5th wicket for himself. To Hartshorn now, and forward in defence.
T will not be taken, of course, because they're 9 down. So play will continue until the end of the innings, or for a further half an hour, I think it is.
Tea will be played further for 30 minutes, 8 overs, 4 until the last wicket fall.
Yeah, so T will not be taken. Normally taken with 32 overs left, but will not be taken because they're 9 down. It'll be at the end of the innings or after another half for an hour. And, well, they weren't that far short of another bonus point. Look, 428, only 22 short. Looked ridiculous at one stage. Parkinson bowls and Finch drives down the ground for a single. So they're going to keep going, get as many as they can, one would imagine. I think they'll just keep playing a few shots and see what happens. And hopefully they will only want to bat once in the game, Worcestershire. Parkinson bowls. Hartshorn goes for a huge hit on the leg side. Slog sweep, misses it, taken on the pad. Ball runs out on the offside. It's been entertaining stuff, though, this afternoon. Entertaining session for Worcestershire. At lunch it was 237 for 4. So close on 200 runs since lunch. An appeal from Parkinson as Hartshorn prods forward to this one. Not entertained by umpire Pollard.
Say entertaining, I'm not sure
Kent.
Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent would be agreeing with you.
No, I guess I'm in for a neutral. Parkinson bowls. Hartshorn on the back foot. Can't time this. Inside edge back up the pitch. 429 for 9. Parkinson 2 for 58. Halfway through the over, and he is in, bowls, and Hartshorn is on the back foot, just dropping this down defensively on the leg side. Harry Finch takes off a glove, picks it up and underarms it back to the bowler. And Parkinson again. In and bowls, and Hartshorn gets inside edge. Didn't know a lot about that one. Runs out square on the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over. 429 for 9. And it's probably time for Matt to come back in, and I'll make way.
Yeah, Hartshorn was looking to drive that through the offside and fooled me with his inside edge as I was looking towards the fielders on the offside boundary, and the ball was down that short fine leg, and there was no run. Jordan will begin another over. Finch is on strike. Boundary riders are long on, long off, cover, third man, fine leg, deep mid wicket as Jordan bowls a short ball that Finch swats at and gets nowhere near it. Umpire signals one for the over. I'm surprised that wasn't a question of a wide or a no ball. It looked to go straight over the head of Finch.
Yeah, he's a tall man, otherwise I think, as you say, that would have been deemed unhittable. Looked close to it.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't a white ball game as Jordan pitches this up and Finch has full-blooded hit that down the ground into the Basil D'Oliveira stand for 6 more runs.
That's woken them up, hasn't it? Crikey.
Yeah.
Mind yourself, I think about 4 rows up they were taking evasive action as that one was a sort of flat trajectory as well. Everyone's fine though, which is great to hear, but what a lusty blow from Adam Finch. 36 from 28, and Kent are really toiling here. This fielding bowling unit just want to get off the field and Finch just won't let them.
Yeah, it looked like a tired delivery by Jordan on the replay, sort of floated up there without that same bite that we've seen him bowl with earlier in the innings, and Finch more than happy to climb into it.
Yeah.
The umpires came together, talked about the ball, and thrown back to the bowler. Jordan shines it on his shirt and his trousers. Daniel Bell-Drummond turns and sort of looks off into the distance. It's Jordan with a flick of the arm and the kick of his feet. It's in again and it's onto the hip of Finch, who looks very confident now. Turns that into leg side to Ben Compton on the boundary. Gets another run. 436 for 9 Worcestershire. Finch 37.
I mean, the fall of wickets have kind of, well, made the equation easy for Worcestershire, haven't they? They'll flail away here, and then they'll have overs at Kent tonight. And as Frank was saying, if they can chip away at the Kent top order, they'll be well on their way to a victory.
Hartshorn tries to turn this delivery into a big gap at square leg, but can only find Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, if Worcestershire can get a few wickets this evening, it'll be a real challenge for Kent to come away with anything other than defeat here. Jordan's in and shortened. Hartshorn flays at it and it's dropped running back by, I think it's Ogbourne.
I think it might be Everson actually running back.
Everson running back.
Yeah.
It was so short and wide, and Hartshorn tried to uppercut it.
It's a very difficult catch to take, isn't it?
Very difficult catch, running back over your shoulder, and he did get a hand to it, but the ball finds the turf, and Hartshorn finds himself down the other end, and Keane Jordan fingertips away from another wicket, his 5th, as he bowls to Finch, who confidently drives on the up down to long off for another single. That completes the over, and Jordan's figures in the last couple of overs have taken a bit of punishment from Finch. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 95 now.
It wouldn't be his best bowling figures, whatever happens, should he take a 5th here, his first class best 5 for 44. Let's see how many times he's taken 5 wickets in his first class career. He's just played 60. No, beg your pardon, played 19 matches, 67 wickets in 19. A great deal of first class experience, but I don't suppose he'll be too worried about those statistics right now. As I say, Kent just want to get off the off the oval at the moment. As Finch swings everything, the kitchen sink, other parts of the ground floor of the house at that. 438 for 9.
CB
The dot ball. It's a career best 38 not out. Frank, thank you very much for that from Adam Finch on the back foot. And just levers that out towards, I think it's Everson now. It's gone to the other side. Ogborn's fielding at mid wicket. Single slip in with the keeper up, of course, is Tawanda Mieye. As Parker's bowls. Always prepared to give it plenty of air. Would have been interesting to see what a real darting spinner might have done on this. It's not Parkinson's game, but someone firing it in at the, perhaps even just back of a length to see if they can get some bounce. I was thinking of what Dan Mosley did for in the I think the Birmingham Phoenix, wasn't it? In the 100,
Yeah,
bowling 75 mile an hour off spinners.
Yes.
Well, in
Yorkers.
off spinners.
75 mile an hour Yorkers off
Doesn't
a
really
short
matter what
run
you're
up.
bowling, does it? Whether it spins or not. That 439 for 9. I mean, that's handy anywhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Frankly, but defended. That's for a dot ball. Yeah, certainly have a weapon to have in your armoury, but the Parkinson, that's not his game. As Frank was saying, he's spinning it, but spinning it slowly and not really getting the bounce that he might have hoped for. It's cut away off the back foot by Hartshorn, and he'll get himself a single.
And that's been the rhetoric around Parkinson in his international career, is that he bowls too slowly for international cricket.
I mean, he's a bit of a throwback in terms of spinners, isn't he?
Yeah.
He does give it plenty of air, always prepared to loop it up and give the ball a chance to get rotations, but yeah, it doesn't. For the modern game, perhaps that's a thing of the past, but
He's been a very successful domestic cricketer.
yeah.
All the same. I mean, that's not to belittle his first class record either. I think he's just 3 wickets short of 200 as Jordan begins another over, his 26th, with a forward defensive from Hartshorn that rolls back towards the stumps, but is never in danger of hitting them.
Yeah, you're right, 197 he's up to now. Yeah, after 2 in this one.
Jordan in back of a length and comfortably played by Hartshorn. On the back foot, nudged into the offside, and another single taken. 441 for 9. The lead is 270. This partnership's 43.
Yeah, crikey, that's happened quickly, isn't it?
It's
no time.
as the field spreads again with Finch on strike, Jordan's in and Finch is flicking this into the leg side, deep backward square where Grant Stewart does the fielding. It's another run. These are the most annoying partnerships for a bowling side. You've been in the field for now 100 in the 114th over, and numbers 10 and 11 are keeping you out there.
Yeah, they came together on 107th as well, so it's they're going at 6 and over easy at this point.
Jordan short, and Hartshorn ducks underneath it, bending at the knees. Goes through to Kent's Finch, the wicket keeper, and there's no runs scored. All these runs are handy extras for Worcestershire. Jordan short, and Hartshorn takes it on, and it falls between Belldrummond at mid-wicket and Parkinson at mid-on, and both fielders are now laying prone on the ground. Jordan is pretty frustrated there. He turns and looks at both men and sort of throws his arms Come on, please, please. It was a pretty unconvincing shot by the Kiwi. Toe end of the bat, looped in the air. But falls between two fielders once more. Jordan draws him forward. This time it's defended and there's no run. As he goes back to take his jumper from the umpire, it's a turned on the spot with a little bit of annoyance and frustration there, and gets a pat on the back from his captain. Not that that's much consolation for the bowler.
A big welcome to Mark and Andrew on X, Twitter as was. Mark saying, it's great to watch, despite us struggling, he says. That's the spirit, Mark. There are some great performances out there, and for cricket lovers generally, Brett D'Oliveira's innings are a thing of beauty. Cruel beauty for Kent, obviously. Off the back foot, Finch just drives that up gently to Jack Leaning, who's at long on. It's a T20 blast position for him, looking for the big hit down the ground. Andrew, I know, was singing from Japan. Kent looking resigned to their fate, he says. Oh well, at least we might win a few in the second division next season, says Andrew. But into the offside. Normally I would say to you, Andrew, you know, come on, courage. There's still 4.5 games left, but Kent are in a deep hole in Division 1, that's for sure. Rock bottom, 30 points adrift to start this one. And 4-4-4 for 9. Worcestershire second bottom tells its own story. And that little clip into the onside from Hartshorn off Parkinson, and said usually a bubbly character. His head just went down, his shoulders went down as a singles was taken, and that's an indication if you needed it, you'd imagine from the stats that Kent would be tired. And it's been a long session, this one, for them as well, hasn't it? Thinking all the way back to lunch. Not because I'm hungry, but because it's been a number of overs, and now they're into the extra half hour as well. So it's almost insult to injury for Kent now.
And they're 5 overs into this extra half hour.
Yeah.
So
it's all very well if you get it on the last wicket up in the first over. This one's slog sweep by Hartshorn, who's starting to expand as well. He goes on to 12, 4-4-6 for 9. This is really punishing for Kent. And just what sort of psychological state, mental state their openers will be. Ben Compton and Tawanda Mayeye having spent a day and a bit in the field. Or probably more like a day, I suppose, at this point. It feels like an age since Kent's 171. It'll feel a long way away for them as well. The over finishes with a single. 4-4-7 for 9. Finch has 43 now. It's already a career best from 38 balls. Hartshorn 12 from 29. We're not seeing anything like the life from this pitch that we saw last night and parts of this morning. I don't know whether that's the pitch flattening out or whether it's just the tiredness of the Kent bowlers and maybe a lack of accuracy because of that as well. But 4-4-7 for 9. Worcestershire in the box seat. The game is advanced enough as well, I'd say, Matt, certainly, that even if there is half a day of rain tomorrow, which looks like there might be, Worcestershire should have time to wrap up victory. And
there, as Jordan does get his 5th wicket, as Finch with a big swing across the line and the ball cannons into leg stump. And that concludes the innings. Worcestershire 447 all out. A lead of 276. Akeem Jordan finishes with 5 wickets on Kent debut for 97 runs from 26.1 overs of pretty hard graft. It's an excellent job by the Worcestershire batters.
Yeah, that is it. 43 then. Finch finishes, and the men to go in the second session of the day. Adam Hose caught Garrett Bowl Jordan for 39. Brett D'Oliveira caught Ogborne Bowl Parkinson 97. Brooks bowled Parkinson. That doesn't really tell half the story, but for 50, Leach LBW bowled Ogborn for 1, Taylor LBW Jordan 20, and Finch finally bowled Jordan 43, 447 all out. Worcestershire, it's a huge total, 276 is the lead over Kent. They may not need to bat again, Worcestershire, but Kent certainly will, and to save this game they'll need to bat and bat and bat and bat some more. Let's see what they can do as they come back, and what Worcestershire can do in the final session of the day. From me, Matt Cole, from Matt Howes, from Frank Watson as well. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes. Join us then.
41 for 6 at Chester Street by the Domes. awaiting the first delivery of the innings.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester. Play about to resume. Tea has been taken. Kent are beginning their second innings, and they are in a position where basically they have just got to bat and bat and bat in order to try and save this game.
Well, I don't know. I've told a few supporters, Kent supporters, to keep the faith, and it's going to be a heck of a win from here. It really
Yeah,
is. They'll
well,
be telling their children, their grandchildren,
Yeah,
anyone will listen about it.
they would do. Yeah. Well, stranger things have happened. Joe Leach from the New Road end, from where he did all that damage yesterday. First ball of the innings outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Compton. Worcestershire then 447 all out. Kent therefore conceding a first innings deficit of 276, and I don't think even the most optimistic of Worcestershire supporters or the most pessimistic of Kent supporters thought that we would be looking at that figure. Leach over the wicket to Compton, bowls, and a nice shot off the back foot by Compton, but a good stop at cover point by Kashif Ali. No addition to the score. No addition to the zero figure, which the score is. Earlier today then, Worcestershire resuming on 237 for 4 after lunch, 137 for 2 overnight, so 100 added in the morning for the loss of 2 wickets, Roderick and Jones for 63 and 49, and then after lunch Hose 39, D'Oliveira an excellent 97, Brooks 50, Leach 1, Taylor 20, and Finch finally out for 43. The men dismissed. James Hartshorn finished 12 not out. 26 extras in that innings, 447 Worcestershire, and a 5 for on debut, 5 for 97 from Akeem Jordan, which was a very good effort from him. Kept going, few 4 balls in there, but also a real threat for most of the innings. Leach is in again and bowls, and Compton on the back foot plays defensively, and there's no run. And Worcestershire indebted to various people, none more so than Brett D'Oliveira, who's 97, occupied just 90 balls, and he hit 15 fours. So excellent stuff from the pairs. Kent now with this massive deficit. Weather dodgy tomorrow, the forecast is not good. They'll be hoping they can battle through this session with minimal damage, and then perhaps hope for a bit of weather intervention in the rest of the game as Leach bowls and Compton is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch. Worcestershire, for their part, I'm sure, Matt, will be patient, but they'll be feeling if they can pick up 2 or 3 before the close, and what have we got, 25 overs left after this, then it would be an absolutely super day.
Yeah, pressure all on Kent, as it has been for a lot of this game so far. But, Ben Compton perhaps with a point to prove after being left out of the one-day cup squad.
Waits now, the left-hander, bat raised, and lets that go outside the off stump. Phlegmatic character, Compton.
Yeah.
Good lever of the ball. Played a long innings in the Kent first innings. He was he was 6th out with the score on 103, and he had faced 88 deliveries for his 20 in that first inning. So a patient, dogged effort from the left-hander, and no doubt, well, it's made for him, isn't it, this sort of scenario?
Yeah.
Really, just get out there and bat till the end of the day if he possibly can. Leach over the wicket to him now, and he's solidly forward and plays that back up the pitch. The end of the over, the first over, a maiden from Joe Leach, and Kent 276 behind, 0 without loss.
Yeah, he won't care about not entertaining, particularly the home supporters here at New Road. He's there to occupy the crease for as long as humanly possible. Tawana Mayeye, as we've seen, his natural instinct is to attack, and that's given him a couple of appearances for the Oval Invincibles in the 100 this season, because he is such a a flamboyant stroke maker. We saw that in the opening hour of the game. I keep casting my mind back, thinking that it's years and years ago, but it was only yesterday. Yeah, quite, yeah. Superb 56, but needs to score runs and stay around. His challenge this time. And defensive shot up to mid-on. Joe Leach fields, and 3 slips in then, alongside keeper Roderick. There's a backward point. Cover. Mid or a wideish mid off. Is there a mid on? Yes, that's Joe Leach, who's just going back after ball polishing duties to toss the ball to Tom Taylor.
Not often you can't
mid
see
wicket
Joe Leach.
I wasn't going to make that comment. Here's Taylor to Mieye pushing forward. Ball skews out on the onside. And
It's not made for Mieye, this situation, is it? It's made for Compton. But it's not made for me, if you know what I mean.
No, I do absolutely.
He could blast 40 and then get out, and it wouldn't be an ideal contribution, really.
To an extent, if you open the innings, though, sometimes you are charged with doing this, though, aren't you? And you have to stick around. Can he do that? Oh, it's an edge, outside edge, low, and it's gone. 2 bounces, 3 bounces perhaps, really grubbed it on the ground.
Just taking a look at the replay on that one. It was a good delivery.
And that's Ethan Brooks in that third slip, just ringing his hand. Yeah, he got a couple of those in the first innings. Just bounced in front of him. And
horrible one.
They caught, I think, everything there was to be caught, didn't they? Well, Rob Jones certainly did, that came his way. 4 slip catches in the first innings, and outside edge again. It's juggled. Is that Jake Libby, a backward point? That's where he was certainly in the first innings, and that was in, out.
Yeah,
you may have shaken all about. Who knows?
I had the binoculars on. I had a perfect view, and I looked.
We're right behind the angle of it.
It looked as though he would take it easy. He's a very good fielder.
The cameras followed that. It hasn't, but there was celebration, I can tell you, from at least 2 of the 3 slips that we could see on camera, and head in hands.
It would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it?
None for none for Kent. Mieye survives. They'll need luck, I'm sure, as well as skill, Kent, to survive here. Down the leg side, taken by Roderick.
Popped out as he hit the ground, didn't it, really? I think it was classic catch it, diving, hit the elbows on the ground, and then he tried to knock it up. Oh dear. It's an unusual position he's in, isn't it, actually?
Yeah.
I mean, it's gully, but he's...
I suppose, it's a deepish gully.
Yeah.
It's a a backward point, but it's
very fine gully. And
sort of hybrid position,
Clever bit of field placing.
Yeah, absolutely. It went to him. He won't need reminding about that. Taylor over the wicket, right arm to Mieye. Just, just a little nudge. And they'll take a single from that, and why not? Well, Mieye might say, because I'll be back on strike immediately for the next over. Maybe I'd like to have a few moments to collect myself, but 1 for none then, Kent. And in reply, well, it's a huge deficit, isn't it, of between these two sides. 447 all out. It's 273, 276 even between the two sides. I'll get the maths right eventually. And
good over.
Yeah.
Good over from Taylor. Unlucky not to pick up that wicket. Jake Libby, though, usually a pretty reliable pair of hands, a very reliable pair of hands. Couldn't hold on to it. Would have been the dream start, but you've got to put that behind you, Worcestershire, and not be too disappointed. The Leach bowls and Mieye turns him on the leg side for a single. So it's 2 without loss. I think it's the first thing that's not gone right for Worcestershire really today, isn't it? That
they've not dropped a catch. Certainly in the first innings, they were fantastic. Their catching was really great, and some real sharp chances as well, flying into the slips.
Here's the left-handed Compton on strike, and Joe Leach to him over the wicket from the New Road end. He's in behind this and plays out on the onside. D'Oliveira fields.
Very modest man to Mieye. I spoke to him last night, and played a couple of innings for the Oval Invincibles. And, they won it. I said, oh, you get a medal for that? He said, and last year he said, yeah, it's a bit like doing a school project and you haven't really contributed and you got something for it. And I said, but you're part of a squad and that's the important thing, isn't it? Everyone plays their part on and off the field, but no, he wasn't having it. Very, very modest.
Yeah, no, that's nice to know. I've often wondered about that mentality as Leach bowls, and this one's pushed back to him by Compton. I think particularly we were talking, I think, yesterday about footballers that sit on the bench and earn huge wages and don't really contribute a great deal. And I often wonder, I mean, I'm sure it's very nice to have the trappings of wealth, and it's something I'll never have to worry about, but there must be a bit of dissatisfaction professionally, you would imagine, from a player who reaches the age of 35 and he's only ever played about 40 games. Here's Leach in again, bowls, Compton is forward, pushing up the pitch and takes a single, and he's run himself out. Brilliant bit of work from Tom Taylor at mid-off. I thought it was a strange decision by Compton to take that run. He hardly hit it. It beat Leach in the follow-through. Taylor was at mid-off. He ran across, picked it up. He was only 3-4 yards behind the stumps. A little backhand flick. And Compton, I don't think if we'd had a third umpire, he would even have been in the frame. Desperately disappointing way to get out for naught, especially in this situation. Good work from Tom Taylor. Bit of pressure from Worcestershire. The first wicket is down, Kent, 2 for 1. There's enough ways to get out without doing that.
That's so frustrating. Well, Ben Compton won't need to be told, but what do they call it these days? Brain fade, maybe? That was just suicidal. And he, of all people, should know you don't need quick singles at this point.
Well, no, I mean, he wanted to get off the mark. It was uncharacteristic, it really was. And I mean, you know, if you're in the Kent dressing room, you're thinking, the one thing you're thinking is, well, Ben will stick around. He'll be difficult to shift. He's an absolute nugget out there, and he doesn't give his wicket away, and that's exactly what he's done. It was good work from Taylor, credit to him, but Daniel Beldrum and the Kent skipper walking out there, and there must be a little bit of his mind that is thinking, what on earth is going on with this team at the moment? What have I got to do? Well, the answer is you've got to get yourself in and you've got to get a big score. He's not on strike because obviously the batsman crossed.
Yeah, he's got a bat for about a fortnight. That's Daniel Beltram here, and the same before, had a great start to the season, consecutive hundreds, consecutive 50s after that.
Leach to Miye, and he gets a thickish inside edge, squirts away on the leg side. They've taken one. They might have thought about two if they hadn't just had a run out, but they decided against it as James Hartshorn did the fielding. So Bell Drummond will be on strike. Miye dropped by Libby on one, I think. And Compton run out for naught. Kent 3 for 1. And they are still 274 runs in arrears. As Leach comes into Bell Drummond, bowls to him, and Bell Drummond is feeling for this one outside the off stump. Looked like a man who made naught in the first innings and got out to that bowler, a nervous prod. Good over from Leach, 3 for 1 at the end of it. And well, we say it so many times, but in terms of the outcome of this game, with bad weather forecast for at least the first half of tomorrow, these next 23 overs are going to tell us a great deal about where the points are going in this one, because if Kent lose another 2 or 3 wickets, then they're in real trouble.
Yeah, Daniel Beltram was really feeling for that one, wasn't he? As it came forward, just look at the replay, and it's left him off the pitch. It's doing something. Taylor to bowl to Miye then, drive, good looking one too, and that'll go for 4, well it will, through extra cover. Brett Oliveira chases it, but won't catch up for that, and that's not an extravagant or flamboyant shot from Miye. It's just well timed from a maybe slightly over pitch delivery from Tom Taylor, but that'll go for 4. 7 for 1.
Worcestershire in that nice position of not having to worry about conceding the odd boundary. They can pitch it up and give it a chance to do a bit off the pitch and not worry. In fact, they're almost encouraging players to go for drives.
There've been so many catches in the slip cordon and behind that you can understand it. Left by Mier on length through to the wicket keeper.
And as a batter, Mier, like any batters will feel, when you see a ball that's full outside off stump, tempted to go for it. It's a stimulus response situation, and he'll keep playing those shots. I'm sure Taylor knows if he can just get one in the right place, just not quite full enough to drive, get a little bit of lateral movement, he'll find another edge.
Taylor then to Mier, who leaves this one once more. Pitches it, looks just outside the off stump.
Got to be just a bit straighter than that.
Yeah, Mier is. We're not really the right angle to see this. We're down at deep third here, but from the body shape there, he's just let that go. Quick look at the replay, and yeah, it's done a little bit coming back towards him, but not enough actually. It's a good 2 stumps outside the line, and Mier has just decided to keep his powder dry on that one. Taylor to Mier on the front foot. You can hear the report from the middle of the bat, but no great pace on it as Tom Taylor's stopped him coming forward. A good length delivery and into the onside. Is that Adam Finch? No, Adam Hose is fielding that a mid wicket. I think I'm right in saying. I might get my 54 and my 61 mixed up.
Hose
Yeah,
first.
I was going to say it is Finch,
It's
isn't it?
Hartshorn.
Oh, is it Hartshorn? Beg your pardon. Here's Mier again. Hits the middle of the bat this time, and there's no run.
No, it's Finch, you're right. It's Finch at mid-wicket, Hartshorn down at long leg.
They've got full bingo numbers on the squad numbers, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah. I've never understood
These young
it,
people.
Really. What happened to 1 to 11 and your left back wore 3?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, and the manager's talking now, he's an 8, but he might be a 6.
Yeah.
I was
But no one actually wears those shirts, yeah.
Well, I only know what a 10 is.
It's all very well saying that, but none of them wear those numbers anyway. But it might be an 85. Here's Taylor to Mier on the back foot. Lovely drive, that one. And Kashif Ali tries to stop it. But that's hit cleanly and sweetly by Dewanda Mier. He goes on to 11, and the score on to 11 for 1. Yes, he scored all the runs so far. So Bill Drummond has yet to score off a single delivery.
I love a bit of nostalgia. I love the old thing about numbers, and I remember the very first game that I ever played for my primary school 11, and it was tiny little Catholic primary school in Solihull called St Augustine's, and we played against St Andrews, and John Dean was playing for St Andrews in the other team, who went on to be a Canary legend and manager. Played for Ipswich as well, I think, briefly. As Joe Leach starts a new over, and this is punched away on the offside for a single by Bell Drummond, who's off the mark at least, having got a naught in the first half. And I was number 8, and they said, "You stand there," at the kick-off, just on the right of the centre circle, inside right, number 8, you stand there. There was only one, if you were wearing that shirt, you had to stand in a certain place. Times have changed. That was the mid-1860s, sorry, 1960s. Joe Leach to continue, 12 for 1, Bell Drummond off the mark on 1, Mier on 11, already had a life, put down by Jake Livy at deep gully, and he's working this one fluently off his pads. He's just that sort of player, Mier, who can't stop scoring runs. No ball call by the umpire, but no great worry for Worcestershire in terms of runs, of course, because they had a first innings lead of 276. So not bothered about conceding runs, just want to make sure that they're threatening all the time, and that means getting the ball in that right area, just outside off stump, the right length where the ball has bounced quite sharply from time to time. Leach looking for that now, comes in and bowls, and that one just stopped in the little pitch a little bit, and Bell Drummond jabbed at it and pushed it down on the offside. But the Compton wicket, as I'm joined by Matthew Howes, an absolute bonus.
Yeah, it was
Suicide, wasn't it?
pretty poor running. Good underhand flick by Taylor to hit the stumps.
He knew it, didn't he? He knew if he hit that it was going to be out. He really did. Is Leach in again now, bowls, and Bell Drummond cuts for 4. Long hop, cut away, and hammered as it needed to be by Bell Drummond. I mean, that's just a bad ball wherever you bowl it. And Joe Leach, interesting, said yesterday that his opening spell was awful yesterday, and he will be the first to admit that that got what it deserved.
Yeah, and his follow through, you could tell he wasn't happy with that ball. It immediately turned his back to it and marched off back to his mark.
He's in again now, balls, and there you are. That's exactly the right response. That's exactly where he wants to be. It's another no ball. Very unusual for Leach to bowl no balls. He's bowled more in this game than I've seen him bowl in about the last 5 years.
This is 5th this game, I think.
But it was a jaffer. It would have been very annoying if he'd nicked it and it had been caught and the no ball would have been called, but it was exactly what he's looking to do. Just get it there.
It's a wonderful delivery.
Hit the seam, move it away. He's not great pace, Joe Leach, but he's a master of seam bowling. He's in again now and he bowls, and that one's left alone by Bell Drummond. Came back the other way. And Joe Leach, he has this ability to bowl this wobble seam delivery where he doesn't know which way it's going to go himself, and if he doesn't know which way it's going to go, then the batsman certainly doesn't know. And I've had long discussions with bowlers and batters about this. Darryl Mitchell telling me that as his career progressed, it became more and more difficult to leave the ball because bowlers were bowling balls that they didn't know whether it was going to go in or out. Whereas when he started, you knew it was going to be an off cutter or a leg cutter. Leach bowls, and Bell Drummond jams the bat down on this, pushes it out on the offside. And I can certainly understand the difficulty and how difficult it is. If someone like Leach bowls a ball that's just outside off stump and you fancy leaving it, it helps if you've got an idea which way it's going to go.
Well,
otherwise you play at everything.
Yeah, case in point with those two deliveries, one was a no ball, but one on the similar line nipped away and one came back.
He's in again now and he bowls, and again Bell Drummond is reaching for this one. It's gone past the outside edge. Good over from Joe Leach, notwithstanding the 2 no balls. 21 for 1 Kent after 5 overs. The man out, Compton run out without scoring. Bell Drummond has 5. Mayei a rather more attractive 12.
Yeah, Mayei continuing where he left off in the first innings, albeit this time with on the front foot, timing the ball, whereas bludgeoned in the first innings as Taylor continues from the digless end. Rising delivery off a length that's left and through to Roderick, the keeper. Taylor, such a wonderful action. It's so repeatable, rhythmic run up and gather, and as he delivers the ball, here he comes again and forces a inside half of the bat by Mayei. It goes out to fine leg and it's picked up and he gets a single. 22 for 1 now. Mayei to 13. Bell Drummond 0 in the first innings.
It's a joy to watch Mayei, isn't it? Even if he's struggling and even if it's against your team, it's just a joy to watch somebody so positive at the crease, I think.
Taylor draws Bell Drummond forwards but leaves the bat out of the way through to the keeper. Yeah, those positive shot makers always, especially Mayei, is pleasing on the eye. He's shown both sides to his game in the 2 innings so far.
Yeah, exciting cricketer, I think.
Taylor, number 12 on his back, draws Bell Drummond forward, and there's
Beauty, wasn't it?
an excellent delivery, plays and misses, and Brooks was bouncing up and down at third slip, almost in anticipation of hearing the fine little edge. So, oh, it's great delivery. Taylor's bowled really well here into his third over. And this time, Bell Drummond rather gets bat on ball, but Worcestershire feel like that one almost crept between bat and pad. Yet to see the best of Bell Drummond in this match. Got a massive job to do for his team. Taylor to complete the over and is short, and Kashif Ali diving in the covers to stop it. And thought about a run, but decided better of it, having already seen Compton perish in that manner. Taylor completes the over. It's 3 overs, none for 10 for him, but he does have the run out. Kent 22 for 1. Still with a deficit of more than 250 to make Worcester bat again.
So it's Leach to continue to Miyei. 13 to him. Leach over the wicket. 3 slips. Waiting. Balls, and Miyei is not so attractive this time, just pushing forward, kind of kicking that one away on the leg side, looped up in the air off his pad and dropped down on the leg side. But good from Leach. Better start to this spell than his first spell yesterday. 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. He went for 24, I think, in his first 3 overs yesterday. He said he was recalling Canterbury earlier this year, where he said he bowled about 20 overs before he went for 24 on that flat pitch down there. But he's fancying it today, I think, as he comes in now and bowls, and Miyei is driving beautifully through the covers off the back foot. Not a particularly bad delivery from Leach, that one. A little bit short of a length, outside off stump, but a glorious back foot cover drive from Tawenda Miyei. As lovely to watch as almost anything we've seen in the game. Just the ease with which he played that shot. Glorious high left elbow, straight bat, and expertly put away. He goes to 17, 26 for 1.
Just a little bit of width, that was all the invitation he needed.
He's on the front foot this time, taking a quick single as Kashif runs around from extra to field. And he goes to 18, 27 for 1. Worcestershire have picked up the 1 wicket. Compton, who ran himself out without scoring. They've had a chance when Tom Taylor found the edge of Miyei's bat, and Jake Libby was unable to hold on in a deep gully position.
Yeah, it'd have been an excellent catch if he could have held on. That ball popping out as he
hit the ground.
Hit the turf.
Yeah. Changing the field for Bell Drummond. Leach having an extra man in the offside ring. An extra slip going in. Fine leg coming up into the circle. So Leach bowls and Bell Drummond works it away on the onside, and that man, Adam Finch, who's come up from fine leg, he batted well earlier today, bashed bowling around at the end. He got a career best 43 before being last out. He makes a tumbling stop, which probably a little bit more dangerous than it might be if he weren't carrying a knee injury that's going to require surgery immediately the season ends. There's Leach again, he's in and bowls, and Bell Drummond reaching a long way forward to that one, just stabs the bat alongside the front pad and pushes it out on the offside.
Yeah, a really big stride in there.
Fields, yeah.
We saw him in the first innings trying to use his feet to Leach. This time stayed in his crease and just got a massive stride in instead.
Leach, last ball of his 4th over, turns and runs in and bowls, and Beldrum is again striding forward, pushing the bat alongside the front pad, pushing it back up the pitch. And that's the end of the over from Joe Leach. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Kent in their second innings, which began with them 276 behind, 27 for 1. Earlier today, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 137 for 2, going on to 447 all out. Brett D'Oliveira top scoring with 97.
As Taylor starts his 4th over by bringing Mieye forward and blocks it into the offside, and there's no run. I know you talked about it in the first innings, Frank, about how many wickets Leach has got bowling from the Diglis end. Were you surprised that he stayed at this New Road end to open the bowling?
No, not after yesterday, but I was surprised yesterday that he got his success from the New Road end. Ooh.
Taylor dropped this one short, and Mieye, one leg in the air, off his hip, lifts this all the way for 6. Beautiful sound off the bat. It was not a brilliant delivery, but wonderful shot. It wasn't even that short, it was just back of a length, hip high, and swiveled and flicked it all the way. Fantastic shot. Talented player.
Yeah. At the same time, I think as long as he's in this mood, Worcestershire will feel that he's going to give them a chance sooner or later. He's already given them 1 chance. He's going to keep playing shots, and they've got runs to play with. So just got to focus and concentrate the bowlers on getting the ball in the right place, not giving him too much to hit, frustrating him a little bit. But it's great to watch him.
Yeah,
it really is.
The ideal length is slightly fuller than that ball, but yeah, he took full advantage. As this time he's driving on the front foot through extra cover for 4 runs. And he's charged on to 28.
It must be fun. It must be fun to play like that. It just absolutely clears his mind, waits to see what comes along, and then just responds appropriately. And he's got full range of shots. Great fun. Whack a 6, drive a 4, tap the pitch. Effortless stuff.
It wasn't particularly good ball by Taylor. It's half volley and sort of 5th or 6th stump line allowed him to get his hands through the ball, and the follow-up delivery is tighter to those stumps and brings Tawanda Mieye forward, and he doesn't score a run there, just blocks into the offside where Kashif Ali did the fielding. It's certainly brave cricket. Many players probably would have retreated to their shells, 270 in arrears. But
that's the one, isn't it? Didn't
Taylor this time finds that length. Mieye not sure whether to come forward or back, and finds the edge, but soft hands didn't carry to Libby this time at sort of deep gullies. Quite a few yards back there from...
Yeah, it's an odd position, but it worked earlier.
Maybe they're thinking that Mieye does go at the ball,
yeah,
as he does there in defence, and plays it right under his eyes. D'Oliveira does the fielding, and that completes an over that's gone for 10 with 2 glorious shots. And Kent are 37 for 1. Beldrum 5 from 15. Mieye 28 off 26. Taylor's now 4 overs, none for 20. So there appears to be a change of bowling from the New Road end.
Yeah. It's James Hartshorn coming into the attack from the New Road end. And what we saw from Hartshorn yesterday was less threatening but more containing. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 18 in the first innings. A nagging sort of length, no great pace, similar pace to Joe Leach, maybe a little bit quicker, but didn't bowl a lot of loose stuff. Picked up just the 1 wicket, 3 slips in place, got a chance here. Comes in now and bowls to Bell Drummond, who drives straight back to him, fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Breezy evening here at New Road. The light not quite as good as it was earlier in the day. It's been quite warm at times, but might just fading a little bit now. 20 past 5. 18 overs left in the day, so it's going to be another fairly late finish, I would imagine. 6:30, 6:35ish probably. As Hartshorn is in and bowls, and Bell Drummond is covering up and pushing this one back up the pitch. Just a case of crease occupation for Bell Drummond and for Miei, but Miei, one suspects, is the sort of player who is more likely to succeed in crease occupation by playing his natural game and clearing his mind. And I suspect if he's still there at the end, he'll be certainly into the 60s or 70s, the way that he's going at the moment. Hartshorn from the New Road end bowls, and Bell Drummond gets a full delivery, drives it up to mid-on, but he's straight Hartshorn, isn't he? He bowls at the stumps.
Yeah, he's wicket to wicket.
He is wicket to wicket, and he's just looking occasionally to nip one away or back off the seam. You can't really relax against him because he's at you. I think he's that kind of a bowler.
Yeah, he's not
express, ideal, kind of containing bowler, stock bowler as we probably would have called him a long time ago. And he comes again now and bowls, and Bell Drummond is driving, but it doesn't time it again. It's very straight, quite full, and he drives it up to mid-on. Taylor fields, and there's no run. 37 for 1 then. Bell Drummond on 5. He's faced 19 deliveries. Miei scoring at his usual fluent runner ball or plus. 28 off 26. Sunshine out again now as James Hartshorn moves in from the New Road end and bowls, and again dead straight, and Bell Drummond is on the back foot, pushing this up to mid-on. Taylor fields. Good from Hartshorn, good start to his first over in this second innings.
He's the type of bowler that Kent probably could have done with someone just to bowl dry, as coaches and players say now.
Yeah,
too many loose deliveries from too many of the Kent bowlers.
Here's Hartshorn again, he's in and bowls, and that one is fended away really on the leg side by Bell Drummond. End of the over, a maiden from Hartshorn, good start from him. Matthew mentioning that the Kent bowlers are a bit loose. That said, let's put in a word for Akeem Jordan on debut for Kent, West Indian fast bowler. 26.1 over, 6 maidens, 5 for 97. He bowled some loose ones, but he also kept going and kept persevering and bowled a lot of good deliveries and deserved his rewards. So good from him. Perhaps not so good from the rest of the seam attack. Alfie Ogborn did take 2 for 87. Matt Parkinson with his legs spin 2 for 65. Joey Everson 1 for 49. The other wicket takers as a new over begins.
Taylor drew the batter forward, and Miei motions as if that one kept just a little bit low. He got a decent amount of bat on it, but yeah, it did. Looking at the replay, not by a lot, but enough to sow seeds of doubt. And Taylor comes in again and brings Miei driving as far as cover where Kashif fields the ball. Talk about how economical Hartshorn has been. There were just 15 maidens in 115 overs by the Kent bowlers earlier. The proactivity of the Worcester batters and sign of ill discipline maybe as Taylor brings Mayeye again, that glorious back foot punch through the covers. The outfield's picked up speed throughout the day and that one races to the boundary for 4 more. 32 now, Mayeye, and all of them have been brought up in pretty glorious fashion. 41 for 1 as I'm about to be joined by Matt Cole.
Yeah, it's some beautiful shots here from Tawanda Mayeye, and as Frank was saying, he's playing his natural game, I suppose, but he's playing some orthodox cricket shots, but attacking ones at that.
Taylor finds the outside half of the bat and they manage to get through for a single as Libby comes in from his deep gully position, unable to deny them of that run. Yeah, we wondered before the innings began whether Tawanda Mayeye would play his natural game or whether he'd be slightly more circumspect, and
I mean, he's capable of playing extraordinary shots over the boundary ropes, but I think perhaps he's playing a little bit within that, but still, as Frank said, almost the reflex of a full-length delivery. He's hit a number of great cover drives so far. Daniel Bell-Drummond thought about playing that, has left it through to the wicket-keeper. And there's no run, I think, probably on length, some decent bounce and carry. First up here, Tom Taylor, none for 25 for him. He was very, very miserly indeed in his first spell, in fact his second spell as well, yesterday for Worcestershire. I've given to check myself, it was yesterday. Some games seem to, so much has happened in a day in 2 sessions. It really was yesterday. Is Taylor bowling to Bell-Drummond? Jammed the bat down on that one, or is it all pad? That's what Tom Taylor's asking. Oh, he looks disgusted. He's got a...
Yeah, the teapot is out. One hand on his hip. Kick of the feet. Looking at the replays,
yeah, it's coming back in.
It was coming back in, but I think he got outside the line.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he impacted outside the line. I could see why he's shouting, because it may well have gone on to hit the stumps, but from the wrong angle, and that's no good, says umpire Pollard. I think is at the far end now.
Yeah,
end of the over. Yeah, 42 for 1.
Taylor for 25 from his 5 overs so far. Just went for 35 in the first innings from 15 overs.
Yeah.
As Hartshorn starts on the New Road end. His second over brings a batter forward, and there's no run as it's defended back to the Kiwi.
Yeah, it was a good signing, doesn't it? As you say, it's not been explosive, not a run of wickets in this match, but it's bowled very economically. That pressure has certainly told on Kent in the first innings, it felt like.
Yeah, as he runs in again, and Mayeye this time looks to work this through the leg side, but can only get it to mid-on. He's probably looking more through mid-wicket with that stroke, but didn't time it particularly well. And Hartshorn's ball is 8th top ball in a row to start this spell. Yeah, he doesn't seem to have the same movement of a leech, but he's certainly just nagging away on the length, and that one was played off the back foot to that deep gully position for no run.
Yeah, great consistency, isn't it? Gives them looking at a grouping of where he's landing the ball, where it's ending up. Can't take any liberties with him.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that you're on point to a batter of Miyeye's positivity, because any width and he pounces on it as that one goes down the leg side and there's no run, and attempted leg glances is missed.
I think there are problems with the coffee machine. To our right, sorry. There's only so much drama you can take in one day, but just thought I ought to let the listeners know what's going on in the background.
Biggest drama of the day. Coffee machine broken.
The press box Don, John Curtis there.
There's Hartshorn. Bowls one that goes through to the wicket keeper with no shot offered.
Yeah, he's there with Worcestershire Press, the media officer there. And I think there are smiles, but he rules with a rod of iron here. He's going to brings you lunch, brings you cakes, but don't mess with his coffee machine, is all I would say. For 42 for 1. But yeah, the amount of consistency from Hartshorn again. 11 balls without a run off his bowling so far.
As that spell's broken by a drive down the ground that slows up. Come back for 3. Good drive, good solid stroke.
A couple from Worcestershire yesterday where you're just calling 4 off the bat, and that's another one, isn't it? And then it turns out it's ground to a halt short of the boundary.
That is.
Just in front here on the near road end.
Yeah, and takes Kent to 45 for 1. They still are 231 behind with 9 wickets remaining. That's 231 to make Worcester bat again.
Yeah. But Frank was saying they've got the luxury here at Worcester. They're so far ahead that they can keep attacking, they can keep bowling full deliveries, not worry too much about the 4 balls, and work for the edges. Although the 1 wicket so far, Ben Compton pretty much got himself out when they had the run out. But change of bowling, Adam Finch from the Diglis end to Anamiye, low on the bat, rather thin sound out into the covers. Is that Jake Libby there now? I think it is, fielding at cover. I was about to
think so,
cried
yes.
before a 4 of saying he'd starting to learn what the fielders there look like in terms of body shape and the way they move in the field, and almost inevitably then the other commentator says, nope, you've got that one wrong. Finch to fends at that one. Well, it's more than a fend, that. It's almost a baseball shot, a golf shot, isn't it? He's ended up with his bat on his left shoulder, having gone through that. And it's a play and a miss from Tuandamiye at the very least. Surely that, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
That was a full attempt at a drive on the up.
Yeah.
And just leapt. I wasn't sure at all, but Roderick was taking it around his shoulders.
Yeah, he couldn't lay bat on that one. That's cut away with some force. Will he get 4 for that? Kashi Valley's done really well. And they come back for 2. Again, this is rather dry on top, this outfield, isn't it? So as he didn't get any slide at all. He's going down. You could almost hear the bump on his knee from here. Really good stop. But,
yeah, looked like
he's
just bibbling with his knee there. I think it's quite a solid impact as he ran round, and must have caused a sweat as he removed one of his 2 jumpers. It's not that cold.
No criticism of it at all. It's great fielding, but yeah, there's no play in the topsoil, as it were. Through the wicket keeper, that's left very deliberately by Miyeye this time. So yeah, great fielding. 47 for 1. Miyeye has 38 of those. How many did he have of the opening partnership? Yeah, 56 of the 73 when the wicket fell yesterday. And Daniel Bell Drummond, who's no slouch in terms of scoring rate normally, is content at the moment to what that noise was. Finch to Miyeye. Oh crikey, that's flamboyant shot. He's almost baseball style, isn't he? Swung that away. into deep left field. I'll stop doing that now. In towards mid-wicket. I think also I've been watching a bit of baseball recently. 48 for 1.
Yeah, he took that from a long way outside off
Yeah,
stump.
absolutely. Yeah.
Sort of similar style shot to which he hit Tom Taylor for 6
Yeah.
a few overs ago.
Not quite the flamingo shot. I don't think the back foot's come up in the air, but certainly powerfully. Beldrummond now facing pitch. Ooh, that's kept low. Looked like there's some bat on that. Is it pad onto bat? Again, if this time Daniel Beldrummond has kind of gone back into his crease, and if he's not getting anything on that at all with the willow, let's have a look. He must have got bat on that, surely.
If there wasn't bat on that, I would...
Said he's almost moved his pads back across in front of the stump, so there must have been an inside edge surely onto the pads and back out, or yeah. Well, there was no prolonged protestation certainly from Worcestershire. Kent 48 for 1. They need 276 in total just to make Worcestershire bat again.
Hartshorn beginning his third over is short, and Mayeye again, that pick up off his hip, this time one bounce for 4. It was we talked about how consistent Hartshorn's been. That was a poor ball, short and leg side, and just helped himself.
Yeah, Miye's going the way of the counter-attack, isn't he? Here, isn't he? Just he's going to take the runs where he can, but maybe chances within that for Worcestershire.
This time he flicks it to mid-wicket. D'Oliveira's there and there's no run. Yeah, he's certainly a boundary hitter. We saw D'Oliveira scoring faster than a runner ball earlier, and he did that by rotating strike and quick running between the wickets. Mayeye, by contrast, is dots and 4s. There were 11 in his 50 in the first innings, and got to 43 here, and this time he's taken a back of a length delivery over mid-on's head for 1 bounce 4 down the ground with a flourish and a flick of the wrist at the end. There was no attempt to keep that down whatsoever from outside off stump.
He plays some outrageous stuff there. It looks like a pickup shot. I thought he mishit it firstly, but he's hit it so hard, as you say, it's just bounced once inside the rope that...
When I saw the direction of the ball, I half expected it just to loop to Finch at mid-on, but it travelled over his head and almost went for 6. Hartshorn, and this time short and wide, and that is back foot drive for 4, and Mayeye in a blink of an eye moved to 50 from 45 balls. 51, Kent up to 60. And Hartshorn's gone for 12 in this over. Maye's 50, 8 4s and a 6. Strike rate of 113.
I mean, that was looked almost effortless, that shot, didn't it? But yeah, well, there we go. There's one way of playing this game.
And this time flashes at a wide ball that goes down to third for 4 more. 16 from the over. Mayeye, I hesitate to say he's on the charge, but he's certainly motoring.
So yeah, Hartshorn had 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3 at the beginning of this over. It's made a bit of a mess of that, but certainly entertaining. Mayeye won't be going out of this game with a whimper, that's for sure. Already has 55 out of 64 for 1.
It's completely over. Hartshorn is left alone this time. Yeah, he did think about another repeated dose of going into the...
Oh, this bat's not good enough.
Apparently not. Here comes... How many bats has he got there? 5? Substitute in
these
the
days.
green bibbers.
Yeah.
It's brought 4 or 5 bats. And
Is that Jazz Singh's bringing them out? Yeah. Oh, he's chosen number 3. What was wrong with that one?
if that's a bad one, I'd love to see what this one's like.
Perhaps that that shot back over the bowler's head should have gone for 6, and he's worried there's not enough power in the willow. Crikey, what an over that was. 64 for 1 as Finch comes in towards Bell Drummond, who's at the other end just watching on and probably quite enjoying his teammates' exploits. 64 for 1, 55 from 47 from Mayeye. Bell Drummond, that one looked to keep a little bit low. Again, he's playing quite well back into his crease at the moment, Bell Drummond, and he always looks like a player. This isn't a criticism, it's just the way Daniel Bell Drummond bats. But will give you a chance of an LBW because he can play the ball so late when he's sighting it well. It'll run down to third man. Oh! There we go. He's looked at his stumps there and didn't play at that, and Finch has clipped the off stump. Well, on that one, he has not judged it at all, Daniel Bell Drummond. And, he's looking back. It has nipped back in. And Bell Drummond, none in the first innings, 5 in the second. And so disappointed for him and for Ken. They're 64 for 2, needing 276 just to make Worcestershire bat again. Worcestershire just want as many wickets as they can. We're thinking maybe 3 before the close. Sets them well on the path towards victory here. Still 13 overs remaining, or the best part of 13 overs remaining. They're 64 for 2. And I was saying when we started this match, they have quite a long tail as well. Daniel Bell Drummond, the second Kent batter to go. He goes for 5. It's 64 for 2. And Worcestershire have the heady scent of victory already in their nostrils.
Yeah, it was a Bell Drummond looking to leave the ball on length and just came back towards him and clipped the top of the stump, maybe the bail. It's a good delivery from Finch.
Yeah. But yeah, lack of judgment there, isn't it? Just hasn't judged that one. Thought it's worth a leave. It's nipped back just a little bit. Great ball from Finch as well.
It's a similar delivery that drew the LBW appeal in the previous over.
Yeah.
As you just said, Bell Drummond looks a candidate for, if you can nip the ball back, getting him LBW, and yeah, that's very poor judgment.
Yeah, that sentence ended having said he can play the ball very late. He's not played that one, and yeah, goodness me. So Jack Leaning comes in and wasn't around very long, was he, for his 6? He was one of those 3 that went in a flurry from Joe Leach just before lunch on the first day, which changed the direction of the game. First off, today Brett D'Oliveira has done the same with the bat with 97. Some power hitting from Finch himself and from Taylor. Finch bowls to Leaning now and defends that into the offside, and there is no run. And I was going to say with Tawanda Mayeye, there's 55 from 47, whether he occupies the crease or whether he plays his shots. And I think Jordan Cox now, of course, at Essex is a fantastic example of how to do both. He can be absolutely brutal, Cox. He has a fantastic array of shots, but he also has that defence which allows him to stick around long periods at the crease. Mayeye, if he can develop that, he'll be a very, very fine red ball player as well as a great white ball player as well in the making. 64 for 2, Leaning defends that into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, not for the second time in the match. It looks like Tawanda Mayeye is playing a completely different game to the rest of the Kent batting lineup.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Other than, of course, he was dropped on naught by Libby, but since then it's been imperious.
Finch to Leaning, bouncer. Leaning just sways out of the way of it, through to wicketkeeper Roderick. 3 slips beside him, and there is no run. He seems to be, whether this is the right approach or not, he does seem to be batting without fear, I would say, with a fluency as well. But having said that, Kent are still a mile off making Worcestershire bat again here. They need another 212. They are a long way off. Here comes Finch bowling to Leaning. Leaning, is that an edge? It's gone through past first slip. Roderick has thrown himself at it off the bat. I believe so. Just checking what the umpire signalled there. He's signalled the boundary. Yeah, absolutely. It's come off the bat. Roderick has thrown himself in front of the man at first slip. I don't know if he's distracted him, but neither of them have got hands to it. And what would you say? Half a chance. It has absolutely whistled chest high through the slip cordon. Leaning survives. 68 for 2. Both Mieye and Leaning then have survived chances. Kent 68 for 2 though. Worcestershire probably won't be ruining that too much at the moment. They're in a fantastic position. Have Kent 2 down. The game is 22 wickets old, and we're not even finished with the second day yet. Worcestershire a long way ahead as Hartshorn resumes his duel with Tawanda Mieye.
This time he forces Mieye to bring his hand off the bat as a back of a length ball. Spit, but definitely rises more than you'd have expected. And there's no run, but just signs things are starting to happen here for Worcestershire. It's Hartshorn a couple of steps and into his run up and flicked away down to fine leg for 2, where Leach comes round and picks it up, throws it into the keeper. It's 2 runs added to the total, added to Mieye's total. 70 for 2 now, 57 of those to the opener. As he settles over his bat once more. Sun hidden behind the clouds here as we head towards 6 o'clock, and that one's left alone through to the keeper.
It's been messaged by people who know a lot better than me, and they say that was half a chance. I was being too generous to Worcestershire there, but so apologies if I was.
Yeah, it was difficult to see from our angle whether Roderick took it away from slip or whether...
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm being told. Yeah, I didn't see the replay, but the keeper's knocked it away from the first slip there.
As Mieye flicks this, and it's whipped off his hip. This one finer than the previous one in the over, but the result's the same. Leach with the does the fielding, and 2 more to the total. 72 for 2. Ball is in again. Mieye drives. Sort of a short extra cover position where Brooks has moved from 3rd slip as he shines the ball on his shirt and lobs it to his captain, D'Oliveira. In turn, hands it back to the bowler. Lone applause from one of the fielders as Hartshorn's in, and short and wide, and there's a man back, but he's got absolutely no chance. 4 more to complete the over. The man on the boundary, I think that's Tom Taylor, had maybe 5-6 yards, if that, to cover, to cut that off, and even with a dive, got nowhere near it. Absolutely crunched. 76 for 2 at the end of 15, 11 overs left in the day.
He's hit that so sweetly, hasn't he, Tawanda Mieye? Goodness me. What a shot that is. 76 for 2. That house, thank you very much indeed. To be replaced by Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. That one's left by Leaning through to wicket-keeper Roderick. And a bit of rotation here as we'll be updating our sports show in the 6 to 7 hour. The Huddle on BBC Radio Kent tonight, presented by Ben Watts, because their normal presenter has swarmed off to somewhere by the river, on the site of a cathedral apparently.
Dreadful.
There we go. They would have thought.
Can't get the stuff.
No.
What have we decided about that edge through the slip spine leaning? Was it catchable?
As Finch bowls to leaning right now and runs that down to third, hairs off for the first, and knocked away from first slip by the keeper. So a half chance, I'm told. That's
Right.
from someone with some association with Kent. There we go.
A half chance to hose or...
Well, the keeper knocked it
Yeah,
away from him, Roderick,
okay.
so took responsibility for the catch.
Okay. So
So,
the keeper got a glove to it.
Yeah,
then,
absolutely. So gave host no chance. I think from
Right.
what I saw, if there was a deflection by the keeper, which I gather there was. Finch to bowl now to Miyeye, to swing and a miss outside the off stump. He's taken a liking to Hartshorn's bowling, but
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Goodness me.
Finch might
He'll
be
have
a bit
100
prospect.
if he's still there at the end of the day, I think.
Well,
no
at this
doubt
rate,
about it.
he's got 63 of 77 batting partners of. I said I've been watching him. Beldrum was there for 20 odd balls, wasn't he, before going? And
Never looked happy, did
no,
he?
looked out of sorts. You're absolutely right. Yeah, feeling outside the off stump for that one from Finch. That one on off stump is defended up to mid off, and there's no run check. Libby Fields, 3 slips in, no gully. Cashy Valley's down a deep backward point. There's Libby at cover. There's mid off and mid on. There is a deep backward square as well. Doesn't account for everybody. Anyone hiding behind a pillar? Oh wait, yeah, sorry. Deep mid wicket as well. I think that's 11 with the wicketkeeper and bowler. Here's Finch to Miyeye now. Leaves that outside the off stump, it looks like, through to the wicketkeeper, no run. And I think the gardening by Miyeye just off a back of a length there, having a look at it. Jack leaning also from the far end, has a quick look at the cut strip. Let's see what's going on. Straw coloured, we can see from here. Miyeye settles. Finch barrels in from the Diglis end, bowls now. And ooh, it's a late leave from Miyeye. Was he trying to help that past the slips?
He's trying a little uppercut, I
Yeah,
think,
I
wasn't he?
think he was.
He just doesn't know how not to play a shot, does he? I think.
He plays
Really, I
some
mean, I
beautiful-
don't mean that in a... It's just the way he plays, and
Yes, he's
it's
going
great
wide.
to watch.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
Great
Absolutely
to
right.
watch.
He's trying to lift that over the slips. D20 style. I mean, in normal circumstances, you open the batting, it's difficult enough in the county championship anyway.
Yeah.
63 or 57.
All you got to do right there.
But Kent need to occupy the crease. They need runs, that's for sure, to try and force a draw against Worcestershire here.
199 is still the deficit.
Yeah.
Joe Leach to bowl. This is danger time, isn't it? This is what he did in the first innings. Came on at this New Road end. Second spell. Similar number of overs on the board. And started nipping it around and getting a little bit of bounce. Takes wickets in spurts. Little bursts, Joe Leach. Starts with ball which Jack Laney just squeezes away on the leg side off an inside edge. And it was Miyeye that he picked up first time around with that first wicket of the match. Caught at second slip by Rob Jones for 56 in that first innings. Leach will be hoping that lightning will strike twice. Miyeye will be hoping that he can just carry on playing with the freedom and flair that he has so far. Leach from the New Road end bowls and actually does leave this one alone outside the off stump. But it's been great to watch. It's been a funny game, isn't it? Brett D'Oliveira played with tremendous purpose and freedom for his 97. Gareth Roderick, Rob Jones much more watchful. Miyeye the only one who really played with any kind of ease in the first Kent innings. But a pitch which has helped the bowlers throughout. Just occasionally certain batsmen proving that they can play shots on it. Miyeye forward to this one, plays up to mid on, and there's no run.
Yeah, we've had a bit of everything in that sort of attritional cricket with the pitch looking lively for the bowlers and batters having to dig in. We've seen, as you say, a fantastic almost swing of momentum from Brett D'Oliveira mid-innings for Worcestershire. We've seen Mayeye do, well, pretty much the same in both innings, whatever's happening with the pitch.
Leach in. Mayeye forward. Pushes out into the covers. I think the way that he's played this over, it's interesting, isn't it? Leach has come on and first one he's left it, second one he's blocked it, the next two he's been watchful. It just shows you that if you bowl the ball in the right area to Mayeye, he will treat it with respect, but he's got such timing and so many shots that the margins for error are so much smaller, and I think that's what Hartshorn found. As soon as he erred in line, he was just punished. And Leach, when he hasn't erred in line, and he hasn't, 5 dots in this over so far, he's been right on it. He's been treated with respect by Mayeye, but as soon as there's an error by the bowler, he seizes onto it, and Leach will be aware of that as he comes in to bowl the last ball of this over, which has not been a maiden so far. In fact, Leaning got one off the first ball, but been very, very watchful, Mayeye. But first sign of looseness, he'll be onto it, I'm sure. Here's Leach in bowls, and he's not loose. He's right on it, outside off stump and left alone by Mayeye. Very good over from Joe Leach. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. Kent 78 for 2. We've got 9 overs left in the day. Worcestershire will feel, even if they don't get another wicket, it's been their day, but if they can get another 1 or 2, then they'll feel that they are on the home straight, I think.
Absolutely. 78 for 2, as you say, and Adam Finch takes the ball from Joe Leach. One more over from me, then Matt Howes will come in to join Frank. 5 to 6 now, still 9 overs remaining. Finch to Leaning. Defensive back at the tall Worcestershire pace bowler. Umpire Pollard at the far end, just rearranging the bails. Just having a look at the footmarks. No, he's not saying anything to Finch at all. I think he's just looking at the delivery stride there. It's clearing some loose stuff away from the top. Actually helping the bowler out as well. He bowls now. Finch will be heavy feet as well, outside the off stump, and there's no run. He's a tall, muscular man, isn't he? So that front foot needs to be secure when he's planting it. So Leach definitely playing him with respect at the moment. 78 for 2, Kent. Bowled out for 171 yesterday. Worcestershire making 447 in total. 276 ahead with 97 from Brett D'Oliveira, 50 from Ethan Brooks, 63 from Gareth Roderick. Jones finished with 49. This one's defended again up to mid-on. I could go on, couldn't I? And I am. Finch with 43. but
it's
Matt
the
House,
contributions down the
yeah,
card.
Matt House pointed out early, didn't he, that it's just consistency of double figures and contributions. Kent couldn't get on a roll. They couldn't get 2 or 3 wickets together, which is what Worcestershire did in their first innings to pretty much destroy Kent's momentum in that respect. Never really had any after Mayeye was out. And Leaning defends that one again. But yeah, it's been a great game for Worcestershire so far. And just to concentrate on them, if they can win this game, they're in the fight, properly in the fight to avoid relegation from County Championship Division 1. Lancashire, predictably, are having a very tough time against Surrey, for instance. Nottinghamshire are having an equally tough time against Durham. At Chesler Street, Leaning leaves that outside. I'm not sure there's a slower ball, but it's just pitched in front of keeper Roderick, I think. Took it low, 78 for 2. 1 to come. Leaning has 6, Mayeye 63, 78 for 2. Jack Leaning no runs off this over so far. And I think we're going to do a swapperoo in a second. With Matt House coming in alongside me, and then he'll be joined by Frank Watson in a moment. As Finch bowls to Leaning, defends that one. Yep, that's a maiden over for Finch. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8 for him. Kent 78 for 2. They are still 198 short of making Worcestershire bat again. And they've bossed the game. Well, probably after the first hour of this game, they've been pretty much in charge. Miaye 63, Leaning 6. I'll leave you with Frank Watson and Matt House.
Yes, thank you, Matt. As Miaye continues to be the lone thorn in Worcestershire's side at the moment, particularly with bat in hand. Joe Leach is about to start 6th over from the New Road end. Here he comes now, bringing Miaye forward and respectfully blocked to cover. And there's no run. Kent still a long way behind in this game. 198 to make Worcester bat again. And Leach is in and is defended between backward point cover and also teased the man that coming in from the boundary on that offside. Gets down the other end for a single. Brings Leaning onto strike. Leach removed Leaning in the first innings. Can he do the same in this? This brings Leaning forward and is defended high up on the bat. And there's no run.
As yet, haven't been many, have there, in this innings that have troubled the batsman too much, but it's been that sort of period between about, 15 overs and 35 overs or so in each of the first 2 innings that the bowling was at its most threatening, I thought.
Yeah, certainly haven't seen the same bounce off a length that we saw particularly last night and then again this morning as the next ball's defended. This bowling display so far in this second innings from Worcestershire has been more about attacking those stumps and bowling slightly fuller, I'd say. If we saw those spot maps of where the balls have been pitching, as Leaning takes a couple of steps down and works this through fine leg for 4 runs to complete the over. A couple of steps down, shuffled slightly to the offside and worked it for 4. If I'm mistaken, there's still 1 ball left.
There's been, you don't get many days like yesterday where a team catches everything, do you? And today Worcestershire have missed a couple of opportunities. Both these 2 batsmen have been missed.
This time the over is completed with a forward defensive shot by Jack Leaning.
And I think that'll be their only regret. You know, they'll go in at the end of the day. I mean, if they get another wicket or 2, then fine. But if they go in at the end of the day and they don't, they'll feel, well, you know, yesterday was almost perfect in the field. Today we've missed a couple. Miaye dropped on naught. I mean, how different could that have been? Jake Libby couldn't hold on to that one in the gully, and then Leaning edging that one through between Roderick and Hose. Roderick got a hand to it, so it could have been different, but nonetheless it's been an excellent day for Worcestershire.
I think everything considered they
They'd be
wouldn't
happy with
complain.
it. Yeah. Finch from the Digley bowls, and that uppercut that we were talking about Miaye trying earlier, he executes perfectly on this occasion. Perfectly deliberate shot, nothing accidental about it. short from Finch, straight, not a badly directed short delivery at all. Millet, so much time to just get in behind it and guide it very
Perfectly
skillfully over
keeper's head.
Directly
almost over Roderick.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Sort of shot that you just would not have seen until recent years. Executed perfectly by Millet. He goes to 68. Finch again from the Diglis end into him. He bowls, and that one is right on a good length. And Millet is forward and pushes it very solidly out to the cover. It's been great to watch to under Millet, I have to say. First time I've seen him in the flesh, and it's been a real pleasure to watch the way that he's played in both innings.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's a blend of aggressive stroke making with
good technique.
Yeah.
And there is that technique as he's forward and steers this one out square on the offside. And it's fielded by Jake Libby, who was unable to hold on to a chance early on when Millet hadn't scored. The bowling of Tom Taylor edged one, and Libby in a deep gully position dived, got both hands to the ball. Everybody expected him to hold on to it as he usually does, but as he hit the ground it popped out of his hands, and he then desperately tried to flick it up and catch it again, but he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, his teammates certainly, their reactions were ones of expectation.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Millet. Half volley from Finch, it must be said, wide and full outside the off stump, and well, player like Millet is not going to miss out on that free gift. Beautifully driven. It's not Millet, in fact it's Leaning, I beg your pardon. Beautifully driven through the covers, proper full half volley, and Jack Leaning timing it perfectly. His best shot by a long way so far. He goes to 14, 92 for 2. Finch is in again and bowls, and well, he drives again on the offside. This time it's a really good stop at mid-off by a tumbling Joe Leach. Despite his size and his knee injury, Joe Leach always 100% committed in the field, and that was a tremendous diving stop. So no run. Leaning stays on. Sorry, oh, they did get a run. They got a single, I beg your pardon. Leaning goes to 15. Millet 69. Bit gloomy now, but we've only got 6 overs left. Shouldn't think we'll have any problem. As Finch comes in and bowls, and this time it is Millet who drives sweetly through the offside, and Kashif fields. They take a single. That means he keeps the strike. He's moved on to 70. Threatening position from him. They're still a long way behind Kent. Leaning is on 15. Then 94 for 2. We've got 6 overs left in the day.
Dare I mention, Millet 6 overs, 30 runs to get to bring up a wonderful century. He'd be going some, but we've seen a couple of overs where he's taken more than 10 from it, so I'm not ruling it out as Leach and the umpire in discussion about something. Is Frank's got the binoculars out? Is he looking at the ball there?
Shape. He's asking the umpire whether it will fit through the rings. The umpire said, well, I think it's all right. He said, we'll have another look. He turned it round again, and they looked from another angle, and now they are going to see if it will fit through the rings, and it won't. I think they're going to have to change it. I'm not sure, but I think no, they're not going to change it. Get on with it. He says it's okay. So they had a good chat about it, both umpires, but it fit through the rings, and they've decided to carry on with it. Worth a try.
Leach didn't seem particularly happy with that decision as the ball was thrown back to him. Sort of looked at it like it was
He'll ask again.
It was square.
In the morning, I expect. He comes in again and bowls, and well, that's short. Millet he helps it on its way, really, on the leg side.
Yeah, no fielder.
Disdainful batting, this from Millet.
It was.
Can't understand why.
Pretty dismissive, that shot. Sort of just at maybe a fraction higher than stump high, and he whipped it through square leg with
Yeah.
an economy of motion, barely a backswing, barely a follow through of the bat. Just
Exciting cricketer. Forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. There's no run. 98 for 2. Obviously played a little bit in the 100. Didn't make his Kent debut until 2021. Oval Invincibles. Last year, played a little bit this year. High score of 179 against Northamptonshire in 2023. I think we're going to hear a lot more of this chap. I mean, I haven't seen him before. Born in Zimbabwe, schooled in England, and a really exciting talent, I think. So Leach is in again too, and he bowls, and Mie's pushing this one up to mid on. They go through for a quick single. He has to hurry, but he gets home as Tom Taylor, who ran out Ben Compton earlier on in the innings, comes in to do the fielding. So single to Mie, 75 off 71. Can tell the light's getting a bit gloomy because the scoreboard lights, particularly the clock, the time on either side of the main display of the board, shining very, very brightly indeed at the moment as Leach moves in again and bowls, and leaning is forward, pushing up to mid-off where D'Oliveira fields. So it's been an entertaining 2 days of cricket here. We've had no interruptions, and it's been topsy-turvy, mainly in Worcestershire's favour, but in both innings Mie has played very, very attractively, and that is an understatement really.
He's been
an
excellent.
array of glorious shots. Leaning, however, is on strike at the moment. He is forward, pushing this one up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run. 99 for 2 then, Kent. So it's 177 runs in arrears still. 2 down in their second innings. I think Worcestershire will just feel, if they don't get another one tonight, although they'll be more than happy with the game situation, they'll just feel that perhaps they just missed out a little bit in this last session. Leach bowls, leaning is forward, pushing up to mid on, there's no run. What's interesting to me, Matt, is that at the end of the over, 5 left in the day, is that it just hasn't done as much in this session as I thought it might.
No, I thought it'd be a really tricky session for Kent, and it hasn't played out like that, partially thanks to their opening batter. There's been a little bit more wayward bowling than Worcestershire would have liked, but you're right, the ball just hasn't had that same rise off a length. Those back of a length balls haven't been quite as dangerous, and they've been dispatched by Mie, both through the off and leg side, as Ethan Brooks is going to have a bowl before the close of play here from the Diglis end. As he brings Mie forward, and ball runs into the offside, and there's a single. Brings up the Kent 100 for 2, leaning 15, Mie 76, 21.1 overs. Been pretty quick scoring innings so far, as Leaning waits to face Brooks with his bat periscope-like on his shoulder, and he leaves the ball to some cries from the slip fielders. Scratches at his ground, kicks away, puff of dust. With the ball doing very little right now, it sort of feels like right on cue. Brooks hits the pitch hard on a length and forces Leaning to take his hand off the bat.
And
There's
Brooks, if Brooks can do it at his pace, then you would think, wouldn't you, that Finch and one or two of the others would be more threatening. But maybe we just have to wait until the ball's a little bit older and the effect of the roller has worn off.
Yeah, it's pretty much the perfect length, that length that we've been talking about, as this one's...
Oh, caught and bowled chance. God, dear. Popped it back, got a hand to it, and couldn't hold on to it. Just have a look at the replay. I'm pretty sure it was in the air.
I initially thought it was a bump ball, but the fielder's reaction...
Yeah, it was another chance. Caught and bowled, just popped it back in his follow through, stuck his hand out, couldn't get a hand on it. Third chance goes down. Leaning's had 2 lives. How expensive could it be? Hopefully not too expensive from a Worcestershire point of view, but if the weather closes in the rest of this game, who knows?
Those rude chances.
And that one keeps low,
That
so
one
there you
keeps
go.
low.
It's all begun to happen in this over. Is the one has popped, one has kept a bit low.
I can't see, it's too dark.
Yeah.
It's like night time out there.
Matt Cole is complaining that this is the one ground in the country that hasn't got floodlights.
No, just
We know that,
it's too dark to play.
I'm sure Mayete is seeing it pretty well. 76 from 72. He's on the non-striker's end as Brooks completes his first over with another delivery that brings Leaning
Good
forward.
over.
And it's probably the best over for
Yeah, best over the
3 or
innings,
4
probably.
at least.
Leach to continue. 4 left in the day. It's a good finish to the day. Ethan Brooks has come on and asked a few questions. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage throughout the day, throughout the 2 days. Indebted, Matt Cole and I, to Matthew Howes alongside me at the moment, who's been a guest commentator for this game, as that one's left alone outside the off stump. And it's been great to have you, Matthew. Really appreciate your help, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And
Thank you very
and
much
it's
for
the
having me.
start of a lot more cricket involvement, perhaps, for you over the next few years, as these streams become more and more popular. I'm sure there'll be more and more opportunities cropping up, and certainly been a great pleasure to have you alongside us, and I mean that very sincerely. Joe Leach bowls, and Murier is forward and pushing this one up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. It's not always this exciting, is it, Matt? If you'd have been at Canterbury earlier this year with us, in the heat, on the flattest pitch in the world, with Kookaburra balls, we had to find different ways to entertain both ourselves and the listeners. A few stories were told and a few dubious claims were made as Leach comes in over the wicket and bowls, and he nearly got his reward there. Millet flashed at that one, and that's the one that Leach has been looking for. That's the one that's in that corridor and just bounced outside the off stump, and Millet perhaps fortunate on this occasion not to get a nick through to Gareth Roderick. That would really end the day on a high for Worcestershire if they could get rid of Millet. 76 off 75 balls. Lovely stuff from him. It's been a real joy to watch. But Worcestershire would be very happy not to have to watch any more of it. Leach bowls, and he leaves this one outside the stump quite a bit wider, and Roderick takes low down to his right. I see a bit of discussion on Twitter amongst the Worcestershire supporters saying that these drops have been expensive and what a shame, and etc, etc. I must say, I'll just reiterate what I said a few minutes ago. You're never going to catch everything. They caught more or less everything yesterday. There are always going to be one or two that go down, and nobody drops them on purpose.
No, it's been
a pretty good effort.
The first innings was excellent in the field, and
Leach to Millet, defends off the back foot, no run.
And the chances that have gone down haven't been the easiest of chances. There's Leach. Drew Mayeye forward, and there's one ball left in this over. So he comes in and balls to Mayeye. It's driven. Brooks scampers round and at cover to cut that off and deny a single. 3 remain in the day. Kent still 100 for 2.
Yeah, 3 left. 3 left in the day. Just explaining why we had to turn the effects mic down, because we had a bunch of spectators outside that were speaking very loudly, and it picks up. It's that little dish up there outside the window, and it picks up the conversation sometimes. We haven't had to go as far as the football commentators to apologise in case you've heard anything you shouldn't have. Is it me or you? It's me, I suppose. Brooks, you did the...
Oh, I just finished off the last over for you.
I'll do this. Thank you very much. That's what you're here for. Brooks bowls, and that one's fended away on the offside by Jack Leaning. These two now just desperate to see it through without losing another wicket. Worcestershire focused on these last 17 deliveries. Can they pick one up? Brooks is in. Bowls to Leaning outside the off stump. Roderick takes. No run this time. Ethan Brooks, 50 earlier today. His first 50 for Worcestershire in red ball cricket. Super effort.
Really well compiled, especially on that front foot. The driving, especially early in his innings, was very fluid. And
full face of the bat in the V. Played some very, very nice shots. It was an excellent effort by him, and he would love it if he could just round it off by picking up a wicket here in bowls. And that one is left alone by Leaning outside the off stump.
Exaggerated leave there. Hands up above the head.
Bit gloomy now. We've had a mixture of weather. Rain overnight, gusty winds, particularly this morning. No delay to the start though. Lots of sunshine midday and during the afternoon. Old Players' Day, festival of cricket going on here. Good crowd. Not so good now as Brooks bowls and this is pushed back up the pitch. This crowd always tends to thin out after about 6 o'clock at New Road, and well, it might. I think a lot of people feel that that's the sort of natural end to the day, around 6ish, and you always regard it as overtime, really, if you're going on past 6. And it was quite late yesterday, not quite going to be as late today, but been quite a long day, but enjoyed by many.
Very long final session yesterday.
Oh, that's the one. Brooks has got that one exactly right. Pitch just short of a length outside off stump, climbed. That's the one that will get batsmen out, whether they like it or not. Leaning just able to drop his hands underneath that. And you look at Brooks at his pace and you think, well, if he can do that, then somebody like Finch or Taylor be asking more questions from that end tomorrow, Sunday, perhaps.
Yes.
As the effect of the roller wears off. Third slip goes in. Brooks is in, bowls, and Leaning is playing defensively back up the pitch. Excellent over from Ethan Brooks.
Maiden over. And it was
2
deliveries
left in the day.
Deliveries like that 5th ball that why we've seen wickets fall in clumps. Every now and then that ball doing something from a good length, and the longer you've been at the crease, the easier it is to negotiate those. As Leach comes in, Mayeye, bat metronomically swaying as he waits and leaves that ball through to the wicket keeper. As he completes his pre-delivery routine, a kick of the heels, a scratch at the turf, marks his guard, wanders off, flicks at the knees, and now nestles over his bat as Leach turns, rocks and rolls his way to the crease and brings Mayeye forward, and the ball goes to Libby in his position backward of point. There's no run. Mayeye looked for a single. The fielder threat of throwing down the stumps sent him back. There's 10 balls remain in the day. Leach sets off once more, and it may be 10 balls left, but Mieye is going to continue. He somehow managed to take a straight delivery, back of a length, straight over the umpire's head, back past the bowler for a 1 bounce 4, and I'm sure Leach stopped in the middle of the pitch to tell him how good a shot that was.
He's just saying to the umpire, that is just ridiculous. They're all having a bit of a giggle out there.
An incredible shot. It wasn't the full flow of the bat, there's more of a flick of the wrists. We saw Mieye do that earlier in his innings over mid-on, but this time it was...
He's a strong man, isn't he?
Gun barrel straight. And Leach in again. This one's left, and there's
That's close, I reckon, that one.
plenty of noise from behind the stumps.
Good leave. Let's have a
Mieye,
look at the
80
replay
from
on that.
82 balls, 104 for 2, still 172 behind.
Oh no, it was just a good leg cutter actually, it wasn't close, was it? Good leave. Good shape on the ball from Leach.
That's home side in the field, just trying to unsettle Mieye, force another shot or two. I'm sure he'll oblige if the ball's in the right spot as he leaves this one and ends up on one knee. That one might have been closer.
Bit of kidology, I reckon, as well from the fielders.
Ooh, it was closer, but
If that had nipped a bit more off the seam, but it just shows that business of going both ways, doesn't it, off the seam for Leach. That's why he's such a tough customer.
that's why he's been so successful. Over 450 wickets, first class level. Completes the over with a dot ball. And that's his work with the ball done for today at least. I'm sure there'll be plenty more to do before this game is over.
So last over of the day, going to be bowled by Ethan Brooks. I'll talk you through the day. If you're just joining us, coming in from work, driving home, whatever, I'll talk you through the day, which began with Worcestershire on 137 for 2. Their overnight position. That was in response to Kent's 171 all out yesterday. And the not out batsmen were Gareth Roderick on 53 and Rob Jones on 17. Ethan Brooks starts the last over of the day outside the off stump, left alone. They took their third wicket partnership, Roderick and Jones, having played very well last night, on to 41 before, with the score on 154. Roderick was caught behind off the bowling of Akeem Jordan for an excellent 63, and then almost another 50 added for the fourth wicket by Rob Jones and Adam Hose. This one blocked back to Brooks before Jones was out for 49. Very good effort from him, both last night and this morning, and denied a 50 by a brilliant diving catch by Jack Leaning at second slip off the bowling of Joey Everson. That was 201 for 4 at lunch. 237 for 4 because Brett D'Oliveira came in and immediately put bat to ball with real purpose. Brooks again in, bowls, Leaning is forward, defending into the offside. So D'Oliveira 31 not out at lunch in just 7 overs. And then in the afternoon he and Adam Hose added a further, well, they took their partnership for the 5th wicket on to 85 before Hose was caught by Garrett off the bowling of Jordan, top-edged a hook at the new ball down to fine leg. 83rd over, Garrett took the catch. It was a 3rd wicket for Akeem Jordan. Brooks bowls, Leaning works this away on the leg side, and thereafter Brett D'Oliveira stole the show in company with Ethan Brooks, who's bowling at the moment. D'Oliveira had gone to 97. Everybody thought he deserved 100. He'd only faced 90 balls in it, 15 fours, played absolutely beautifully, but then sliced a catch to cover off the bowling of Matt Parkinson, well, to backward point, and was out for 97. Brooks followed for 50, also going to Parkinson. Brooks bowls again, a leave by Leaning, and one ball left in the day. And after that, Leach made 1 before he was out. Taylor made 20. Finch smashed 43, career best at the end, in company with Hartshorn. Worcestershire eventually 4-4-7 all out. 5 wickets on debut for Akeem Jordan, 5 for 97. So Worcestershire a lead of 276. Ben Compton ran himself out without scoring. That was 2 for 1. They dropped a couple of catches. Bell Drummond was bowled by Finch for 5, playing no shot. Brooks bowls, Leaning blocks the last ball of the day. But the evening session has been dominated with the bat by Mayei, who is 80 not out off 84 balls. Jack Leaning is with him on 15, and Kent at the end of day 2, still trailing by 172 runs, are 104 for 2. The bowling figures for Worcestershire in this second innings: Joe Leach 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 32. Tom Taylor 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. James Hartshorn 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27. Adam Finch 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19, and Ethan Brooks 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 run and no wickets. That's the end of day 2 here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. This is Frank Watson of BBC Herald Worcester saying thank you for being with us and a very good evening to you. Thanks once again to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, who will be back with me tomorrow for day 3, and also to our guest commentator who's been with us for the last 2 days, Matthew Howes. Thanks for being with us, and until next time,